have been hurt in all of this. We have no idea at this point. As you look at an aerial shot coming from the, I guess that would be coming from the south of the Trade Center, or what is at least the Trade Center behind those huge plumes of smoke. All airports across the country, every airport in the United States has been shut down as the FAA and the government tries to figure out exactly what has happened, what is at risk, what is not, who is behind it. Are there more explosions, more attacks yet to come? Here in New York, trading on the New York Stock Exchange has been suspended, at least for now. All bridges and tunnels coming into the city have been shut down as police try and clear the way. We can tell you, as we were coming in perhaps an hour ago, there was a convoy, I can't think of a better word, a convoy of fire and police trucks racing down the West Side Highway, and this is in the middle of rush hour. Obviously, every available fire unit here in Manhattan has been brought to the Trade Center. Outside the White House, John King, our senior White House correspondent. John.
Hello, Aaron. They have pushed us even further back away from the White House now, and there are more than a half dozen fire trucks, some of the Secret Service now patrolling the perimeter at Lafayette Park, which is directly across from the White House, have automatic rifles drawn to keep people away from the park, and they're policing back and forth. You can probably hear additional fire apparatus arriving on the scene. Senior White House staffers who were evacuated, all they can tell us is that they were told that there was a credible threat on the White House as well, and that they were told to evacuate the premises. What we do not know is whether or not the Vice President and the National Security Team have stayed inside the White House Situation Room. We know that they were directing and monitoring operations from there as of just about 20 minutes ago. But the White House staff, the Executive Office Building staff, and all the office buildings around, including the Treasury Department and some government and some non-government office buildings, people have been evacuated out into the street. And again, the Secret Service now putting up yellow police line tape, and some of them patrolling Lafayette Park with automatic rifles, which is a scene quite extraordinary here across from the White House.
John, tell us as best you can what the government's national security apparatus will do right now. I mean, what do you guess is happening, and where is it happening?
Well, I don't want to guess at all, but from the White House Situation Room, a president or a vice president can direct a war, can direct a full-scale world war. The White House Situation Room is where all information, it is accessible to all information from the United States military, from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, from the Federal Aviation Administration in this case. The White House Situation Room is prepared just for situations like this, unfortunately, to be prepared in a time of crisis for the president to monitor incoming information and to direct any U.S. military or non-military emergency response. The White House Situation Room is a bomb shelter, for that matter. That part of the White House is a bomb shelter. Whether or not they have stayed in there is unclear. We know in the past that would be the routine. We just do not have a direct answer as yet, because most of the staff, if not all of the staff, has been evacuated from the premises.
So I gather you're just you're not able to get any calls into the building right now, or at least not getting them answered at this point.
Calls you get into the building are not answered at this point. And more fire apparatus showing up now as we speak. We saw most of the senior staff come out. We have not seen the national security staff that we would recognize anyway, but I should note there are other gates from the White House. We are on the north side, and this is
John, you're being drowned out by the sirens. Alan Dodds-Frank of our bureau here in New York joins us on the phone. Alan, where are you?
Hi, Aaron. Our colleague Jennifer Westhoven also just arrived. She was closer to the building. I'm just south of Canal Street, about 10 blocks north of World Trade Center. And just before 10 o'clock, parts of the building began peeling away. People started screaming. Jennifer tells me, because she was a little closer to the building, that the police began yelling, "Run, run," and thousands of people started running away from the buildings as they were falling. That was, of course, followed by a onrush of ambulances and special police vehicles. Some people have told us, although I can't confirm this, that dozens of stories of the building have fallen away, maybe down as low as the 30th floor.
Let's get him, Mike.
And again, just because we lost a little bit at the beginning, where are you physically now? This is
I'm just south of the Holland Tunnel in downtown Manhattan, perhaps 10 to 15 blocks north of the World Trade Center.
Got it. And the pictures that our viewers are looking at, this was that collapse of the South Tower just a few minutes ago here in New York.
Yes, and moments after that, people began running toward us. Jennifer Westover, who normally is at the stock exchange, was only about 5 blocks away, and she saw the same thing.
Alan, thank you. Let me go to one of New York's deputy mayors, Randy. Former deputy mayor. What are you hearing, Randy?
I only know what I have seen on television. I've tried to talk to some friends.
Here we go. Hand me the microphone. There we go.
I only know what I have heard on television. I've tried to speak to some friends. Obviously, phone lines, communication is difficult. Nothing prepares you in life for a senseless tragedy like this one, but there is no city better prepared to deal with such emergency situations than New York City.
Tell me, based on the plan, what is happening 30 blocks away?
Sure. Mayor Giuliani established early on an Office of Emergency Management to coordinate all the government agencies involved. So you have coordinated leadership of police, fire, health, all the city agencies responding to that emergency. They've planned for this kind of event. Unfortunately, this is not a unique occurrence in the life of New York City or our country. Tragedies like this
may not be a unique occurrence, but it is a very rare and extraordinary one.
It is extraordinary, and therefore, in New York City, we have coordinated response, and they're responding now and providing every help that they can under these extraordinary circumstances.
Hang on one second. We have a report now of an explosion on Capitol Hill, and we are checking that out. We have a report of a plane crashing at the Pentagon being evacuated, fire on the mall in Washington, the State Department evacuated, and we have all flights shut down across the country as officials sort out what's happening here. Randy, back to you for a second. How much of if I recall this correctly, there is what was called a bunker, the mayor's bunker, for these sorts of events in the Trade Center, correct?
There is an emergency management center at the Trade Center.
Clearly the mayor is not there?
I have not spoken with the mayor, so I don't know his physical location, but I do know that coordinated emergency response started immediately. It's something that the city prepares for, and it's something that, under these tragic circumstances, the city is doing everything it can to respond.
How much of the plan changed after the World Trade Center bombing in '93?
Well, there was no coordinated city response. There was no Mayor's Office of Emergency Management. Rudy Giuliani established that. It's been one of the hallmarks of his tenure, and unfortunately, there are extraordinary circumstances like this one where that coordinated effort has to come into play and is coming into play now.
Why don't you, if you can, stay with us for a little bit.
Sure.
I suspect other questions are going to come up. I want to go through again what we know here at this point, and also point out some things that are not insignificant that we don't know. And one of the things we don't know is we do not now know how many fatalities there have been and how many injuries there are. We can only surmise that this has been catastrophic, a catastrophic event here in New York. Both Trade Center towers hit. One of them appears to have collapsed. How much of it collapsed? These are very large. In any case, we cannot tell you how many injuries, how many fatalities there have been. This is one of those situations that is extraordinarily chaotic. Even in the best of planning, I think it's fair to say that it is chaotic, and officials are trying to do many things at one time. We have on the phone a pilot who witnessed these planes crashing in to the World Trade Center. Sir, can you tell me your name? John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
John, tell me what you saw.
This morning we were at Midtown Manhattan in a 31st floor of a building facing south. We saw a 767 flying low down the center of Manhattan Island heading towards downtown Manhattan. At about maybe 20 blocks north of the World Trade Center, we saw the plane veer to the left and fly directly into the north side of the South Tower.
So this was the second plane that hit the tower, correct?
No, this was the first plane.
Got it.
This was the 767.
Got it. John, hang on. Kate Snow's on Capitol Hill. Kate, what can you tell us about the events there?
Well, I'm a couple of blocks away from the Capitol right now. I can tell you that about a half hour ago, the Capitol building itself was evacuated. It was a little bit chaotic. Everyone was running out of the building. People ran a couple of blocks away. We have now been pushed back by security. We're within 2 blocks of the Capitol. I did see myself a plane about a half hour ago circling over the Capitol. Now, whether that may have been an Air Force, a U.S. plane, it's unclear. But that seemed to be the reason, according to security guards that I talked with, for the evacuation of the Capitol. They had seen something or heard something suspicious. They've evacuated the Capitol and the surrounding buildings, the office buildings, at least on the House side, which is where I'm standing. There are 3 House office buildings. Those have also been evacuated. We're seeing members of Congress are walking by us here on the sidewalk. I can also... You go ahead.
Kate, I'm sorry, and if you've said this, I apologize, and I apologize to viewers too. Was there, to your knowledge, an explosion at the Capitol?
No, sir, there was not. I can see the Capitol from here. Everything looks to be fine. There was, however, Aaron, a sound about 5 minutes ago that sounded like some sort of explosion. Now, everything's in close proximity here in Washington. It could be that may have been something that happened at the Pentagon. We're not very clear on that. But we did hear a sound. We heard something that sounded like a loud boom about 5 minutes ago.
And Kate, you again, how far away from the Capitol building itself?
I'm standing on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is a main artery in Washington, D.C., and I'm about 2 blocks away from the Capitol. I did just see a spokesperson, by the way, for the Speaker of the House, Mr. Hastert, Dennis Hastert, who tells me that Mr. Hastert and other leaders have been evacuated into what he called a secure location. It's not clear where exactly they are, but they've been put somewhere secure.
And because we can't see it at this point, just give me a sense of what it looks like there. Are there many, many people on the street?
The sidewalks, people are calm. I think most people don't really know what's going on. Most people haven't been watching the news. But the sidewalks are definitely full of people where, normally at this time of the morning there wouldn't be that many people out here. And as I say, I've been passed by numerous members of Congress and senators and staff, who I know well, who have been coming past me asking me what's going on.
Kate, why don't you hang around here and continue to report on that. Let me just, again, for those viewers who are joining us at about 20 minutes past 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, let me just briefly recap. Attacks on 2 American cities, New York and the Capitol in Washington. It began at about 8:45 Eastern Time when a plane crashed into the World Trade Center. That was the building hit first. And then about a half an hour later, a second plane, and I'm not sure if we have the tape available. If we do, we'll show it to you. You can see the second plane coming in from the right side of your screen, going into the tower itself. This is an extraordinary and troubling piece of tape. The Justice Department is now being evacuated. The second attack on the Trade Center occurred about a half an hour or so after the first one. We have a report, CNN has been told, that an American Airlines 767 jet was hijacked out of Boston today. We don't know which of those 2 planes hit the tower the second time. In the last 10 minutes or so, the South Tower, or at least a portion of the South Tower, has collapsed. CNN's David Ensor joins us from Washington. David, where in the Capitol are you now?
Well, Aaron, I'm in our bureau, but I have on the telephone with me Barbara, who is the wife of a friend of mine and who is an eyewitness to exactly what happened at the Pentagon. Barbara, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, what exactly did you see? Let's look at the Pentagon now as you describe what exactly happened at the Pentagon this morning.
As we were driving into town on 395, there was an exit. We were trying to get off the exit for the Memorial Bridge. Off to the left-hand side was a commercial plane that came in and was coming too fast and too low. And the next thing we saw was it go down below the side of the road, and we just saw the fire that came up after that.
How large was the explosion?
It was large.
Was there sound as well?
That I can't verify because the windows were up in the vehicle.
Was it clear to you what had happened?
Yes, definitely.
So you believe it was a commercial airliner that was hitting the Pentagon?
Yes, and I'm not sure exactly where the Pentagon, where it was in relationship to where the plane went down. but they are relatively close to one another. Whether it hit any part of that Pentagon, I'm not sure.
How low was the plane?
When it was coming down?
Yeah.
It was coming down on less than a 45-degree angle and coming down toward the side of the 395. And when it came down, it just missed the 395 and went down below it, and then you saw the boom, the fire come up from it.
Were you able to see what kind of plane or what airline it belonged to?
No, I did not see what kind of an airline. I just assumed because we were so close to the airport, it was coming into land.
But it seemed awfully low to you.
Yes, and fast.
How big was the fireball?
I'm spatially challenged at times, and it was pretty big.
What did you think was happening?
I know that hit the ground and exploded.
Were you frightened yourself?
Yes. Everybody stopped the cars, and we all got out of it and so forth.
Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your talking to us. Aaron, back to you.
David, thank you. CNN's David Ensor in Washington. CNN's Brian Palmer joins us on the phone from here in Manhattan. Brian, why don't you begin by telling me where you are?
We are in front of the criminal courthouse after being pushed north slightly. We watched one of the towers of the World Trade Center disappear from the skyline. It basically folded into itself in a plume of gray smoke. A crowd of thousands of people dashed up Broadway, followed by emergency services personnel. That's all we know now. We're watching the plume of smoke and debris just sort of waft across lower Manhattan, and people are lining up at this payphone behind me trying to find out whether their relatives are safe.
Let me just briefly go to Randy. Randy, just look out there and tell me what you're thinking when you see what now appears that at least part of one of the landmark buildings in this city, one of the most recognizable buildings in the country, is gone.
It's the kind of moment you hope will never come. When you have been in government, when you care as much about this city and this country as a mayor like Rudy Giuliani does, it's a moment you pray will never come, and you pray for the families of anyone affected by this tragedy. But as a city, we come together, and our emergency services provide every support they can in the face of such a senseless tragedy.
It is an unbelievable scene as
Incredible.
You look down. I mean, we stand here at some point every day looking out at this city this time of year. It's extraordinarily pretty, and you see those two buildings high above lower Manhattan, and you look out there today and you see this gaping hole in one of them, these plumes of smoke that continue to pour from the scene, and you know that there's nothing behind. That second tower, or at least parts of it, are gone. We join now one of our affiliates, WNYW, and their coverage here in New York. Well, we'll try and make that connection again in two cities now, and there are a lot of pieces of information floating around. We need to try and button up some of this. We had a report earlier that we believe we could tell you is not correct, that there was an explosion at the Capitol. There was none, as we now believe. There was no explosion at the Capitol. Air travel routed to Canada has been international flights going into the United States or into Canada, guys. Into the United States. International flights headed for the United States are being sent to Canada now, to airports there, as all air traffic in the United States has come to a halt. The FAA has shut down every airport in the country, and to our knowledge, and this is to the best of our memory, that has never happened before. We're starting to get some pictures of the scene from the ground here in Manhattan. Again, this all started about almost an hour and a half ago, I guess, a little more than that. This is a live picture of the scene now. We have crews on the ground, and they've been trying to get tape back so we can show you the situation on the ground. As you can imagine, literally, Thousands of police, fire, rescue officials have converged on the scene. There are, and we don't know how many, injured to be tended to be taken to hospitals, and we continue to check hospitals to find out how many, the extent of injuries. We do not yet know how many fatalities.
I've never heard of that outfit before either, but
there is the scene. This is tape now from WABC here in New York. Their crews shot this picture as you see fire trucks and firefighters, rescue personnel at the Trade Center about 30 blocks from where we are right now. And you can see these huge columns of smoke coming off of the front tower and then a bit from the back. As you see, again, the crews working their way towards the tower themselves. It was 1993 that I suspect many of these same firefighters converged on these very same towers after the bombing in the garage level. Help me with this, but I'm pretty sure it was in the garage when a Ryder truck came in and blew up in the garage. I'm not sure it was a Ryder truck, but a truck came in and blew up in the garage, and that was in 1993.
Center, we heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know. And I don't know, everybody just doesn't know where to go. They won't let, everything is blocked off. You can't even, they're telling us to get out, but there's nowhere to go. And then I heard that another plane hit, and if you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
That is one of the witnesses to these extraordinary events this morning here in New York. Again, and I know that for many of you, you've heard this a lot, but I think it's important as people join us as they do in moments like this. They are coming in all the time, that there have been attacks in 2 American cities, New York and in Washington. The trade centers here in New York have been hit by airplanes. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words. You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising. You can see a portion of the side of the building now just being covered on the right side as I look at it, covered in smoke. This is just a horrific scene and a horrific moment. The president, who is in Florida today, is en route back to the White House. He took off a short time ago. The White House itself has been evacuated on the basis of what the Secret Service says was a credible threat on the mansion itself. We believe now that we can say that portions of both towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. Whether there were second explosions, that is to say explosions other than the planes hitting them, that caused this to happen, we cannot tell you. Rose Arce, one of our CNN producers, is on the phone. Rose, what do you got?
I'm about a block away, and there were several people that were hanging out the windows right below where the plane crashed, when suddenly you saw the top of the building start to shake, and people began leaping from the windows in the north side of the building. You saw 2 people at first plummet, and then a third one, and then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street. Where I'm right now, there's a thick plume of smoke, and you can see crowds of people, including emergency service workers and police officers, running from the scene, screaming. And there's a school nearby where there were kids in the schoolyard. That has been emptied out, and they're running up the street now, too. The whole sort of the neighborhood, I'd say several blocks up, is covered by this almost powdery smoke. Little tiny pieces of building you can see just floating in the wind around it. It's almost as if like a huge cloud had kind of enveloped that part of lower Manhattan.
It is just one of those awful moments that you need to look at for a minute or two to absorb exactly what has happened. Two of the most recognizable buildings in the city of New York have been attacked, and both of them appear to have collapsed, at least in part. The second of the two collapses taking place just a moment or so ago, perhaps 2 or 3 minutes ago. There are also apparently coordinated attacks that have taken place in Washington on the Pentagon. The State Department has been evacuated. Just a few moments ago, as we said, and perhaps 20 minutes after the first tower collapsed, we turned around and saw what looked like sparks falling, and then the top part of tower number 1 collapsing. These are shots from the ground of that scene. There have been frantic efforts to get people out of the tower. Now this is tape, and you can see now whether that was an explosion or exactly what happened that caused that second tower to collapse. We cannot tell you. CNN's Kelly Wallace is on the phone with us. Kelly, where are you? What can you tell us?
Aaron, I'm just about 4 blocks north of the location of where the World Trade Center was standing. I was actually en route to the command center, people really staring in disbelief. And then as you saw, of course, the pictures watching that tower come down, people just couldn't believe their eyes. Police then pushing people immediately, people turning around and starting running ways blocks away from the site. There is black smoke and is covering the air. You see people covering their mouths with some handkerchiefs and their coats, and basically, it's an unbelievable scene. Most of the people have gone. The police are really pushing people away. There were a lot of people as I was making my way down here, Aaron, people just staring, getting on the cell phone, crying, recounting stories where they sort of, basically had seen what happened earlier today, trying to get in touch with loved ones, very concerned. And then, of course, some people watching the other tower come down earlier, and then a group of people then watching this other tower come down, a woman passing me covered in soot. Basically, the sky is just black. You can't even see down to lower Manhattan from the vantage point right now. The police have cleared off all these streets, pushing people away. Police telling us that you have to get out of here to get out of here, pushing people away in garages. It's an unbelievable scene, Aaron.
You can see in this shot, our viewers can, a helicopter shot coming across the harbor, the Statue of Liberty prominent in the foreground, and smoke and devastation and tragedy in the background. A tragedy that continues to unfold, and one that still has many, many unanswered questions. We have a report now that a car bomb has exploded at the State Department. We are working to confirm that as well. Howard Safer is a former New York City Police Commissioner, the top police job here in the city, and he joins us for a few moments. Mr. Safer, what do you see? Look at that. What do you see?
I see something that's unimaginable. I see what is a police commissioner's worst nightmare. This is a situation that obviously was well planned, well coordinated, and the loss of life that's taking place down there is just incredible, and is going to strain the emergency services of this city to the hilt.
Are you hearing any specific information? Are you hearing anything about the number of injuries, the number of fatalities, the number of people in that building, those buildings? Are you getting any of that information from?
Well, I know there are 50,000 people who work in the World Trade Center. I know that every ambulance and every fire company in the city and has been called in and dispatched there. It's unimaginable, but the loss of life is going to be huge.
You're as familiar with the city's plan or plans for these kinds of incidents as anyone in the city. In all honesty, does the plan cover the scope of what appears to have happened here?
No, we have an Office of Emergency Management. The plans for responding to a disaster are probably as good as any in the world, but nobody ever would contemplate that we would lose the 2 World Trade Centers and in this manner.
Tell me what's happening there, would you guess, in the sense that what are police doing? What's the first thing that has to happen? Triage?
The first thing is triage. The first thing is to identify who can be treated, who cannot be treated, to get those ambulances to hospitals. Every hospital's emergency room is open and I'm sure working right now. And this is just a situation, it's like a war zone. And you have to logistically treat it like a war zone. You have to have your front lines, you have to have your support, and you have to have people who are constantly in there doing something. You know, I was also fire commissioner before I was police commissioner, and you know, it's no longer an issue, unfortunately, but a high-rise fire like that is almost impossible to fight.
At this point, would you say that every police officer, and there are what, 40,000?
There are 41,000
police officers in the city have been called in?
Oh, every one of them. I know every firefighter has been called in.
And how many firefighters?
There are 14,000 firefighters, and I'm sure we'll be getting help with equipment from our adjoining communities as well. I mean, this is a logistical exercise that makes the first attack on the World Trade Center, you know, relatively small.
Because of its scope.
Because of its scope.
And its place in the building itself, that it was high up in the building. Does that complicate things?
It does. Once you get above the 10th floor in a fire, it's almost impossible to fight a high-rise fire above the 10th floor, except by sending firefighters up there and using hose stands. Then you run into water pressure problems. I was just thinking about this not long after the World Trade Center bombing. The engineer who designed the World Trade Center told me that the World Trade Center was designed to withstand a 707 direct impact. Well, obviously, that wasn't the case.
It seems not. We are getting reports, and we are getting lots of reports, and we want to be careful to tell you when we have confirmed them and not. But we have a report that a 747 is down in Pennsylvania, and that remains unconfirmed at this point, and so we will check on that. I want to get back to the former commissioner in a moment, but again, to briefly recap, you have buildings in Washington now evacuated, the White House, the Pentagon. We have a report that there has been a collapse at part of the Pentagon itself. There was an explosion. You can see the Pentagon on the right side of your screen, and that is a live picture as well. On the left side of your screen, you see the situation here in Lower Manhattan in New York, where both of the World Trade Center towers have collapsed. This morning, as people were coming to work, all airports in the country have been shut down. International flights that were heading this way are being diverted to Canada. The White House has been evacuated. The president was in Florida this morning, and he spoke briefly and said, in truth, the kinds of things, and about the only kinds of things you can say in moments like this, that the government will do everything it can to hunt down whoever is responsible. This is obviously an extraordinary crisis for the president, and the first crisis, major crisis like it, that he has had to face, compared to the plane that was the force down in China. That seems small right now compared to what's going on here in New York and in Washington, and the president is headed back on Air Force One from Florida to the White House. The White House itself has been evacuated. We are trying now to figure out where the relevant players in Washington are, where the vice president is, the national security team, where they are meeting. We are working very hard right now to find out what both the FBI, what the CIA, what the Secret Service knows. It is chaotic now in two cities. You have major buildings that have been evacuated. It's very difficult, obviously, to get phone calls through as you look at the Pentagon, and I suspect we are also getting a report as you look at these pictures of the Pentagon, and I, in all honesty, suspect you see them a little more clearly than I do, but part of the building appears to me, as I look at it, to have collapsed. That's the Pentagon, and those pictures are live at 10:40 Eastern Time this morning. We have a report now of a fourth explosion at the Trade Center, and Brian Palmer, CNN correspondent, is as close as he can get to the area. Brian, what can you tell us?
We are, in fact, as close as we can get. I'm not going to give you an exact time frame, but several minutes ago we were standing in front of the United States courthouse when we saw the second World Trade Center disappear from the skyline. It collapsed before our eyes again, in a plume of ash and debris, people rushed north. We had a New York City Police Department officer here with us who witnessed the first collapse, but he actually had to dash off to duty. We've been watching people crying. Some people had relatives in the buildings. They are not sure whether they are whether they've been evacuated, removed for the buildings, or not.
Was there, Brian, did it sound like there was an explosion before the second collapse, or was the noise the collapse itself?
Well, from our distance, I was not able to distinguish between an explosion and the collapse. We were several hundred yards away, but we clearly saw the building come down. I heard your report of a fourth explosion. I can't confirm that, but we heard some boom, and then the building fold in on itself.
We are told, Brian, hang on, we're told that the Secretary of Defense is being evacuated from the Pentagon. The Pentagon, portion of the Pentagon has collapsed after, and I'm not precisely sure on this, and I want to tell you when I'm not precisely sure, but apparently a plane or helicopter hit part of the Pentagon itself. As you take a look at the pictures there, I must say every time we hear a plane coming up overhead, it gets a little nervous where we are. Whatever is happening and whoever is responsible, we have no way of knowing if it's played out yet or if it's just going on. So every time we hear a plane go by, we wonder what the situation is and where it is headed. That sound, we're told by a person here, they believe that is a fighter jet. Federal office buildings around the country, is that correct? All over the country have been closed, or just in Washington?
Well, we were not allowed into the federal courthouse here, where CNN maintains a workspace. The officers just said we're not allowing you in. I think that's a security precaution.
Got it. Stay with me a little bit. All federal office buildings now, all federal office buildings in Washington, D.C. Are being evacuated as we speak to you now. There are a variety of reports, and it's important to try and put this in some kind of order, but the most important things to tell you if you're just joined in is that what has all the makings of an extraordinarily well-planned terrorist attack on both Washington and New York has taken place this morning. The trade centers here in New York, the two World Trade Center towers, have collapsed after being hit by a plane. Maria Hinojosa joins us on the phone. She is in New York, down near the building. Maria, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm actually at St. Vincent's Hospital right now, where at about 40 to 45 minutes after the first explosion, they started seeing patients here. What I'm hearing, and I have not been in the ER yet, is that they have at least 100 patients or more, that several of those people were dealing with issues of smoke inhalation, many of them throwing up, that there were several people who went directly to the operating room who are in very critical condition. Outside the hospital, people are coming in trying to help, to donate blood. Essentially, everybody here at this hospital is in a state of shock. I mean, I walked into the testing area, and the women here who usually just draw blood are also extraordinarily moved and shocked. They're moving in and out of the emergency room to try to help as many people as possible. Now, outside a block, about a block away from here, where you really had a bird's eye view of the two twin towers, which are the landmarks of New York City, the people stopped, the entire traffic has stopped. People have poured out of buildings and were watching, in fact, as one of the towers collapsed. And then you're really seeing a lot of people trying to move north, away from any place downtown near the World Trade Center area. People are just walking. The subways are stopped entirely all around the area of the World Trade Center. You can't get below 14th Street. And there just feels to be like a massive exodus of people walking north to get away from the area as far away as they possibly can.
Maria, I know Kitty Pilgrim is with you as well.
That's right, I'm right
Kitty,
here.
tell us what you've been able to report on.
I'm actually reporting from Kennedy Airport at the United Terminal, and I was here this morning flying out when they made an announcement about 20 of 10 that all flights were grounded. People thought it was just a normal course of airport business these days. and so there was not much of a reaction, and then the news started to trickle through. It was not an official announcement made over the intercom.
Kitty, let me interrupt for just a second. The Associated Press is reporting that federal officials fear that a second hijacked plane or another hijacked plane is headed towards the Pentagon, and I'm looking for the time on this. We will continue to check that out. Kitty, I apologize for interrupting. Why don't you continue? Did we lose her?
Everyone didn't react, but then the news came through. I have never seen Kennedy in this condition. I've been here many times. People are in absolute shock. No one's talking. They were just staring at each other with their arms dropped to their sides. A pin could drop in the United Terminal. There were a couple hundred people there, and no one was saying anything. After about 20 minutes, people rushed to the phones. You cannot phone out. There's no real access back to the city. People are trying to get back. They've unloaded the baggage from the planes. They've asked that everyone pick up their bag and take it out of the terminal and take it home. And they're asking everyone to please leave. People are just finding it difficult to leave. They are not officially evacuating Kennedy Airport at this point, at least at the United Terminal. The attendants have been asked to stay. And again, there's still several hundred people standing around not knowing what to do. No one's even speaking.
And again, for people, Kitty, thank you, not familiar with New York, Kennedy is the major airport handling international flights into the city. It is also an enormous complex of 7 or 8 or 9 terminals.
That's exactly right. And in fact, the baggage has been unloaded into a separate terminal from where I am, and they're asking people to walk over, pick up their bags, and take them out. It's virtually impossible to get from place to place at Kennedy, and of course, bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are inaccessible at this point. No one has anywhere to go.
Kitty, thank you, and we'll get back to you. Chris Plant at the Pentagon has more. He joins us on the phone. Chris, what can you tell us?
Hi, this is Chris Plant at the Pentagon.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Chris, we hear you. Go ahead.
All right. The area to the west of the Pentagon has been evacuated further back by law enforcement and military officials as they anticipate a second aircraft arriving at the Pentagon. It's been deemed to be threatening enough where I saw at least one F-16 fighter jet in the air over the Pentagon headed to the west where the plane was reportedly coming in from. Again, they're saying here that a second aircraft is expected to arrive at the Pentagon sometime soon. They take it seriously enough that they have scrambled at least one fighter jet that I saw, probably either from the D.C. Air National Guard or the Maryland Air National Guard, both of which fly F-16s. The west front of the building of the Pentagon along Route 27 has now partially collapsed. About a 60-foot section of the building laterally has collapsed the entire 5 stories. The building is obviously, the fire is traveling inward in the building toward the courtyard, and this wedge, as they call it, of the Pentagon, the westernmost wedge, which was just refurbished and was in fact reinforced for terrorist attack and for just this sort of thing. I know that there were a significant number of injuries. I'm unaware of any numbers on fatalities at this point. People here who came from the building are suggesting that surely there were fatalities, but no one could confirm any. I have spoken to a number of people that I know who pulled people out of rubble. There were severe injuries. There are a number of helicopters here evacuating injured people, and I am told by one senior military source that the plane in the side of the building has been tentatively identified as a Boeing 767, a full-sized airliner, Boeing 767. But that at this point they're waiting for the arrival of a possible second plane, which has been deemed to be a threat, and as I said, fighter jets have been scrambled to address that matter.
Chris, stay with us. That's extraordinary bit of information coming out of Washington now. Let me add to something that we said earlier. We have a report now that a large plane crashed this morning north of the Somerset County Airport, which is in western Pennsylvania, not too terribly far from Pittsburgh, about 80 miles or so. Boeing 767 jet, don't know whose airline it was, whose airplane it was, and we don't have any details beyond that which I have just given you. We don't know if this is somehow connected to what has gone on in New York and Washington, but we do know that another plane has crashed, this one about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh, or at least to the southeast of Pittsburgh. Rose Arce, one of our producers here in New York, joins us on the phone. Rose, what do you have that's new?
Yes, just a while ago, I think you saw that collapse of the top of the World Trade Center. Well, it looks like a large chunk of that debris has hit a building very close by, about 2 blocks away next to an elementary school, causing another explosion. So for the last few minutes, I've been watching people running from that direction. There was one man, I'm not child, you saw on the street. I've seen several emergency service workers carrying other emergency service workers from the scene. There's a haze everywhere. It's very, very difficult to see, but there has been the whole area has been covered by soot and ash. So it looks almost like snow. So as people are coming up the street running from the scene of this new explosion, you can see them slipping on the ash and literally having to drag each other up the street. There's an incredible amount of panic down here in downtown Manhattan as people are realizing that they really need to leave the area entirely after spending the last hour or so just watching this from afar.
Rose, stay with us. Terrific work. Let me throw another couple of pieces of information out as we continue to put this all together into a straight line if we can. The United Nations has been evacuated. The United Nations building on the east side of Manhattan has been evacuated. The city is in, this is election day, a primary election for mayor and city council races here in New York. That election has been postponed until further notice. Obviously, we are in the middle of an extraordinary catastrophe that started about 8:45 Eastern Time here in New York when one plane crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. About a half an hour after that, as people were converging, as fire and police and rescue teams were converging on the scene, a second plane appeared to the west of the Trade Center buildings and slammed into the second tower. That's what you just saw. Fire shooting out the north and east side of the tower. Shortly after that, we began to get reports of events taking place in Washington. An explosion which first came to us as a fire at the Pentagon. Now there's a report of a second hijacked plane heading towards the Pentagon. It is believed that one of the planes, perhaps both, but one of them, we have been told, was an American Airlines 767 that hit one of the Trade Center towers. About a half an hour after that, perhaps a little bit longer, lose track of time a little bit in these situations, the first tower, or let me correct that, the south tower, the second tower, the one to the left, collapsed. It collapsed in a cascade of smoke and spark, and what we cannot tell you is if there was a second explosion that caused that collapse, or if it was simply, that's the first one, that's the south tower collapsing, and that was about a half hour, give or take, after the planes hit the tower. Then shortly after that, just as the smoke was starting to clear away, the second tower, and that's what you're looking at now. Again, this was not very long ago, 10-15 minutes ago. The second tower, it almost looks like one of those implosions of buildings that you see, except there is nothing controlled about this. This is devastation. How many people? There are 50,000 people who normally go to work in the Trade Center buildings. How many of those people had arrived already? How many of those people were trapped on the upper stories? How many of those people have been hurt? How many of those people died? We cannot tell you now. We can tell you that hospitals throughout the New York area are receiving literally hundreds of patients. And they are performing triage. They are trying to figure out who could be treated, who needs help first. This is sort of standard operating procedure. We are just being told now that Israel has evacuated all its diplomatic missions around the world. Israel has evacuated its missions. We are told now that Yasser Arafat has condemned these attacks, and we don't know yet who's behind them. Britain has condemned these attacks. Germany has convened its National Security Council, and we will check and see if events are going on in those places or if that is simply a reaction to what has gone on here in Washington and in New York. CNN's Gene Meserve joins us on the phone from Washington. Gene.
K Street, which is one of the major thoroughfares here in Washington. It is absolute gridlock. It takes about 15 minutes to drive one block. Ordinarily, this time of day, there'd be nothing near this kind of traffic. You see pedestrians filling the sidewalks, many of the businesses and offices here having closed. You see cars absolutely pouring out of the parking lots, contributing to the absolutely horrendous traffic situation. Many people trying to use their cell phones. However, cell phone service has become very difficult in this town because of the crush on circuits. For the most part, people appear to be very calm and collected. I will tell you, though, that as I drove, I looked at the car next to me full of some young women who I would guess were in their 20s, several of them crying their eyes out, obviously very upset as they listened to the radio and heard the news of what is happening in this city in New York also. Aaron, back to you.
Jean, thanks. Jean Meserve in Washington this morning as she and the rest of the organization continues to gather what facts we can, what facts are available in the wake of the extraordinary chaos that has followed this extraordinarily horrendous terrorist attack. American Airlines, we are told, one of the planes involved in this was a hijacked American Airlines 767 out of Logan Airport in Boston. American Airlines will say what is known. What is known as you look at the White House being evacuated a short time ago, or is that live? And I'm not sure on my monitor which it is. I believe it's taped from a short time ago. In any case, American Airlines will talk to reporters in about a half hour or so, 11:30 Eastern Time. One of its planes involved in this, and we will bring that press conference to you live when it happens. Here in New York, hospitals are being overwhelmed. As hundreds of patients are being brought in and being treated. We cannot tell you, we would not even begin to guess what the numbers in this will be, how many people will have died by the time this day is over, how many injuries have taken place in both Washington and New York. But as former police commissioner Howard Safer told us a few moments ago, obviously the numbers are going to be extraordinary. Who do we have on the phone, guys? Just help me out here. Patty, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
What do you got?
About an hour ago, I was on the corner of Broadway and Park Place. That's about 1,000 yards from the World Trade Center. When the first tower collapsed, it was a massive explosion. At the time, the police were trying desperately to evacuate people from the area. When that explosion occurred, it was like the scene out of a horror film. People started stampeding away from it.
Patty, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We told you there was a second plane that went down, this one around 80 miles or so southeast of Pittsburgh. We'll try now to connect with KDKA TV in Pittsburgh. Well, just so much for planning. We will try again. We have reports that a plane has crashed in the Pittsburgh area, southeast of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles. And at varying times, we've heard that this was a 767 and a 747. I'm not sure it matters which it is. What matters is that a plane has crashed in the Pittsburgh area. The Pentagon continues to monitor reports that another plane, a hijacked plane, is headed for that area. All flights have been canceled around the country. International flights heading towards the United States are being diverted into Canada this morning. Patty, let me go back to you as we look at some tape from the ground. Patty, why don't you go ahead and continue?
Okay, Aaron, I'm in the main building of Pace University, which is inside the fallout zone of all the debris from the two building collapses. At the time of the first building collapse, I was at Broadway and Park Place. There was a huge cloud of smoke. It overcame the crowd. People were stampeding. Literally, the debris was so thick you could not see your hand in front of your face. I ducked around onto a building that was on Park Place and Beekman Street. When I was in there, people were coming in. They were crying. They were wailing. You couldn't see anything outside. After the smoke had cleared a little bit, I came outside. The scene was like a ghost town in the financial district, very eerie. You saw people being wheeled on gurneys away from the site of the explosion. People were coming out with masks over their face, anything they could put over their face, because the air was still very thick with debris. The ash on the ground is at least 2 inches thick. It's more like snow cover, a very eerie snow cover blanketing downtown Manhattan right now. Now, at the time time, I was back on the corner again of Broadway and Park Place. At that time, the police started running toward us, telling everybody to move who was left on the street. I looked up, and that's when I heard the, pardon me, that's when I heard the explosion. That's when the second tower came down. Again, whoever was left on the street started stampeding. I'm in the office. Right now I'm in the main building of Pace University. People are crying. They have gas masks on their face. Authorities are making people go toward the basement. They're just doing anything that they can to move people away from the financial district. But again, it is a very horrifying scene down here, very eerie, like a ghost town.
Patty, let me interrupt you. Mayor Giuliani is on the telephone, is part of New York One's coverage. We join our affiliate for that.
Mayor Giuliani, since
a collapse of the infrastructure and the telephone company. Everybody is trying to call home and see how their loved ones are doing. And quite frankly, that's overloaded the circuits, and it's affected the government's ability to do business as well. I wish I had more detail for you, Dan, but as you know, these events are unfolding as we speak, and that's all we have at this point from Washington. Dan?
Jim, about this report that a United Airlines plane has crashed into Camp David, Maryland, the presidential retreat just outside of Washington. Repeat the source on that for our listeners and viewers, please.
The source of this information is an FBI official in Washington who says that he has been informed by the FAA, has not confirmed it himself, but has been informed by the FAA that a United Airlines flight, he says it's United Airlines Flight 93, has crashed into the vicinity of or at Camp David. Dan, I will tell you one other thing, too, that the FBI and terrorist experts here have immediately noted, and that is today, September the 11th, is the anniversary of the Camp David Accords, signed at that historic location after weeks of negotiations between the Arabs and the Israelis, and, of course, has been a thorn in the side of both parties now for some years and a source of great consternation. You can't help but notice, according to the FBI, the coincidence of the date, and now, if this is true, the coincidence of the target. Dan.
Jim Stewart in Washington. At the World Trade Centers, the Twin Towers in New York, both of which have now collapsed. Many lives are believed to have been lost, but many lives are also believed to have been saved. It will be hours, perhaps many hours, before we have anywhere approaching a clear picture on the loss of life and the number of people injured in the collapse of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. At the Pentagon in Washington, we know there have been injuries. There have been no reports of fatalities as yet in what is believed to have been an aircraft of some kind. David Martin, who's on the scene, said he saw the twisted remains of what appeared to be the fuselage and that would indicate a fixed-wing aircraft, although early reports from one eyewitness indicated that perhaps a helicopter had gone into the Pentagon. The truth is that very few facts are known about the attack on the Pentagon. What was described as a large plane is reported to have crashed near Somerset, Pennsylvania. Then there's this report from an FBI official telling Jim Stewart in Washington that what is, quote, believed to have been a United Airlines plane of some kind crashed into Camp David, the presidential retreat outside of Maryland. One is reminded as we look at these horrific scenes, and there's no other way to describe it. Earlier on, we were cautious as we thought the situation dictated about our reporting about even one of the World Trade Centers collapsing. We quoted the Associated Press saying that one had collapsed, and then we literally saw on the screen the second one collapse, and both of the World Trade Centers have been collapsed in this almost unbelievable attack. The late Edward R. Murrow said, "No one can terrorize a whole nation unless we are all his accomplices," quote unquote. Something to ponder as we size up this situation, which may not be over. The picture that emerges, at least the initial picture, is one of a series of coordinated terrorist attacks. Do we know that for a fact? No, but the evidence at hand strongly indicates that that's what's happened. That an American Airlines plane on a flight from Boston to Los Angeles, according to American Airlines, is one of the planes that was hijacked and was crashed into the World Trade Center. Exclamation point, pause. If someone wrote it in a novel, it might be considered just a little beyond belief. Believe it, it happened this morning, according to American Airlines. The second aircraft that crashed into the other World Trade Center building, we've had various descriptions of it. No one knows where it came from or what it was. Mika Brzezinski is on scene in downtown New York. Come in, Mika.
Dan, we're 3 blocks from the scene, and we saw it all after the first 2 hits. We saw the explosion and also the collapse of the tower. I'm with Deborah Bond and her 12-year-old son, Duran. Deborah is a cook at PS 234, just across the street from here. She, too, is 3 blocks from the scene of this disaster, and I'm sure you've gathered by now that is way too close to the scene when this was all going down, because the soot and debris literally came upon us. If I walk outside the school right now, I am walking in 4 inches of soot and debris. Papers and checks from inside the World Trade Center have made their way. Pieces of offices and pieces of literally people's professional lives are just strewn all over the street. Deborah, you brought your son to work with you today because you thought it was safer to bring him to work with you. What did you both see?
We saw the building on fire. I was working in the kitchen and I heard an explosion, so I ran over to the building, and I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a bomb at first, and then people was yelling, no, it was a plane. It was a 2-engine plane just went into it, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I saw bodies jumping out the window. I saw another explosion where the building just collapsed, and then all the smoke, you couldn't see outside at all. It was just black. You couldn't see nothing outside at all. It was real scary.
You had your son with you. You were clutching his hand, keeping him with you. What were your thoughts as a mother as this was happening? Can you describe the emotions that you were feeling, and did you know what to do?
I didn't know what to do. I was so afraid. I was in the building when they told us that everybody had to go out. The building tried to, and I was grabbing onto him and holding on to him for dear life because, I mean, it's like, you see your life before you. You don't know what was going to become of it. I thought that he was going to get killed from the degree and stuff alone.
I caught up with you as I walked out of the school. It was very difficult to breathe at that point. It was shortly after the tower actually went down. You had your mouth covered. Your son had his shirt over his face. You were coughing and trying to get away. Tell us a little bit about the chaos and exactly where did you think you would go at this point? Because I know we pulled you in here. We're actually, I should let you know, Dan, we're huddled in a small room inside PS 89, and literally you could watch when the collapse went down, the debris just roll over the school. The school went black. It was as if it was night outside. And I pulled these 2 in here. Deborah, tell us a little bit about your feelings when you hear that this is a possible terrorist attack.
I didn't know what to think. I was so afraid.
On-scene report to, this is a bulletin from CBS News. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says, and I quote, there have been a tremendous number of lives lost in the series of attacks in New York today. New York City Mayor Giuliani says tremendous number of lives lost in New York. We'll go back to Mika Brzezinski as time goes along with more of our eyewitness reports from, but we're going to right now go to Jim Stewart in Washington as we look at these horrific pictures from the World Trade Center. We go to Washington. Jim Stewart.
Dan, some details are starting to come into focus now. First, an update on the attack on the Camp David vicinity. Secret Service personnel tell CBS producer Bill Owens that there was no damage on Camp David itself. Apparently, the crash occurred near there. The presumption is that Camp David was the target. Now, we are given some information now by federal law enforcement authorities about the sequence of the hijackings today that have led to these incidents. We are told, and Dan, I have to stress this is sketchy information, but we are told that there were 4 hijackings. The detail that we've been given thus far on those hijackings is American Flight 11, which is described as a 757 from Boston to the West Coast, United Flight 175 out of Dulles International Airport outside of Washington, D.C., American Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, and United Flight 93, which apparently was from Newark en route to San Francisco. Now, The only firm information that the FBI has shared so far is that the United Flight 93, is apparently the aircraft that went down in the vicinity of Camp David. It is believed, they say, that it is American Flight 11, and I believe this has been reported already by CBS. American Flight 11, the 757 aircraft from Boston, was one of the two aircraft involved in the World Trade Center. It is not clear where the other two aircraft crashed, but it is confirmed, the FBI says, citing the FAA, I should add, that these are the four aircraft that have been involved in the hijackings, were involved in the crashes today. One other significant piece of information, Dan, is apparently there is and has been some communication from the aircraft after they were hijacked. We are led to believe that the FAA has recordings of some message, some communication from the aircraft before they crashed and into these targets. There is still no word, Dan, on what the continuity of government, and I hate to use such an official phrase here, but it's the only one that's been thrown at me so far by federal authorities, but what the continuity of government is going to be, and there's a great deal of talk, a great deal of concern here about that, because, as you can imagine, people are quite at loose ends here in the nation's capital, and they want to ensure that the continuity of government stays in place. Therefore, they're trying to decide where does the president go once he lands coming back from his trip, I believe in Texas. He will land at Andrews Air Force Base. We believe the plan had been that he would go to Camp David. That appears not to be the case any longer. But we don't have any confirmation of that. And then there's the question of what do the cabinet officers do, and what does the House and Senate do? The White House has been evacuated and is still considered by law enforcement a potential terrorist target. The president cannot go there. The same is true for Capitol Hill. The House and Senate cannot go there. The Justice Department has been evacuated except for some key personnel. The only major federal building that I can find, Dan, in the city of Washington right now that is up and running and apparently handling this situation is the Federal Bureau of Investigations, what they call their SIOC room, their Strategic Information and Command Center. Normally, there would be a war room and a situation room, I should say, at the Pentagon. But the Pentagon has never been attacked before in the history of this country and is not in a position, apparently, to coordinate events there now. So much of what's happening in terms of a response to these events is being coordinated out of the FBI. That's all we have at the moment from here, Dan.
And quite a bit, Jim Stewart, and thank you for that. Jim, if you can have somebody put up, I hate to give you instructions on the air, put up a graphic of the flights that have been identified as flights that were hijacked this morning. There'll be an awful lot of people interested in that. We'll try to put it up on screen. 4 airplanes are now believed to have been hijacked. 2 of them, well, let's say 2 aircraft, crashed into the World Trade Centers and collapsed both of the World Trade Centers, with what New York City Mayor Giuliani now says has been a, quote, tremendous loss of life. Canada has now shut down all of its airports. And let's pause as you look at these devastating pictures. There's no other word that comes to mind of this scene at the tip of Manhattan, in sight of the Statue of Liberty. A successful attack on the World Trade Centers, collapsing both buildings. Now quickly, here's what's been happening. Just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, a plane crashes into a tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Then shortly after 9 a.m., a second plane crashed into the second tower of the World Trade Center. President Bush, on a trip to Sarasota, Florida, called the crisis, quote, an apparent terrorist attack and, quote, a national tragedy, unquote. Then an aircraft of some kind crashes near the Pentagon. We've been saying that it hit the Pentagon. The Associated Press says near the Pentagon, but somewhere at the Pentagon an aircraft crashed just outside of Washington, across the Potomac River from the capital, of course, in Northern Virginia. That was about an hour after the attacks in New York. Government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, were evacuated. Officials cited a credible threat of a terrorist attack as the reason for the evacuations. Then the Federal Aviation Administration shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. Shortly after 10 o'clock Eastern Time, one World Trade Center tower in New York collapsed. This was about an hour after being hit by the plane. In the early going, it looked like only part of the building had collapsed, but it turned out that one trade center collapsed shortly after 10 a.m. American Airlines reported that one of its planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked after takeoff from Boston en route to Los Angeles. Then senior law enforcement officials said car bomb had exploded outside the State Department in Washington, D.C. That was senior law enforcement officials. But then later, Federal Protective Services denied any car bomb attack had occurred outside the State Department. So that remains unclear at the moment, although the latest information is there was no car bomb. Financial markets suspended trading in the wake of the attacks. Officials at Somerset County Airport in Pennsylvania say, quote, a large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. That was at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And then at 10:28 a.m. Eastern Time, the second tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. Then there was a fourth explosion. A fourth counted big explosion rocked the collapsed remains of the World Trade Center. That was at about 10:38 a.m. Eastern Time. Authorities across the country have gone on alert, tightening security at strategic facilities and evacuating high-profile buildings. That included some in Chicago, tall office buildings, including the stock commodities exchanges were evacuated in Chicago. And Securities and Exchange Commission says all financial markets are closed for the day. Now, Dateline London, Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack, that was his quote, on U.S. interests for its support of Israel. And an Arab journalist with access to bin Laden said today that bin Laden was, quote, almost certainly, unquote, behind the attack on the World Trade Center in New York. But of course, that is his opinion. We go to CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Bob Schieffer in Washington with details on what's happening to make sure that the government is steady from the top and remains in command and in steady, paced command, calculated command throughout the day. Bob?
Well, Dan, you spent many years in Washington, so you'll recognize where I am. I'm about a block north of the White House, and in contrast to all of those scenes of devastation that you're seeing in New York, look, from my vantage point across Washington, I can see the White House, the Washington Monument on past to the Jefferson Memorial, all the way out way back there to National Airport. This is almost like a city that is deserted because the White House has been evacuated, the Capitol has been evacuated, the Executive Office building next to the White House has been evacuated. Now, beyond the Executive Office building, which is that rather unusual building which is just to the right of the White House, you can still see, Dan, in the background smoke. Now, that is the smoke that is coming from the explosion that took place earlier today at the Pentagon. Washington is, I've never seen the city in quite the mood it is right now, Dan, because in contrast to these scenes where which have obviously been blocked off, the only people you'll see moving from here to National Airport and there, no aircraft are taking off. The only people that are moving at this point are the security people who are atop the White House. But, of course, the White House itself has been evacuated. But as you come into this area, the streets of Washington are filled with people. Many offices, many private businesses have closed for the day. People are out in the streets, and they are, I would describe the mood this way. If these terrorists, Dan, wanted to get the attention of the United States, they have gotten it. And I must say, I think back to that line that one of the Japanese admirals said after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He said, I fear we may have awakened a sleeping giant. From what I can tell and from what I talk to people on the streets, the American people will not allow this to stand. This is a mood we're seeing on the streets of Washington that I have not seen in a long, long time. Now, to bring you up to date on some of the details, all of the government buildings have been evacuated. Members of the Armed Services Committee up at the Capitol have been called to a briefing. We know not where or how many people are being briefed. The Union Station, which is the railroad station here in Washington, it has been evacuated. Every government agency at this point is taking extra precautions, and most government officials have been sent home for the day. It's really something, Dan.
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Jacques Chirac, Premier of France, once said, "Terrorism has become the systematic weapon of a war that knows no borders or seldom has a face," unquote. Something to ponder this day as we look at pictures now, live pictures from the scene where the twin towers of the World Trade Centers have collapsed. I want to show you on videotape the sequence of the key events of this morning. First, watch this airplane as it comes in. This is not a mock-up. This is a photograph taken at the time. You can see the fire come out the backside of this tower. Smoke covered the twin towers for a while, and then the first tower collapsed. The hope at the time was it would be only a portion of this first tower. The whole tower collapsed. Keep in mind that on an average day, 50,000 people work in and immediately around these towers. And then later, incredibly, unbelievably, the second tower collapses. Before those towers collapsed, and as they collapsed on the ground in the immediate vicinity of the World Trade Centers, of course there was chaos and confusion and, yes, some panic. Some people in desperation were seen leaping from the towers before they collapsed. More buildings are being evacuated downtown. Byron Pitts is there. Byron, they're now evacuating buildings around the World Trade Center?
Yes, Dan. We're about 3 blocks away from the World Trade Center at PS 89, a public school here. A few minutes ago, firefighters running full tilt evacuated the building next to this school, screaming there's been a bomb or a gas leak. No one knew for sure. Everyone just ran as hard as they could. Dan, mark this down, 9:29. Standing a few blocks from the World Trade Building, that was the moment, it seemed to me, it went from shock to horror. That was the time when people on the street where I was standing, we saw the first person jump from the building. And at that moment, it went from being just an awful, bizarre scene to realizing that the human lives were being taken. Joining me now is Julio Chavez, who works here at the school, PS 89. Sir, tell me what you saw.
Well, basically, I saw just a whole bunch of smoke, fire, and like 5 minutes later, I saw another plane hit the building and a whole bunch of people run. I mean, it was like mass hysteria. It was just craziness, and I was just shocked. I didn't have no words for nothing. And
did you see any of the people who were injured from your vantage point?
No, you could see a couple of people falling from the building. That's about it. I couldn't see nothing else.
Julio Chavez, thank you so much, sir. And so, Dan, that's the situation here on the ground. I walked around outside a few minutes ago, and the soot in some places is almost ankle deep. You can see, and we're 3 blocks from the building. There, you can see pieces of burnt paper on the ground. I picked up a package of papers that looked like payroll checks. They were all checks written from a bank inside the World Trade Tower building, as well as going to employees at a building there. So one can only assume it was blown at that point, 5 blocks from the building to where I'm standing. You've described it, Dan, mass chaos here. We've seen firefighters cry. I talked to a police officer. She had tears in her eyes. I asked her if she was okay. She said no. She told me her sister works in one of those buildings. She, like so many people, have loved ones. They don't know where they are right now. Dan?
Byron Pitts, speaking from this live from the scene, and this is a live photograph of the tip of Manhattan. What President Bush has called an apparent terrorist attack, a series of attacks on carefully selected targets in America. Not all of Manhattan, much less all of New York City, is in flame and smoke, but a great deal of it is. There's no ducking, no dodging the fact that this attack on the World Trade Center, both buildings, has been devastatingly, horrifyingly effective from the terrorist point of view. Now, 4 airlines are reported to have been hijacked this morning. One of them, an American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, is said by American Airlines to be one of the 2 planes that crashed into one of the World Trade Center buildings earlier this morning. We're trying to confirm. We'd rather be last than be wrong with something. So we're trying to confirm what flights were hijacked. Now, United Flight 175 Dulles to Los Angeles reportedly, allegedly, and supposedly was one of the hijacked planes. United Flight 93 Newark to San Francisco is believed to have been one of the flights hijacked. There is also a report that American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles may, underscore the word, may have been one of the 4 planes hijacked. We'll try to pull this together for you on a graphic, but I want to restate, I don't think we can say it too often, and those of you who think we are saying it too often, please forgive us, that in a breaking situation of this magnitude, there are bound to be some reports that are wrong, and frequently the early reports are wrong. This much is not wrong. 2 of the World Trade Center Twin Towers, both have collapsed. 50,000 people normally work in them. The mayor of New York says that there's been, quote, tremendous loss of life. Just how tremendous, we do not yet know. Many people killed, many people injured in the crash of the Twin Towers in New York. Incredibly, an airplane hit, 2 airplanes hit, 1 each in each of the Twin Towers, and each of the Twin Towers collapsed. The Pentagon, an aircraft crashed at, some say near, some say in, but at the Pentagon, the first time in the history of the U.S. Defense Department that the Pentagon along the banks of the Potomac has been under attack. The Pentagon was hit by an aircraft. There have been injuries there. If there have been any loss of life, we do not know it. There's confusion about whether a car bomb went off around the State Department. The latest word from Federal Protective Services was that previous reports were wrong, that no car bomb went off. Jim Stewart has confirmed with the FBI that an aircraft of some kind crashed near, if not at Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland, whereas President Bush, at last report, he was on a flight, of course on his Air Force plane, from Florida to Washington. The president was last reported in the air. Whether he will go to Washington or not has not yet been confirmed. In downtown New York, we have another eyewitness on videotape. The picture you are seeing is live of the collapse of the Twin Towers. This eyewitness is on videotape.
I looked up and I saw the second plane hit. Had to be a commercial-sized airliner.
What went through your mind?
That it couldn't be real. Just that it couldn't be real.
As you looked up there, I mean...
Can of it. Got it. Well, that was the eyewitness in downtown New York as to what he saw. Now, President Bush, before leaving Florida, he was in Florida where his brother is in what is widely supposed to be a very tough race for re-election as governor. The president was down there this morning. He returned to his aircraft to return presumably to Washington, but before he did so, he made this statement.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
President Bush on videotape in Florida. We go back to live picture. You're looking just past the Empire State Building, a majestic building just to the right of your screen, and then beyond the black smoke. And let us pause for just a moment here to let you think about what the President just said and about what's happened in our country and to our country on this day. Russ Mitchell is here with me. Russ, telephone service, particularly in these areas of the Northeast, such as New York and Washington, is sporadic at best.
That's right. The phone company is advising folks in the Northeast to stay off the phone if you possibly can. If you were calling someone in the Northeast and you get a circuits are busy signal, as I got a few moments ago when I tried to call a source in Washington, the word is don't panic. The circuits are busy. It's going to be like this all day. If you're using a cell phone in the Northeast, it is very unlikely, we are told, you're going to be able to get out. And that's going to be the case for the rest of the day.
Russ Mitchell, we go to Washington and Jim Stewart. But Jim, just before I turn the mic over to you, that the leadership of the Congress, the United States Congress, both House and Senate, reports that they are now in, quote, secure positions. Dennis Hastert, the Speaker of the House, says the House leadership has been taken to a secure location. Tom Daschle, his press secretary, said a few minutes ago that Daschle, along with the congressional leadership, all of them are, quote, secure. Jim Stewart.
Well, Dan, as bizarre as it sounds, the government here, the pieces of it that are working and up in the buildings that are still occupied, are dusting off plans that this country made in the event of a nuclear attack. I mean, it is that serious. It is that serious in their minds that they have implemented the plans that would go into effect had there been a nuclear explosion, a terrorist nuclear explosion, or an attack by a foreign nation on this country. That means essentially that that you could see the military become involved in keeping a hold on things here in the nation's capital. We certainly haven't had that, don't want to suggest that that's going to happen, but these are items that are being discussed. Specifically, where does the president go to continue his chain of command, his position in the chain of command? We've already heard now that some members of Congress have been relocated. In the past, that would have been to a location in West Virginia. I don't think that's the case any longer. There are secure places, though, outside the Capitol that presumably are being used. In terms of what the FBI has picked up on thus far, to repeat, they believe that there were at least 4 hijackings of commercial aircraft. An American Airlines flight out of Boston, a United flight out of Dulles, an American flight out of Dulles, and a United flight out of Newark. The flight out of Newark is the one that is believed to have gone down in the vicinity, not directly owned, but in the vicinity of Camp David. 2 of the others, Dan, are believed to have struck the World Trade Center there in New York. It is still unclear to the FBI precisely what they're dealing with there at the Pentagon. David Martin, of course, is on the scene and has reported of the casualties and the obvious damage to the building. Collaterally, I'm told, that is impacted on the Pentagon's communications ability, and right now the command center, if you will, for the nation's response to this attack is being run out of FBI headquarters at 10th and Pennsylvania. That building has not been evacuated. Justice Department across the street has been. Already, I would tell you that national security experts on Capitol Hill and those who advise the chain of command of this nation are talking of how do we retaliate. The question is, retaliate against who? It is entirely too early to say who is responsible for this. That hopefully will sort itself out in the time to come. I will tell you, though, it is openly being speculated on in the United States security apparatus that Osama bin Laden is the only person who had the apparatus, the money, and the desire to pull off what he did. They are also pointing, Dan, as we said earlier, at the coincidence here of this date. And dates are extremely important in the terrorist world. Sometimes they escape the notice of the American intelligence. Obviously, this one did. We've been caught flat-footed, in the words of one senior official. But September the 11th, 1978 was the signing of the Camp David Accords, which has long been a matter of dispute and notation in the Islamic world. There is also a recognition among federal law enforcement officials that the attack on the World Trade Center is something that had to be expected, in the sense that it is the only target that Osama bin Laden and his organization have said would be a primary target in the United States. It's the symbol of this nation, and it was, of course, in 1993 that it was attacked down.
Jim Stewart in Washington. Dateline, New York, a police official speaking on condition of anonymity says that the number of trade center casualties still unknown could be, quote, in the thousands. In the thousands. No one at this time should be particularly surprised by that, keeping in mind that incredibly, almost unbelievably, almost inconceivably, the twin towers, both towers of the World Trade Center, collapsed this morning, one shortly after the other. And having said that 50,000 people on your average day work in those towers, it should come as no surprise that a police official says that the number of trade center casualties still unknown could be, you may want to mark that word, could be, quote, in the thousands, unquote. Now, as we said earlier, unquestionably, many lives have been lost in this attack. Many lives have also been saved. It may be the rest of the day, even longer, before we have a clear picture of how many people were killed, how many were injured, were any police or firemen in their desperate efforts to save people, were any of their lives lost? We simply don't know. We may not know for a long while. Now, Dateline Fort Worth, Texas, American Airlines confirmed today that it lost 2 aircraft in the tragic incidents of this morning. The flights were Flight 11, a Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles with 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. That's one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. It had 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots on board. And then American says Flight 77, a Boeing 757, the other was a 767, operating from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, were lost in incidents this morning. Now, because of the heightened security due to the nature of today's events, American said it is working closely with government authorities and will not release any more information at this time. However, if you are a customer of American Airlines and you wish to receive information about relatives, you should call American's response number at 1-800-245-0999. 1-800-245-0999 for information on these 2 American Airlines planes that have been involved in tragedy this morning. Russ Mitchell has late word on what's happening in and around Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and in Pennsylvania.
That's right, Dan. Earlier this morning, we told you about a plane crash near Pittsburgh, just north of the Somerset County Airport. Another plane that was hijacked today was United Flight 93, which was traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. United Airlines has just confirmed that flight is the one that crashed outside of Pittsburgh this morning. As of this moment, we don't know how many folks were on board, don't have any idea of casualties or fatalities. We'll get that for you in just a bit. But again, United Airlines has confirmed that yet another plane that was hijacked this morning has crashed, this one just outside of Pittsburgh near the Somerset County Airport.
And some of the monuments and principal buildings in Philadelphia, we were told earlier, had been shut down as a security measure.
That is right. Those shut down about 2 hours ago, and they are expected to be closed the remainder of the day.
We go to John Roberts in Washington. John?
Well, Dan, the Secret Service, as you can imagine, has activated its emergency plan. It's a plan that has been activated in stages prior to today's numerous events. One time that it was activated was when that small plane crashed on the south lawn of the White House. At about 9:40 this morning, the Vice President was evacuated from his office at the White House. Destination unknown. This is being kept very tightly under wraps at this point. The President, who was in Sarasota, Florida this morning for an educational event, also en route to destination unknown. But CBS happens to be traveling in the tight pool with the President today. We have one of our camera crews and one of our producers aboard Air Force One, and I'm certain that just as soon as the administration allows them to disclose whatever location they may be traveling to, we, as the other networks will hear from them in a prompt fashion. What we know at this point, Dan, is that the White House has been evacuated, as has the old executive office building, and a cordon of about 2 blocks has been set up around that building. There was obviously an imminent threat after this other explosion at the Pentagon earlier this morning. As to whether or not the White House itself was specifically targeted, no one will say. And again, the location of the president at present and where he is headed, and the vice president and where he may be, being kept very tightly under wraps. But we do understand, Dan, from talking with sources close to security that provides protection for the president, that they are not likely to be headed to Weather Mountain. That is that highly secretive facility in the Blue Ridge Mountains in the western part of Virginia, which is essentially a hollowed-out piece of granite, which there are contingency plans to take officers of the administration, the president, the vice president, his staff and the cabinet, and the leadership of Congress to in the event of an all-out attack on the United States. We understand that they will not activate Weather Mountain. That's a direction that it appears that they're not headed in at this point. The president could go to any military base across the country. There are also a number of other facilities in which there are secure communications that the president could operate from, one of those being Camp David. Now, there had been earlier reports of some sort of a crash or an explosion near Camp David. Sources close to protection for the president told me this morning, Dan, just a little while ago, that they have not had any reports of that, though, as you can imagine, because of the extent of the carnage and the attacks against America this morning. It's difficult to know exactly what is going on at any particular point in time. Certainly, we will be hearing from the president later on when communications are reestablished. But for the moment now, Dan, what they're trying to do is make sure that the administration is in place to respond to this crisis, to ensure that the reins of government do not get broken, to ensure that they have communication with the leadership in Congress as well as the military. Those plans are in place right now. The president en route to a location where he can be assured of secure communications in contact with all of the officers that he needs to be in touch with. And again, Dan, we should be hearing from our people just as soon as they take the wraps off of this exactly where they are and what the immediate plan is. Dan?
John Robertson, Washington, of course, is concerned about how the government operates in Washington, but make no mistake, the center of this story today, these terrorist attacks, is at the tip of Manhattan, where the World Trade Centers, both of the Twin Towers, 110 stories up, both have collapsed. No one is making light of what's happened in Washington. Something happened at the Pentagon. An aircraft crashed at or right into the Pentagon, unclear exactly where. Unclear whether anybody was killed. Some people were hurt at the Pentagon. An early report from a government official that a car bomb exploded outside the State Department was later denied by the Federal Securities Operation. That the FBI, an FBI official told Jim Stewart that a plane crashed near Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. But now there's some question as to what all that was about. As one would expect in the early hours, there is confusion about the facts. But a known fact is that there's been a terrible loss of life. How much, no one knows. The mayor of New York says a tremendous loss of life. A New York City police official, didn't want to be quoted, said that he thought that the loss of life in the World Trade Center collapse. You're looking at a live picture of it now with this Empire State Building in the foreground and the smoke over the Hudson and the great New York Harbor, smoke in the nostrils of the Statue of Liberty, literally. That the loss of life here may be, according to a police official, in the many thousands, unquote, but that is not known. Now, authorities are on the alert from coast to coast, halting all air traffic, evacuating high-profile buildings, and tightening security at strategic facilities following these attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. 4 airplanes are now confirmed to have been hijacked this morning. Whether it was one of those hijacked planes that hit the Pentagon, this is a live picture of the Pentagon, the first attack in the history of the United States Defense Department since it moved into this huge, sprawling Pentagon building in Washington. As you can see, there's considerable smoke, which may or may not indicate considerable damage at the Pentagon. Now, evacuations have been ordered at the United Nations building here in New York. This happened shortly after the 2 planes hit the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. and an aircraft of some sort crashed right into the Pentagon, or if not right into it, very near it. The Sears Tower in Chicago has been evacuated. The tallest skyscrapers in Boston, Cleveland, Minneapolis have been evacuated. Seattle's landmark Space Needle was closed. In Massachusetts and Maine, most state employees were sent home and state buildings were shut down. Military bases across the country have been placed on alert. Extra security went into place at the Department of Energy's Nuclear Weapons and Research Complex in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and the Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico, and at Fort Detrick in Frederick, Maryland, home to the Army's main germ warfare defense laboratory. All of this happening as we face the fact, a brutal fact, that there has been a catastrophically effective attack on the World Trade Centers and additional attacks on the Pentagon in Washington, and possibly, reportedly, and we believe true, an effort to attack Camp David in Maryland. I'm pausing for just a second as we get some new information in. However, that's not been totally confirmed, so I'll put it aside for the moment. 4 commercial airlines hijacked and crashed. 2 of those were American Airlines planes. Now, these are the flights that have been confirmed as hijacked flights this morning. American Airlines Flight 77, Dulles to Los Angeles. American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. This, American says, is one of the planes that crashed into one of the World Trade Center buildings. United Flight 175, Dulles to Los Angeles was hijacked. United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco was hijacked. Those are the flights. If you have questions about this, and you need to contact one of the airlines about if you're concerned about passengers on these flights. This now back to live picture. Police say casualties could number in the thousands. Let us take you back now. We're going to show you on videotape the key sequence of events. This, again, is not a graphic. This is an actual photograph of the plane crashing into one of the World Trade Center towers. Flames shoot out of the opposite side of the building. And then, a short while later, one of the towers began collapsing. The hope, the prayer was it was only part of the building collapsing, but it turned out to be the whole building comes down. Raining debris in a wide area below it. And this harsh fact we had only had time to absorb it when the second tower began to collapse. First one plane hit a World Trade Center tower, then another plane hit the other tower. One tower collapses and the other collapses. Carol Maureen, our CBS News correspondent based in Chicago, is just back from this part of New York City. Carol?
Dan, I think I was in the second collapse or an explosion right after that, because I was trying to make my way around Stuyvesant High School. I believe that's correct. I'm not a New Yorker. But I was coming toward the World Trade Center looking for CBS crews and asked a firefighter if he saw any. He told me to walk down the middle of the road. All of a sudden, there was a roll, an explosion, and we could see coming at us a ball of flame stories high. He and others screamed, "Run," and I ran. I fell. One of them picked me up. We ran as fast as we could, and then he threw me into the wall of a building and covered me. Forgive me. I am in his debt. You know, Dan, I know firefighters do incredible work all of the time, but this was exceeded anything that I can imagine. He threw me into a wall, covered me with his body. I could feel his heart banging against my back. We were both so sure we were going to die. The flame somehow stopped short of us. But whatever collapsed created, and you saw it in some of that video, Dan, a rain of cinders so thick that you couldn't see this far in front of you and you couldn't breathe. a police officer, and I wish I knew the firefighter's name, a police officer by the name of Brendan Duke grabbed my hand, and he and I tried to find our way through it until we could hit a clearing in the light. What you're seeing on the ground here, Dan, was in the air, and you couldn't see. And again, we thought we were finished. We somehow got to the light. Another firefighter gave me his mask for a moment so I could breathe. And then I made my way somehow through the smoke into the light to our crews. There was a cameraman there whose head was bloody, and he was trying to shoot and set up some of these shots there. The firefighters, the police, the crews, the people streamed toward me as I made my way to the Trade Center, sobbing and crying and trying to call home on dead cell phones, but they couldn't get through. There is so much fear out there even now because of gas main leaks. There was a point at which I watched firefighters run. Someone threw me forward. A paramedic truck let me jump inside and drove me halfway, and then a New York City bus driver opened his doors of an empty bus and drove me here to the broadcast center. To all of them, I mean, citizens of New York and have remained amazingly calm but deeply frightened.
CBS News correspondent Carol Marine, still covered with the smoke and pieces of the debris. Stick with us here, Carol. I want to repeat that New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani now says, and this is a direct quote, there have been a tremendous number of lives lost. Certainly no one at this early hour can know how many lives have been lost. But it's impossible to watch the pictures of both of the World Trade Centers collapsing. Keep in mind these buildings were 110 stories in height each, with 50,000 plus people generally working there on a weekday, which this of course is. So when the mayor of New York says there's been a tremendous number of lives lost, there's no question that it is true. Carol Marine, did you see any bodies? Did you see anyone that you said to yourself, that person is dead?
I saw people on stretchers that I was certain were dead. I saw firefighters and paramedics going into buildings where they themselves had to wonder if they were coming out. But there were a surprising number of people ambulatory and making their way out. I saw much more of that than I saw actual carnage. The concern that I heard from police and fire was that the people who were dead didn't make their way out of those towers, that most of the death is contained within those buildings.
And perhaps some people still alive inside the building. That frequently happens when by earthquake or something else there's been a collapse such as this. But mark it, this is unprecedented. There has never been anything like this. The twin towers of the World Trade Centers collapsing, 4 airplanes hijacked within the space of an hour and a half or 2 hours, an apparent attack by air, plane crashing near Camp David. Details on that are still sketchy, and there's some question as to if a plane crashed there, how close it actually got to Camp David. President Bush on his way, presumably back to Washington. The White House has air fighter cover and has had such since the first reports of the World Trade Center attacks. President Bush says it's an apparent terrorist attack. It's clear that one of the suspects in this is the worldwide, what has been described as the worldwide terrorist network of Osama bin Laden. However, let us mark well that nobody knows who's responsible for these apparently coordinated attacks on selected targets in America today. That out of London, a Saudi dissident who is connected with Osama bin Laden pointed out today, this is Mr. Abdel Bari Atwan, editor of a London-based Arabic newspaper, said, and I quote him, Islamic fundamentalists led by bin Laden were, quote, almost certainly behind the attack on the World Trade Center in New York. This is this one man's opinion. This man, who is well connected with Osama bin Laden, says it is most likely the work of Islamic fundamentalists. Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interests in an unprecedented attack, a very big one. Atwan told Reuters, and he said that he personally received information that Osama bin Laden was planning very, very big attacks against American interests. unquote. Now, those are the quotes of one man in London. We want to underscore, italicize, put in all caps, nobody knows who's responsible for these attacks. Osama bin Laden gets blamed for almost everything in the way of this kind of attack around the world. There's been considerable controversy and debate in the upper reaches of Western diplomacy and intelligence agencies about whether he alone is capable of pulling off these kinds of attacks. But all of that will be for later to sort out. Clearly, someone had coordinated attacks on these selected targets. Byron Pitts, our CBS News correspondent, is on the telephone from the tip of Manhattan. Byron.
Dan, we're about 3 blocks away from where the planes crashed into the buildings. Joining me now is a security officer in the World Financial Center who was there when the first plane struck the building. Sir, what can you tell us?
Okay, all I can tell you is that roughly at about 10 minutes to 9, I was in the lobby of one of the buildings of the World Financial Center when I heard a rumble. I went outside and I saw the first plane strike the side of the building. There was a lull. A fire started in the top of the World Trade Center building, and then about 5 minutes later, a second plane struck. Debris everywhere. People jumping out of windows of the World Trade Center trying to save themselves. Literally jumping to their deaths.
Did you have the opportunity at all to evacuate some of the floors in the building you were in?
Yes, we did. Quick thinking of our forces there, decided to get everybody out as quick as possible after the first plane struck. That little lull period before the second one came helped us greatly in getting thousands of people out of one of our buildings.
Did you actually see the plane strike the building?
I saw the second plane strike the side of the building because I was outside evacuating employees from our building at that time. That was when we witnessed people jump into their deaths literally from the side of the World Trade Center building while it was engulfed in flames.
You were saying you've been near the scene recently. What was the situation there?
The situation there was that about 15 to 20 minutes later, the structure that was remaining of the World Trade Center buildings caved in and fell straight to the ground, literally covering everybody that was within a quarter-mile radius of that building. Myself included was stuck in the lobby area until the fire department came and got me out.
You were saying that I've heard you on the radio talking to some of your colleagues. What's the latest information you're getting from the scene?
The latest information right now is that we have major gas leaks in that area, and they're making the area totally sterile around the World Trade Center and the World Financial Center area due to these gas leaks, because we've been having mini explosions happening from underneath because of all the carnage.
Can you get an explanation as to why cell phones in this area aren't working right now?
I can tell you the reason why a lot of the phones aren't working, and that's because the main transmission site that was on top of the World Trade Center controls a lot of those phones, and obviously it's no longer there, therefore eliminating cell phone coverages for quite a few people.
Everybody who was near you, all those people got away, yes, safely?
Most of them did, sir. Some of them didn't. A lot of emergency service personnel were also injured. Obviously, there are casualties also. A lot of media trucks, a few of them were damaged also, as well as NYPD and fire department vehicles who could not evacuate the area in time when the 2 towers came down to the ground.
You said you'd seen this kind of thing when you lived overseas. Tell me about that.
I happened to be in Europe and England back in 1993 when the IRA had struck Camden Town with a bomb. There was a lot of carnage there. The IRA, as you know from past history, do a lot of this kind of thing in mainland England. But I can tell you, sir, that there has never, ever, in my witness of anything like this, being in this business for a long time, have I witnessed anything as to what I've seen today in mainland New York City.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman is a security officer in the World Financial Center. Dan, I'm going to pass the phone on to my colleague, Mika Brzezinski, who has another eyewitness. We've been held up in PS 89 Elementary School, a few blocks from the building, and grabbing people as they come by. Here's Mika.
Yeah, and Byron, one note on PS 89. I just spoke to the head custodian here, and he says for emergency workers or anybody in the area, there is water and food available here. Dan, I know you have new information. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much. Mika Brzezinski and Byron Pitts on the scene where the World Trade Centers have collapsed. We want to put up again for you, if we can, the the airlines have confirmed that 4 aircraft were hijacked this morning, and the information on that, we're coming up to the top of the hour, we'll have as we go through the top of the hour. But it's noon in New York, just over 3 hours now since the first plane crashed into the first of the World Trade Center towers. This is CBS News continuing a live coverage of this incredible act of horror and terror, this cowardly act unlike any other this country has ever seen, a series of coordinated terror attacks against the United States. Now, here is the sequence of events that happened with the huge twin towers of the World Trade Center here in New York City. They've now been destroyed. 110 stories high. They collapsed after they were hit separately by 2 planes, apparently hijacked, striking minutes apart. In Washington, the Pentagon also came under attack. In an unprecedented response, all flights in this country have been grounded indefinitely. The entire country is on alert. In New York, there's a full terrorism alert. The congressional leadership has been taken to an undisclosed secure location. President Bush, at last report, was flying from Florida to Washington. Now, this is the timeline of what happened this morning. 9 a.m., the South Tower was hit. Shortly after that, the North Tower was hit. 9:30, traffic in the U.S. closed. President Bush spoke. At 10 a.m., a plane crashed at or near the Pentagon, and the South Tower collapsed. Then at 10:30, the North Tower collapsed. And at between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, a big plane crash reported in Somerset County of Pennsylvania. Then at or about 11 o'clock, we began to get additional information about the fact, and it now apparently is a fact, that 4 separate aircraft were hijacked. Now, Senator Chuck Hagel, Republican of Nebraska, says, well, what we had said earlier in the morning, that this is the second Pearl Harbor. I don't think I can overstate it. We called it earlier the Pearl Harbor of terrorism. Whatever you want to call it, this was a...
Numbers of people were able to get down the stairs. You'd have to assume that power in the building was probably disrupted. Elevators may not have been usable, that they were able to get down smoke-filled stairways to safety before both of those towers collapsed.
And as Pat Dawson just said, though, from the 60th floor up, it was very, very, very difficult. And there are 110 floors in the Twin Towers each in the World Trade Center. So you're talking about 50 floors, if his estimate is correct, of people. Now, the first explosion did occur at 8:42 in the morning. Some people might not have been at work yet, but many people here in New York, a workaholic town, get to work early, particularly those who are watching the markets, the overseas markets, and this is the financial center of the United States and, of course, of New York City as well.
Yeah, we have hesitated to use specific numbers, but Mayor Giuliani is saying it's a horrendous number of lives lost, and it could be in the thousands.
We want to go now to Ray Kelly, who's a former police commissioner here in New York City. Mr. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, after the terrorist attack in 1993 on the World Trade Center, security was beefed up, but there's nothing that could have been done to prevent this kind of an attack, it seems.
No, it appears that nothing could be done. And, of course, events in 1993 pale in comparison to this. This is a horrific event. As the mayor said, it appears to be thousands of casualties. And New York City emergency services, I believe, are the best in the world. But something like this, of course, could overwhelm any emergency service. But I think there is, I guess, some consolation to say that they are the best. And unfortunately, we don't know how many of them have been injured or perhaps killed.
Let me ask you a question about that, Ray. Is it true that the Center for New York Emergency is housed at the World Trade Center?
Yes, that is true. It was shifted there 2 years ago. It was up on the one of the, I think about the 7th or 8th floor in one of those buildings. And again, in hindsight, perhaps that shouldn't have been done, but it was a state-of-the-art facility, no question about it.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that facility, if you could, Ray. I mean, what specifically is it designed to do?
It's designed to coordinate. You have 40,000 police officers. You have a fire department with the emergency service, EMS component of about 15,000 people. The purpose of that facility was to coordinate activities in the event of emergencies. And again, it had state-of-the-art communications equipment. And it's something that it's just unfortunate as to where it was located. But there are temporary headquarters. New York City has several of them, and mobile temporary headquarters that I'm sure they're operating out of now.
At the same time, it must be fairly chaotic without the use of that center to coordinate the efforts.
Well, I guess everything is chaotic right now, but the emergency vehicles, I think New York City has a lot of major events, and they coordinate most of those events outside of that center. That center has kind of an oversight responsibility for a lot of the events. The coordination is done on the scene. So they practice doing that
And Ray,
on a
I mean,
regular basis.
obviously the problem here is not only do police officers and law enforcement and rescue people have to respond to what's happened at the World Trade Center, but also a large number have to fan out to make sure that nothing occurs at other landmark buildings throughout the city.
That's true, and of course services have to be provided throughout the city. The normal police and fire services, the rest of the city, 320 square miles, have to be covered by emergency services. So it is indeed a tremendous challenge.
Ray, you've been in the middle of these kinds of episodes when you were the police commissioner in '93 during the attack. Your whole life has been dedicated to law enforcement and national security matters. But aren't you stunned by the magnitude of this attack and the complete surprise of it all?
Yes, and the complexity of it. And I think we've relied for years on the relative lack of sophistication on the part of terrorist organizations. We've been very lucky, no question about it. We've had fairly good intelligence information, but then again, we knew nothing about the World Trade Center bombing before it happened. We had terrorists cross into our borders just before the millennium, December 14th of 1999. You can't predict these things. I am surprised, again, at the level of coordination and sophistication of these attacks.
Ray, what kind of game plan is in place? Obviously, following the bombing of the World Trade Center, officials really sat up and took notice and knew that this kind of attack, perhaps not of this magnitude, but another terrorist attack was possible. So what kind of game plan was put in place?
Well, there's tremendous reliance on intelligence gathering. Certainly the FBI and CIA work more closely now than ever in communicating with each other and gathering information with the NSA. The FBI has set up counterterrorism task forces throughout the country. There's now, I believe, 23 of them. New York City was the first. And indeed, that was the entity that did the investigation of the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. There's a lot more awareness now than there was in 1993, quite frankly, but obviously didn't prevent a terrible tragedy like this.
All right. Well, Ray Kelly, former New York Police Commissioner. Mr. Kelly, thanks very much for talking with us this morning. We're going to go now to Washington, to Campbell Brown, who is across the street from the White House, which, as we mentioned, has been evacuated. Campbell, what's the latest?
Well, Katie, we're not actually sure at the moment if where exactly the president is right now. He was in Florida this morning. We understand that he was told about the situation while he was in a holding room at the Booker Elementary School, where he was scheduled to do a reading event. He was was informed by his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, by telephone while he was in that holding room of the first incident when the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center. He was actually reading to children when he heard about the second incident, and that was from Andy Card, his chief of staff, who whispered in the president's ear while he was reading to children. We are told by White House officials that he is planning to convene a national security meeting of all of his top advisors. We do know that National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and other key officials are now meeting in the Situation Room at the White House. As we mentioned, the rest of the White House has been evacuated. Only key personnel are allowed there. That meeting began about 9:39, we're told, this morning. Everyone else, again, evacuated. One of the questions, Katie, that we're asking right now, given that no one's been informed where the president is, and this is, of course, deliberate, is whether or not the White House will decide to put him on the so-called doomsday plane. This is a special plane designed for the president in the event of a nuclear attack, and it's far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the absolute most advanced electronics, equipment on board. He's able to communicate with anyone at any time and able to command the armed forces from this plane. They're able to refuel it mid-air, and they could essentially keep the president on this plane for an extended period of time. We don't know if that's an option that has been been considered or something that they are looking at trying to do right now, or whether or not his plan is to come back here to the White House. The situation where we are now, though, it's fairly desolate because of the evacuation. They've actually pushed the White House staff, evacuated many of the buildings around here, and kept people several blocks away. We're at a hotel just about a block away where we do have a view, but again, only key personnel allowed in the White House at this time. Katie?
All right, Campbell Brown. Campbell, thank you very much for that update, and please keep us posted as things develop there.
Katie, joining us on the phone now is the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki. Governor, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, we're looking at some just devastating pictures of lower Manhattan, similar pictures at the Pentagon in Washington, and another incident in Pittsburgh. Just first of all, your reaction.
Well, it's just a horrible, horrible day. It's an attack upon America, an attack upon New York, and we have to respond longer term to make sure we protect ourselves. But right now, we have to deal with this crisis and try to help the people who are still trapped, still at risk. And we've mobilized our National Guard and statewide fire and emergency services teams, and we're communicating and working with the city, and everything we can do to try to provide support is being done.
After the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, I mean, was there a sense that some of the vulnerability had been eliminated through security measures? I mean, obviously no one can predict an airliner or two airliners crashing into these buildings, but was there some sense that security had been shored up?
You know, you do everything you can. You make sure that people don't get into the towers without being inspected. You make sure that people can't park under the towers, but you just can't be prepared for a plane to fly into one of the towers or two planes to fly into the towers. It's a horrible, horrible situation. Our heart goes out to all those whose families are at risk, and we're just going to do everything we can to respond and be supportive and helpful too.
Obviously, the loss of life is the primary concern right now in helping those who've been injured. But if you will, at least talk to me a little bit about the other impact of this building. This is, for example, as Tom and Katie and I have pointed out, the world financial center, the hub of finances in the world, if not at least here in the United States. What type of damage has been done to the financial infrastructure of this country?
The economic impact is something we can talk about as the days unfold. Right now, we still have to focus on making sure we save as many people as possible, help those who are injured, help with an orderly removal of the people who are leaving downtown and leaving the city. We're going to focus on that and be concerned about what may or may not be the economic consequences once the immediate crisis has passed.
All right. Do you have plans to get down to this area?
Yes, I'm in the city, and I've been in touch with the mayor, and we're going to be continuing to do everything we can.
Governor, what about other emergency procedures for the city of New York in the next several days in terms of what's going to remain shut down and so on? A lot of people have this as a destination. A lot of people, millions of people live here.
Tom, right now we do have limited service out of the city. We have both the Metro North and Long Island Railroad running out. We have the George Washington Bridge open. The tunnels are shut for security reasons. We're not having traffic other than emergency traffic come into the city. And I think at this point it would be extremely unlikely that we're going to have many people coming into the city tomorrow. We're going to be continuing to try to deal with the horrendous situation downtown.
Thank you very much, Governor. I know it's been a long and difficult day, and it will go on for you and for all New Yorkers for a long, long time, unfortunately.
Well, our prayers are with the families and the people whose lives are still at risk.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you.
We want to go now, Matt, to Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon. Jim, a lot of these flights were transcontinental flights, heavily loaded not only with passengers but with fuel.
That's right, Tom, and we just learned a few moments ago that the U.S. Navy is dispatching a couple of aircraft carriers from Norfolk, the JFK and the George Washington. One will be stationed off of New York. The other will be stationed in the Atlantic as close to Washington, D.C. as they can get. They'll be there to provide any possible military support that may be needed, including flying any kind of air cover should there be any additional warnings of any further terrorist attempted attacks. Now, as we stood here this morning, you can see the smoke is still billowing. The smoke just in the past few minutes has changed from black to white, a strong indication that they're throwing more water on the fire, as we saw from other vantage points. But the priority now is to get the fire under control. A casualty count is impossible at this point, Tom. As you've seen from the earlier pictures, the plane opened a huge wide gash in the side of the building. We're being told between the 4th and the 5th corridors. It smashed through the E and D rings, and people who were in that area tell me that debris and parts of the plane actually penetrated deep all the way into the B ring. There are 5 rings, A through E, and it entered in the E ring, so it plowed through a number of the rings. The priority now, as I said, is accounting for the casualties. Medevac helicopters have been flying in and out. You hear the ambulances. Occasionally, we've even seen F-16s flying low routes around the Pentagon and over Washington, D.C., flying those CAPs or air patrol missions that are usually flown in combat. But to see 2 aircraft carriers moved in locations off the United States to provide air cover, Tom, I mean, that's the kind of thing you normally see in a war zone.
Mick, can you tell me, was that chosen randomly where they hit the Pentagon? Can you tell us what the function of those people in that particular ring was, where it was hit?
Well, it's interesting because a number of people, and this really wasn't sarcastic, but they said, well, they hit on the wrong side, because just the opposite side of the building, of course, you have the offices of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. We were on that side of the building when the plane hit. We felt the building shake, the windows rattle, and looking outside immediately saw people on the run. There was pandemonium in the hallways. Now that section of the Pentagon, I thought at first when it was described to me that it may have hit in an area where some of the special operations offices are located. The Assistant Secretary for Special Operations is located near there, but the plane actually hit maybe about 60 to 70 feet to the right of that location. In that part of the building, there's it's very near a mall area, actually, where they have a shopping area for Pentagon employees. After all, there are 25 to 30,000 employees in there on any given day. And also in that part of the building, you had many Navy personnel, many reserve personnel. I bumped into many Army personnel who are adjacent to that. They think everybody's all right. The Navy people I talked to said they still had a few people that were unaccounted for. But again, it's going to be impossible to tell exactly what the casualty count is in there until they get that fire under control.
Matt.
All right. Jim Michalczewski outside the Pentagon, thanks very much. Joining us now is General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of all forces in the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, you've seen the footage, I'm sure, of the Pentagon and of southern Manhattan. We haven't seen much footage outside Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, you know, it's a very, very sad day for this country. It's really a sad day for the world as far as I'm concerned, and your heart goes out to all those families, and your prayers go out to all those people who lost their lives.
We are fighting a war now, it seems, a terrorist war here in this country. The question is, how do we go about fighting it, General?
Well, you know, that's one of those easy questions to ask and one of those very tough questions to answer. The deterrence against terrorists is almost impossible because these are people who could care less about their own survival. And normally deterrence is just says, you know, you hit me and we hit you back harder. And in this case, these people don't care whether they lose their lives or not, and therefore it makes it doubly tough to deter. The fact is that the world is getting smaller, and you know, terrorism has come to our shores because we have the ability to span oceans and great distances in a very short time.
Yeah, General, have you been able to talk to anyone at the Pentagon and get some updates on who may have been injured or lost?
No, I mean, the information that I've heard is basically what you all have, and that's it. You know, they didn't hit the very critical parts, and therefore maybe we don't have as many casualties there. But when you look at what happened at the World Trade Center and the number of casualties that they probably have there, it's just horrendous.
General Schwarzkopf, hi, it's Katie. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously you've been in the military for a long, long time. Have you ever heard, or is this a method of destruction that the U.S. military was aware of and had concerns about, where they would actually, hijackers would use a plane as a flying bomb?
Well, Katie, you know, Tom Clancy wrote a book about just that. Several years ago, he wrote a book about a Japanese pilot crashing his 747 directly into the Capitol building and wiping out the national government. And so it's not something that's new. Obviously, what's kind of shocking is we thought we had good protection against hijacking of aircraft, and what's very apparent today is that something needs to be done about that if this many aircraft can be hijacked
meaning security also at airports across the country, General?
Well, that and many other measures that could be taken. But I mean, it's kind of frightening when you consider the number of aircraft that were simultaneously hijacked and apparent with, I don't know, I can't say with apparent ease, I don't know, but it did in fact happen, and that's kind of frightening in itself.
Well, also, General Tom Brokaw here, the failure of intelligence here. I know it's always easy to say that at this point, but this is a very sophisticated and obviously widespread, complex operation that was planned. It was very tightly held in the most sophisticated way.
Yeah, Tom, but you and I both know that getting inside the intelligence, getting inside a terrorist group is probably the most difficult type of penetration that you can do. I mean, you've got to have somebody on the inside that can let you know what's going on, and that's not always the easiest thing to do in this type of terrorist organization.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll be back in touch with you throughout the day as we get more information. We'd love to get your oversight on all of this if we can.
Okay.
Well, let's go to Paul Bremer now, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who's the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. Mr. Ambassador, do we have any idea whatsoever who may be responsible for this?
Well, as you were just saying, we have a massive intelligence failure and a huge security failure that's going to have to be looked into. Analytically, there probably are 4 possible candidates. There's the Osama bin Laden al-Qaeda group that you've been talking about. There is the possibility of a Middle Eastern group such as Hezbollah or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad conducting an attack like this. And there are at least 2 states which at least are capable of such an attack, and that would be Iran and Iraq. So you have probably not more than 4 suspects.
How do we begin to find out who is responsible?
Well, the good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in. They will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names. They will have had to have showed pieces of identity. There will be a trail that will lead back from the hijackers at some point to the perpetrators. It may take some time, but we'll get there.
You're an expert on national security matters, Ambassador. How is this country going to have to change?
Well, I think it's one of those great challenges of fighting terrorism is to find the balance between being tempted to overreact, but also being absolutely certain, as the President said this morning, that people understand we're not going to take this sitting down. And I think once the perpetrators have been identified, and I believe they will be, the United States will have to retaliate with the full force of its military as hard as it possibly can. This is an act of war. It's an act of war that some have described as a domestic Pearl Harbor. In many ways, it's worse than Pearl Harbor. I think we will probably find the casualties are going to be higher than they were at Pearl Harbor. In Pearl Harbor, we knew immediately who had done it, and we therefore knew what the return address was. It was Japan. Here, we have higher casualties, less certainty as to where the attack came from, and therefore a more difficult response. But there must be a very strong military response to this act of war.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who is a longtime colleague of Henry Kissinger and a veteran of national security affairs in this country. This is routine in times like this. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan has condemned what he called the terrorist attack, saying this is a terrorist act. We strongly condemn, as the Taliban have given shelter to the Saudi militant Osama bin Laden, of course, and he's been accused by the United States in the past of masterminding these kinds of attacks. So they're at least on the record, from a rhetorical point of view, of saying we had nothing to do with this.
Let's go to Martin Fletcher, NBC's Martin Fletcher, Tom, who is in Israel right now. Martin, tell me the reaction by the Israelis to this turn of events here in the United States.
Well, of course, everybody has been very, very quick to express complete solidarity with the United States. The Israelis, of course, are very experienced in these kind of things. They've offered to send all their emergency help they can to the United States. They've also, by the way, just closed the Israeli airspace just in case things do spread. But among the Palestinians, there's a different reaction. Yasser Arafat immediately expressed complete horror, condemned the attacks completely, but on the same time, in some places on the streets, in the Palestinian towns, there's been rather strong expressions of support, of delight even. There were 3,000 Palestinians took to the streets, we're told, in the West Bank city of Nablus, and smaller demonstrations also in East Jerusalem, Tulkarm, Bethlehem, other Palestinian towns in support of the bombers, happy of these few Palestinians at what has happened. But of course that's just, we don't know how widespread that is, but there have been some clear support, demonstrations of support for the bombings.
But Martin, we should point
but
out...
I must stress, the Palestinian leader, I should stress that Palestinian leaders all condemn totally the bombings.
We should put into some perspective for us, if you could, Martin, how displeased many Palestinians are with the United States right now about their feelings that somehow the U.S. is siding more with Israeli and what's going with the Israelis in terms of what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, there's complete support across the board belief among Palestinians that the United States and Israel are one. That the United States is together with Israel in the situation here in Israel and the West Bank. They believe the United States completely supports Israel and therefore deserves to some kind of attacks against the United States. So there have been many calls here, especially in recent weeks, by the way, in some of the Palestinian media, for attacks against the United States. So there is a great feeling of anger, a great belief that America supports Israel, and a great belief also that Israel, without American support, could not be as aggressive in its retaliation against Palestinian suicide attacks as it is. So
but Martin, that's really
a feeling, strong feeling.
I was just going to say, Martin, that sentiment. I was just going to say that sentiment is really nothing new. Has it been exacerbated in recent weeks in terms of how the Bush administration has been dealing with the Mideast?
I think it has been exacerbated because throughout the last 11 months of the fighting, there was always a feeling among Palestinian leaders that the worse the fighting got, the more likely it would be that the United States administration would intervene, would try to help impose a solution on the Palestinians and the Israelis. The Palestinians have always wanted an international force to get involved, believing that's the only way to really get to a solution, an imposed solution. And what they're seeing from Washington is, if anything, President Bush backtracking from that, making it rather clear in several statements from American leaders that Israel and the Palestinians should get on with it, and that until there's a real possibility of peace talks, America won't get involved. That's the belief of Palestinians. But of course, I just want to stress that this Palestinian anger, we don't know that has anything to do, of course, with what happened today.
All right. Thank you, Martin Fletcher, in Israel this morning, this afternoon.
I was going to say we have a couple of other developments that we ought to share with everyone. Ripple effect seems like an understatement. The U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada now have been closed. White House sources are saying all principals in the White House, senior Bush advisors and officials like the Vice President and the President himself are either in the Situation Room or in bomb shelters. They will not say exactly where the President is except to say that he is safe. There have been comparisons to Pearl Harbor this morning. 2,400 people were killed in Pearl Harbor on that attack on December 7, 1941. It is likely that the death toll today will be higher. The political magnitude of this is yet to be fully calibrated as well. But as we have been saying throughout the day, this is a new form of warfare against the United States.
And as Ambassador Bremer said, in that case, we had the return address.
Right.
It's still certainly unclear and may remain unclear who was responsible for these absolutely horrendous attacks.
Christian Martin is a producer for Dateline NBC, and he joins us now. Christian, you were obviously down in the area based on your appearance, and I understand you shot some video while you were down there. First of all, tell me how close to the buildings you were.
I was probably about 2 to 3 blocks away, and they were moving most of the folks back. Near me were probably 20 or 30 cops and emergency personnel, and at this point we were thinking, wow, and then suddenly this cloud started moving real fast, as you can see, and it was a dead sprint for about 20 of us. I found the corner as the cloud blew me into a car across the street. I crawled under a car. You could hear, it was pitch black, you could hear chunks of concrete falling all around you.
You were under a car?
I got blown into a car and then crawled under a car.
How difficult was it to breathe at that point?
Very difficult. It was probably pitch black for about 2 minutes. I was covering my mouth. It was, for a while you didn't hear anything, and then you heard a lot of moans and groans. That it was really just a canyon, and the entire force of the blast came shooting down it much faster than you would imagine. As you watched it fall, you thought.
You say you heard moans and groans. Did you see many of the injured around you when the dust finally settled somewhat, so that you could get out from under the car?
I was really kind of in shock and stumbled around for a little bit. You could see that there were some people there. Everybody that was in the area was pretty affected. There was no emergency personnel helping anybody. Everybody that was there was in pretty bad shape at the moment. And as I started to wander farther and farther away from it, you could see more people coming. The cops and the firemen down there were just incredible, and probably still are down there.
Obviously, it was a very frightening situation for you to be in. Did you have any idea? I mean, were they anticipating that because of the size of the hole in this building, that the whole building might come crashing down?
That wasn't my sense. I mean, it was obviously a terrible tragedy, but I felt that I was down in Oklahoma City about 3 hours after that blast happened, and I felt that things were beginning to ramp down. The emergency, obviously, there was a lot of tragedy going on, but I felt like the cops and the firemen were sort of beginning to get the situation under control. They were moving everybody back. By and large, the streets were cleared. There was a lot of emergency tape, and then when that started, we were all surprised. You can hear the voices saying, "Move back." I mean, there were a lot of people on the street.
Did you see the triage units at work and people being helped in the immediate vicinity? Because one of our first concerns when this happened was, what about the people who were outside the building who were in serious shape?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on right in the immediate area. I assume I hope there was no one around. As I said, I sort of stumbled away from it, and by the time I got 3 or 4 blocks away and the air cleared enough so that you could see, we were then all being pushed away. But, I mean, you could still see the remains of the plane crash from earlier that day. I mean, I shot some video of a huge airplane wheel. There were body parts, all over West Street. I mean, it was insane down there.
Well, Christian, thanks so much for coming by. We're glad you're safe, of course, as well. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to Washington, where Bob Hager is standing by with more information. Bob.
Katie, the word now on these air crashes is there's 266 dead total. That's the rough addition at the moment in the hijacking of 4 planes. 2 of them were United Airliners and 2 American Airliners. 2 out of the 4, by the way, I'm getting my own voice coming back to me in my ear if somebody can help me on that. 2 of them were American, 2 United Airliners. 2 of the 4 took off from Boston, 1 from Newark, 1 from Washington, Dulles. 2 of those planes went into the World Trade Center, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania. There are 50 flights that are still in the air at this point. That is 50 commercial flights. The FAA has put what they call a ground hold on all flights in the U.S. So 50 of those flights are still in the air. That means that virtually everybody's landed at this point, and if there's any good news in any of this, they say that at the moment none of those planes appear to be hijacked or in trouble. And they're all very close to landing now, within 40 or 50 miles of an airport, their airport where they intend to land. So that should put them on the ground in the next half hour or so.
Bob, I just want to ask you, Bob, have many of those planes been diverted? In other words, are they reaching their destinations, or are they having emergency or premature landings elsewhere?
Yeah, there is nothing on that. They left it to the discretion of the pilots. They said if you want to go on to your landing, unless you're going to land in New York or Washington, go ahead to your landing if you want to, or you can divert if you choose to do that. So New York and Washington were the only 2 that were closed to incoming flights. I'm now told that there are 22 international flights still in the air. So we have 50 domestic commercial flights still in the air, 22 international flights still in the air. None of those believed to be in trouble, so that it's been more than 2 hours now since the last of these crashes, and hopefully if that word is correct from the FAA, then we've seen the last of this.
Bob,
Again,
I was just going to mention,
surely.
Peter Greenberg, our travel editor, had an interesting observation that perhaps the airlines that or planes that were chosen were because they had the most fuel. They were planning to travel across country most of those flights. Can you weigh in on that?
It is curious that 3 out of these 4 flights were bound for Los Angeles. They were 757s and 767s.
And the other to San Francisco.
Yeah, but none of them had to fly long distances because the 2 crashes in New York, let's see, those planes came from Boston, and from the second tower crash was, both of those flights were from Boston, the 2 crashes into the World Trade Center towers, and then the crash here in Washington into the Pentagon was a takeoff from Washington Dulles, so that's very close by. And the crash that happened in rural Pennsylvania was a takeoff from Newark Airport. So that was not a terribly long distance.
Seb, I think what Katie's getting to, Bob, is that the planes were loaded with a lot of fuel because they were anticipating a long flight, and perhaps they were chosen because of the damage that fuel would do on impact.
Well, that could be a factor, yes, because you would imagine that a plane with a whole lot of fuel would make a lot bigger explosion than one that was had only a limited amount of fuel left.
All right, Bob Hager in Washington. Bob, thank you very
Surely.
much. So now we know from Bob that there are 266 people dead as a result of those 4 planes. Obviously, this is an unspeakable tragedy for so many families throughout the country, not to mention all the lives lost here in New York City and at the Pentagon. But again, American Airlines Flight 11, American Airlines Flight 77, United Airlines Flight 175, and United Airlines Flight 93. Both American Airlines flights, I understand, were en route from Boston to Los Angeles. The United Airlines flight, one from Newark to San Francisco, and the second from Washington, D.C., actually from Dulles International Airport in Virginia to Los Angeles as well. If you need any information about a loved one on board, these are the following numbers you should call: 1-800-245-0999 or 1-800-932-8555. Those numbers, the first one for American Airlines, the second one for United.
And of course, what we don't know about those flights is what happened in the cockpit. That had to be the worst kind of terror, because they were able to force the plane, 2 of the planes into the World Trade Center and then 1 into the Pentagon. Did they take over controls? Did they shoot the pilot and the co-pilot? Did they have a gun at their head and force them to do this? We don't know, and we don't know whether there's any radio traffic to describe what may have been going on at that time. There's just been one report that they knew there was a hijacking, and they were citing radio traffic at that time. So this only adds to the horror that I think everyone is beginning to feel across this country today. Clearly. About what they try to imagine what has been going on. And it is just beginning, I suspect, for a lot of people to fully sink in about what we're going through. And we are just halfway through this day. And it's going to be a long day and a long week and many months to come as we continue to deal with this. So there's going to be a test of this country, and we're going to have to steel ourselves for some very difficult decisions
Clearly,
ahead.
this was a suicide mission of enormous magnitude, and of course we heard speculation from Pat Dawson at the scene that there might have even been a secondary bomb on board the aircraft, although who knows what kind of explosion would occur if a plane actually crashes in a building that's 110 stories high.
Is it too much to ask? Do we still have that identified? We're not going to do this in a gratuitous way, but to give you an idea of what happened, we have an astonishing piece of videotape of the second plane going into the World Trade Center, and you can see it coming from right to left across the screen. We'll try to play that for you in slow motion. There it is, first real time, and now let's just back it up for a moment and we'll play it in slow-mo so that you can see that in fact it was an airliner.
And when you saw the impact from a different angle, you saw the plane hit one side of the building and then you saw parts of the other side of the building blowing out. So you can only imagine how far that plane traveled through the building on impact. And keeping in mind that we want to talk about the location here. Southern tip of Manhattan, Newark Airport, probably what, Tom, as the crow flies, 10 miles
maybe
to the west and south. Kennedy Airport, another 10 miles maybe to the east. LaGuardia Airport, just to the east as well and slightly north. So air traffic, obviously, it's a congested area, although that was restricted airspace. No planes fly that close to New York City.
Landing gear at the bottom is somewhere in lower Manhattan. It was December 7th, 1941, actually the next day, that FDR said this is a day that shall live in infamy. We are living through another day of infamy for this country.
That was some videotape that was taken by our producer, our Dateline producer, Christian Martin, who was at the scene, Tom, right before that tower collapsed. I'm not sure if he was there before the first tower collapsed or the second tower. I believe it was the first tower. And as we saw, as you mentioned, airline debris, and apparently Christian saw some very grisly things on the scene.
Well, it turns out that President Bush has been diverted to Barksdale Air Force Base, which we believe is in Louisiana, and we expect to hear from him shortly. He has been taken to a secure area. There were reports that he would be taken back to Washington, to Andrews Air Force Base. We've been talking about the secure facilities that are available there to him in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Actually, the briefing room in the White House itself is secure, but they've decided to divert him, obviously, to an Air Force base, and he will be addressing the nation shortly. You have in your nation's capital now F-16s flying CAPs, they're called. These are air cover missions over the nation's capital after the plane went into the Pentagon today. So we have never been witness to anything quite like this in the United States within the continental borders of this country. An active war, nothing less than that. There is your nation's capital. It is effectively evacuated from the Capitol building itself down majestic Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. A crisis of grave proportions on this land, and the President of the United States in his first year in office will be addressing the nation, we're told, before too long.
And we would have to assume this would have been true, but a Navy public affairs spokesman now tells WUSA-TV that there are indeed dead inside the Pentagon. We want to go back to Lower Manhattan. NBC's Pat Dawson is standing by there with more. Pat?
Matt, hundreds of people, we assume, hundreds of people based on the information that we've gotten from emergency officials here are still in there. Obviously, we don't know their condition. We have not seen anybody coming out in some time. The question really for rescue officials at this point is when they can begin to move large numbers of emergency service units, either firefighters, police, or of any kind, into that area down there. This area you're looking at here, we are probably about 12 blocks north of where the World Trade Center once stood. This area here has been secured off basically for emergency workers and also for the press. If you just beyond those police barricades, about 50 yards beyond me, is as far as we are allowed to go. And then beyond that, as you can see, literally hundreds of firefighters and other emergency workers who are massed down there. They have bulldozers, they have all sorts of ambulances and the like. But we have not seen more than a handful of ambulances coming out of there in the last hour or so. That may be only that they are not using this particular way out. That is, of course, possible. They may be routing them from other directions. We can't say that. But at least from this direction, we have seen only a handful of ambulances coming out of there. And clearly, there have to be a great many people in there who are either injured or dead at this point. We spoke to a Port Authority police officer, a lieutenant who was in the building at the time just a few minutes ago. The Port Authority, we remind you once again, is the agency that runs those two twin towers, as well as the World Trade Center complex and the airports and the tunnels and bridges around New York City. He said that he had been in the building at the time, that he heard the explosions. He said it was a frightening situation. And at one point after the initial crash of those two airliners into the sides of the buildings, when there were fires blazing, he said that he saw at least a couple of people leaping from high floors, obviously because of the fires presumably behind them. Anyone leaping from a height of that, he said probably at least the 30th floor, obviously leaping to their death. There will be a number of horrible stories. We have already heard many of them so far, but at this point we have basically what we have is hundreds of emergency rescue people who are massed here, and we are waiting to hear when they will be able to go in significant numbers. That's the key thing. A handful may go in here and there, but obviously there are most likely large numbers of people who need help, and we are waiting to hear when large numbers of rescue workers will be able to go in. Back to the studio.
All right, Pat Dawson here in Manhattan. Pat, thank you very much. A bulletin has just crossed that says President Bush says U.S. military on high alert at home and abroad. Again, we believe he is being diverted to Louisiana, and we are waiting to hear word from him. He will reportedly address the nation sometime in the next few hours.
I'm going to go back to Lower Manhattan. Ann Thompson is standing by with more on the story. Ann?
Hi, Matt. Hi, Katie. I was down trying to get to the World Trade Center about 10 o'clock this morning, and I was walking on Broadway at Fullerton, and suddenly we heard an explosion. It was the first tower coming down, and down Broadway you could just see this wall of debris come flying at us, and I was by myself. I took cover in between a column and the building at 195 Broadway, And we stood there I crouched there probably for about a good 5 minutes. It took that long for all the debris to come by, for the air to clear. When I got up, I was covered head to toe with debris. They opened the building. The gates in that building had been locked. They opened the doors. We went inside. They had evacuated this building, which was some 28 floors of commercial space, right after the first plane went into the World Trade Center. We stood in there. You could see outside. It looked like a war zone. Debris, dust, ankle deep, cars on fire, cars turned askew in the explosion. We decided to stay inside. I was there with some firemen and some maintenance workers of this building. We decided to stay in there because it appeared to be safer inside. Then at about 10:30, it looked like everything was all clear. I started to walk out. I walked down Broadway towards Canal, and we heard a second explosion. I ran back into the building. All the chandeliers shook. Again, we were covered with black debris from everywhere. At that point, a fireman came into the building and said we all had to stay in one place. He then told us all to get out of the building because they felt if there was a third explosion that this building would be in danger. And then I walked down Broadway to Canal Street, and it was like walking through something that looked like out of a movie set of a nuclear holocaust. It was nothing but debris and papers and all parts of buildings down and glass.
Can we please move?
I will,
please.
sir. I will.
Right now, please.
Tell the people, please move back.
All right, obviously, Ann Thompson. Ann, thank you very much for that report. Ann's being asked to move her location. Obviously, firefighters and police officers are frantically trying to help those people who have been hurt, who perhaps have not been rescued, or perhaps to retrieve even bodies as a result of this.
So many people in this country obviously in a state of shock over what's happened in several locations, but at times like this you do find people who try to rally to do what they can at St. Vincent's Hospital, which is just south of the World Trade Center, where they've taken a lot of the wounded, 184 patients in total, 10 critical. There are lines now of people who are showing up to donate blood, which is something
heartening in the face of this tragedy. Catherine Hughes is at Virginia Hospital Center, where many of the people who were hurt at the Pentagon, where yet another plane crashed early this morning, is here to tell us what the situation is. Is this the old Arlington Hospital, Catherine?
Yes, it is, Katie.
Can you tell us about the people you're seeing there?
We now have approximately 26 patients. We are expecting more. They're coming in at the moment. We have called in additional surgeons, nurses, and other staff members to help with this crisis, and we've seen basically a variety of medical issues coming in. We do have some in surgery at this time.
So tell me about the medical issues that these individuals are experiencing, Catherine, if you could.
As I said, there are a variety of medical issues, some severe and some not. We do have some cuts, burns, people coming in with shortness of breath. We took our first person at about 10:35 this morning, and they are coming from the Pentagon area.
Catherine, if you could give us an idea, is this the only area hospital that is treating people who are inside the Pentagon at the time of the crash, or have they been diverted to other hospitals as well?
I don't know that. I know that we have already seen 26, and we currently are receiving patients at this time.
A Navy Public Affairs spokesperson has confirmed, or apparently told a local station in Washington, that people have lost their lives inside the Pentagon. And you expect how many more patients, Catherine?
We're expecting patients. We don't know how many. We are just taking them at this time.
All right. Catherine Hughes at Virginia Hospital Center, formerly known as Arlington Hospital. Catherine, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just to recap where the president was when this occurred, just before 9 o'clock this morning, he was taking part in an education event near Longboat Key, Florida. He was actually, we understand, reading to students down there when he first got word of the first plane crashing into the World Trade Center, and then he was given word that a second plane had crashed into the other tower. He did have a chance to make some comments before heading out of Florida, and here's a sample of what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
I want to mention that President Bush is said to have made a couple of other comments. He said that freedom itself was attacked, freedom will be protected, and that the U.S. will hunt down and punish those responsible. Go ahead.
He also said that the U.S. military was on high alert at home and abroad.
Just to update you on the situation, we told you that there had been several international flights en route to the United States. The original plan from the FAA was to divert those to Canada. We now understand that they will be allowed to land in the U.S. The FAA is not saying why they're not going forward with their original plans to divert to Canada, and we don't have any information on the points of origin or the destinations of those 22 planes. NBC's Campbell Brown is standing by in Washington. Campbell?
Well, Matt, what we can tell you is that we do know the president now is at the Barksdale Air Force Base. That's in Shreveport, Louisiana, northern Louisiana. He flew there from Florida, where he was this morning, and it was interesting because in those early minutes, shortly after Air Force One took off from Florida, no one was told within the White House press corps where the president was, where he was going. Our information now is coming from what we call the travel pool. It is one network reporter who is on board the plane with the president. He did make a brief statement. We're waiting to get more on what he said when they landed at Barksdale Air Force Base. We're not sure whether or not he's going to stay there or that they will take the president somewhere else. There are a number of options, obviously. There's a bunker in Colorado Springs that the military runs. There is the so-called Doomsday plane, which is another option. This is an aircraft that is far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the most advanced electronic equipment on board where the president could communicate with anyone from that plane. It can stay in the air. It can be refueled in the air. So it is something that was designed and built in the event that there was a nuclear attack, but it is a possible option today if they feel like they need that. Of course, the president, when he was in Florida and initially made those remarks you played a moment ago, he did say he was coming back from Washington, but obviously now they're reevaluating the situation to try to figure out where it may be best for him to operate from. There are a few officials still at the White House now. His National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and other key officials are in the White House. We're told they're operating out of the Situation Room, and that a few areas of the White House have been designated as so-called hard rooms, meaning Special Secret Service agents are there guarding the few key people who are needed to stay at the White House. The rest of the White House has been evacuated. But the president is obviously in close contact with his national security team, who is remaining there for the time being. He was informed of this while he was in Florida at an education event this morning of the first incident when the first plane flew into the World Trade Center. He was told by phone by his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, while he was in a holding room, while he was about to go out and speak to some elementary school children. Then while he was actually reading to these students, a note was passed him from his Chief of Staff, Andy Card. In the pictures, you can see the reaction on the president's face, as shocked as the rest of us at what had happened. And his plans immediately changed, initially to come back to Washington, but now, again, the Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, and we'll be waiting further word on where he will go from here and where he will sort of command the military operations, given the situation. Matt?
All right, Campbell, thank you very much. Katie?
Meanwhile, Matt, Cardinal Egan of the New York Archdiocese is joining us now. He has been outside St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan delivering last rites to some of the people who have been brought to that hospital. Your Eminence, thank you for talking with us. Can you tell us or describe the scene for us, if you could?
Well, I've been here since the very beginning. We have 184 patients here at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. 10 are critical, and 6 are of the police department or the fire department. So far, 2 have passed away. The situation has been that the doctors and the nurses are waiting outside here. The hospital is completely mobilized, and we believe that we will be able to handle whomever they send We understand that Bellevue Hospital and St. Vincent's Hospital are the two places where they'll be sending the most critically injured, and that they do have triage down closer to the two centers. I have to say this, that I've taken care of a lot of people spiritually, anointed a lot of people, and I've no limit to my admiration for what I've seen of the doctors, the nurses, and the staff, and the administration of St. Vincent's Hospital. And I'm told that that is what is to be found throughout this great city of New York. We're addressing this the way New Yorkers address things, with a prayer and with a total commitment to help everyone who is hurting, and especially to make it clear to families and others that we will be doing the very best we can for their loved ones.
Well,
I have here Dr. Ackerman, if you'd like to speak to him.
Sure, that would be great.
Here he is right now.
Dr. Ackerman, are you an emergency physician there? Dr. Ackerman, it's Katie Couric. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the situation there and how the patients are doing? I know that you have about 184 patients. Is that correct?
That's correct, Katie. And actually, the number is growing as the minutes go on. When the first ambulances came in, there were 10 or 11 people in each of them. Now that the triage centers are set up downtown, we're getting fewer patients at the moment, but we're getting the most critically injured. Severe burns, several heart attacks, multiple traumas, many broken bones. And probably what's most striking is that everyone that's coming is coming full of gray powder from the massive explosions that obviously took place. There are family centers set up here at the medical center. There's a special number that family members can call to try to find out if their loved one is here at St. Vincent's. That's area code 212-604-7285. And the New York City Police Department's working very closely with us. We're very grateful that His Eminence has been here to help us and our staff, and we continue to be prepared. I was here for the last major incident with the World Trade Center, and this, in my opinion, is many, many times worse.
Well, Dr. Ackerman, do you have enough people on staff to take care of the hundreds of people who are there already and the other people who may be arriving at your hospital?
We are very well staffed right now, Katie. We are a little bit concerned, though, about later in the day. People will obviously wear down the number of traumas that you can handle, that one can handle not only physically but psychologically, and so we're asking all of the people that call us at this point in time to please check with us around 5 or 6 o'clock this evening, because we fear we're going to need another shift of workers to handle the tragedy of this magnitude.
All right, and we heard that people were standing in line to donate blood, and of course that was heartening news for us to hear under the circumstances. Dr. Ackerman, thank you very much. I know you're very, very busy, so we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Katie, we've been showing basically video of New York and the World Trade Centers, or where the World Trade Centers used to be, and of Washington and the Pentagon, and we've forgotten somewhat to remind people that there was the crash of another plane, a fourth plane outside Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and we don't have video of that story at the moment. That's one of the reasons we haven't been talking about it as much, but that's the fourth prong in this terrorist attack on U.S. soil, and it's just information we'll be trying to get as the day progresses.
In fact, we want to just repeat those airline numbers, which is extremely upsetting news for people who had loved ones on these flights, but we want to give you that information. The 4 aircraft involved: American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was American Airlines Flight number 77 from Dulles, Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. And finally, United Flight 93, the plane you just referred to that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. It was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
Here are the phone numbers if you'd like to inquire. If you think you had a family member or a loved one on board any of those planes, American Airlines has set up a number at 1-800-245-0999, and United Airlines 1-800-932-8555.
Also to the other parts of the world where these enemies of the United States, with whom we've talked quite a lot about today, at the moment must surely think they have the United States on the run to some extent. And while the Taliban, the political leadership, political, military, religious leadership in Afghanistan said this morning that they condemned this and had nothing to do with it, and it could not have been Osama bin Laden, because he wasn't sophisticated enough to do it. It had to be a country or a government, certainly. And while the chairman of the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, came out and put as much distance as they could between them and the Palestinian people, this acted in the Palestinian people, the president needs to be on station to talk it. As does the mayor of New York, and Mayor Giuliani is with us at the moment. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can, Peter.
Mr. Mayor, I saw you several times on the street today, and it looked like you were deeply sharing the horror that all of us feel. But I'd really appreciate, aside from, on top of your sentiments about all this, give us some sense of what's going on.
What is going on now is a massive rescue effort. We have thousands of police officers and firefighters in Lower Manhattan trying to rescue as many people as we possibly can. There are still a lot of people there that are injured, hurt, dazed, and we're trying to get them out, and we're mobilizing all of our fire, police, and emergency resources to do that. The governor has alerted the National Guard, and they're being deployed to come and relieve us early to later this afternoon. And the urban search and rescue teams are coming here from around the country to also assist us. But until then, which means until probably 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, our police department, our fire department, and our emergency people are being stretched to the limit, and I'm sure we've also lost a significant number of them.
You're reluctant, I assume, to put any other name attached to the casualties except significant. Do you believe it's hundreds or thousands?
I really don't. I really don't want to say right now, Peter. I think it's going to be a horrible number. I saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. I saw some of the firefighters who I know going into the building. And we were in a building in which we were trapped for about 10, 15 minutes.
Are you talking about did you go immediately to the Office of Emergency Management?
No, I went down to the scene, and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management. And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. And it did collapse before we could actually get out of the building. So we were trapped in the building for 10, 15 minutes and finally found an exit and got out, walked north, and took a lot of people with us.
My question is, the Office of Emergency Management headquarters, into which you put enormous effort for coordination in a disaster like this, has it been damaged? Is it still operating? It's gone?
It's been damaged. I don't know how badly. And right now, that whole area of Manhattan, including the police department, which is another area we would operate from, City Hall, is another area we would operate from, have been closed off. So we've moved to a secure location in Midtown Manhattan where we're operating city government.
Is it fair to say, do you think, that all of your drills for dealing with terrorism and disaster are going according to plan, or has this been of such of magnitude that we've just all been caught totally off balance?
Oh, there's no question we were all caught totally off balance. No one could possibly expect large airplanes to crash into the World Trade Center the way this happened. I think, having said that, as I watched what the police officers and the firefighters were doing, I think they're going to save the maximum number of lives you could possibly save in a situation like this. I mean, the emergency efforts that they've been going through over the last 2.5 hours are nothing short of inspiring.
And when the National Guard comes in did you say to take over or offer some relief, what can the National Guard do that you cannot do at a city level?
Oh, at this point, what they can do is relieve men who are going to be exhausted physically and emotionally.
Now, just if you would, because I know how busy you are, just give us some sense of what you thought at the time about all this.
I thought that I would never live to see anything like this. I didn't think anything like this was possible. When I first arrived there, I rushed down there from Midtown Manhattan, and I saw the first building that had been crashed open. And when you look at it, it takes you a minute to really comprehend that this is actually happening. And to see people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. I mean, I don't think I've ever had a nightmare that's worse than this.
Mr. Mayor, one last question. You said you never believed you'd live to see anything like this, and yet in the past you've been one of the leaders in preparing for just this kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, but you keep you prepare for the worst, but you don't believe that it'll happen, and this is the worst. And I can only say that I thank God for the police department and the fire department that we have, because this would be much, much worse. And I'm also very proud of the people of the city. We evacuated Lower Manhattan with literally thousands of people, walked along with them, and they conducted themselves really, really, really well.
Well, I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for communicating all this.
The Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, in his last term, immensely popular with some, not popular with others, which is not relevant at the moment, but because he puts his finger on something about New York. Whatever you think of New York, no matter where you live in the country, this is a city which behaves pretty well in crisis. There's a public spirit here in this city. You see it in blackouts, you see it in snowstorms. This is not the city of its not the city that we often criticize from other perspectives around the country in times of crisis. So when the mayor says he's proud of the people of New York as well as the fire department and the police, one should not be surprised. But it is fascinating and terrifying to hear what he says. You prepare for the worst and you never believe it'll happen. And his emergency management headquarters right down there near the trade centers, which are no longer possible to operate, this is what they put into place so that in the worst of circumstances, government would have a place to operate. And they can't operate from there. They've had to move uptown because the police department and City Hall are not operable, if you will, under the circumstances. And he, the mayor, you heard it yourselves, said he never believed he would live to see anything like this. True of many people. George Stephanopoulos in downtown Manhattan with an eyewitness.
Yes, Peter, I'm here with Neil Stevens, who was in his apartment downtown early this morning getting ready for work as he heard the explosion. Neil, why don't you tell us what you saw?
Okay, I was in my apartment. I was getting ready for work. I heard a large explosion, and I thought at first it was thunder because there was thunder last night, but there was nice weather outside, so I didn't know what it could have been. And I looked outside, and I saw some construction workers who were working on the roof of the building, next to mine. They were looking downtown. They were all looking downtown, and I thought, I wonder what they're looking at. So I looked over, and I could see the World Trade Center towers from my window. And I looked over, and I could see the tower, and there was a huge gash in the side of it. It's about 10 stories high, almost the full width of the building. And there was black smoke just billowing out of it, and flames, large flames. And I thought, my God, I don't know what happened, but huge explosion. And that was pretty much it. And made some personal telephone calls, kept getting ready for work, and I was in the shower and I heard the second explosion. And that's pretty much what I saw.
Neil, thank you very much. Sure. Peter, we also have some news on the evacuations. We've spoken with 2 security guards in the second tower who did say the evacuation to the second tower had begun. And we've also spoken with people who were on the 82nd and the 86th floor. So many people were evacuated. Of course, we don't have any sorts of numbers. One final note, Peter, I was picking up on what Mayor Giuliani was saying about the work of the firemen and the policemen. I would also add a word for the transit authority. The subways were terrifying earlier this morning, but all of the employees of the transit authority did a terrific job of evacuating the subways, even though they were filled with smoke, keeping people calm and keeping them actually in the station so that they wouldn't go out into the street as the soot was falling. One other word, Peter. Right now, the people who are working downtown are handing out these respirators because there is some concern that there was a great deal of asbestos in the building. So they're asking everyone downtown who is walking downtown, if they're down there, to put on these respirators, and they're handing them out on the corners.
Thank you very much, George Stephanopoulos, who continue to work this story from as close as you can get to the disaster area. But imagine a city that's sort of frozen in place. You saw a picture just a moment ago of the George Washington Bridge, which is closed except under very serious security circumstances. You can get across the. That means that's New Jersey on the other side, cut off from the island of Manhattan. All the tunnels are closed. The railroads are not operating, therefore, between New York and New Jersey. This island of Manhattan is pretty much frozen in place at the moment, while people wait and are reluctant to try to appraise the number of casualties that have been that have occurred in the World Trade Centers and their related area. But bear in mind that about 50,000, what did I say, Nancy? 50,000 people work in the trade towers. 80,000 people perhaps work in the adjoining areas. We've seen them in flight. And we have seen not one but 2 towers absolutely collapse upon themselves. And elsewhere in the country, we're still uncertain. There's still an unknown number of aircraft who've been ordered to land that haven't managed to get down to the ground. We're not absolutely certain that there are any aircraft on missions, if you will, which are unaccounted for, despite the fact there was a report some time ago that the aircraft which crashed outside Pittsburgh may have been on its way to Camp David. I emphasize that that's reporting of which we're absolutely not very sure at all. But ABC's Barry Serafin is at the Capitol at the moment, and we've been told for some time that the Senate leadership there was going to be sent to a secure location. Do you have a current status report, Barry?
Well, Peter, we're not sure exactly what we're seeing here, but a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, a military helicopter landed here behind me on the west lawn of the White House. And then a large group of people were seen to walk out to it, get on board, and fly right above us, over the mall in the direction of the Pentagon, perhaps. My guess, and it's only a guess at this point, is that these were members of the Senate leadership and the House leadership, and perhaps members of the intelligence committees on their way to a briefing to try to figure out what in the world is going on today.
Were you able to walk up around the hill?
No, Peter, we, like everybody else, have been kind of pushed off of the hill. They've got a cordon for blocks now around the Capitol. In effect, they've sanitized that area. So we're about 4 blocks from the foot of the hill here.
And do you have any sense was there a sense of anticipation there? People sort of waiting for something to happen at the Capitol?
Well, there is. Every time any kind of aircraft shows itself, and there haven't been many, there have been a few government helicopters moving around, all eyes turn to the sky, as you might imagine.
Precisely, Barry. Thanks very much. Barry Serafin, who's up at the Capitol. One of the things that is absolutely certain at the moment, which is to say that the chain of command in the country is very much in place. So you can just imagine yourself in some other country at the moment trying to anticipate, maybe even exhilarating at what's happening in the United States at the moment, and having some belief that you've disrupted everything. President's at 40,000 feet, just about to take off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We don't know where he's going, but I have to assume he's going to go to Washington. Cannot have the president being seen to be running around the country. By the way, the baseball games have all been postponed today. The entire Major League Baseball schedule has been postponed for today, as much as a mark of mourning and sadness for what happened in a variety of locations today. U.S. Earlier on evacuated embassies around the world. They're all quite familiar with that because on any number of occasions in the course of a year, you hear us say on the news that the State Department of the Pentagon has ordered a worldwide alert because something is going to happen or potentially going to happen to some kind of terrorist attack that's going to occur in some part of the world. The most recent terrorist alert, ironically, was in Asia over last weekend. In Japan and in South Korea, American embassies were put on alert because somebody somewhere in the in the intelligence establishment believed there was some potential for an attack. And it's something government has to do. It's something government has to do. Government has no choice, it argues. A lot of time you'll hear people saying, well, they've put up a state of alert again and nothing happened, and so they just do it all the time. It's very hard on Americans traveling overseas to be somewhere where there's a state of alert. But as John McWethy, who covers the military establishment for us, points out, is something government is obliged to do, lest something ever happen and there had not been an alert. John, are you there? John McKenzie? John McWethy?
John McWethy's here.
Yeah, John, I'm sorry. It was you I was obviously talking about, not John McKenzie. This is I guess what one notices more than anything else today. This was a place where there was no terrorism alert. Nobody, I gather, that you've talked today seemed to know anything.
One of the things that they have been studying so scrupulously over the last several months is how Osama bin Laden and other terrorist groups operate, Peter. They felt that they had some ability to monitor critical communications from these groups. I think it's going to be proved that the groups have learned some very important and deadly lessons from past terrorist events and the way the U.S. has been able to monitor them. It seems quite clear in this instance that they bypassed the normal methods of communicating and were able to organize this very complex operation in a way that basically escaped American detection.
But John, I'm sorry, but I think a lot of Americans will hear you talking and be reminded that how often the government tells us how much more sophisticated it is and how much better able they are to monitor all this.
They are able to better monitor it, Peter, but every time, and you and I know this because we have had conversations with high-ranking government officials about how much detail we put on the air. Every time the news media puts on these details, it helps the terrorists to understand the way that our government goes about monitoring their communications. Oftentimes, those communications intercepts are very sophisticated, but the terrorists are clearly adjusting.
John, I wonder, by the way, on a slightly different subject in terms of today's disaster, whether you picked up reports of U.S. aircraft carriers being sent to New York Harbor to help in some way, maybe even to be floating platforms?
I have not picked that up, Peter, but basically I'm standing on a highway at this point, so I'm not exactly plugged in.
I appreciate that, John, and we benefit tremendously from your knowledge, so thanks very much. Come back at us when you think of something else you'd like to contribute. We talk about, the United States and Canada cooperated today in closing down the airports. A reminder to us that all Canadian airports, or most Canadian airports, at least major Canadian airports, are very close to the U.S. border. We learned just a short while ago that Israel today, United States and Israeli relationships, so very close, closed all of its airspace to foreign aircraft today and evacuated many of its embassies and missions overseas. In terms of the war against terrorism, the United States and Israel are seen by the terrorists and the potential terrorists and the people who would do one harm as partners in this. And so it's perfectly natural for the Israelis to be doubly and trebly on a state of alert today. We've now managed to get the tape of President Bush speaking at Barksdale Air Force in Louisiana on his way from Florida to, as you heard Ann Compton say, somewhere. I assume Washington. Here's what the president had to say when he was in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Well, the president could not have spoken more accurately in that final remark there. A great nation is being tested. And the president reassures the nation and anybody else in the world who will hear this that the nation will pass the test. And there is no doubt about that, I think. In the United States of America, as horrible as these incidents are and as tragic as Oklahoma City was, the great strength of the nation, is always there. I recognize that's one man's opinion and doesn't account for the individual shock of individual families or intelligence or military establishments, which have all suffered a grievous blow today in one way or the other. But it does say, I think, what people in most parts of the world believe, that as
Good morning, I'm David Ono, coming to you live from the Eyewitness Newsroom in Glendale. And what we want to do right now is keep you up to date and posted on the latest developments in regards to this disaster as it affects Los Angeles and Southern California. And there have been a host of changes that we want to quickly run down for you right now. First of all, the LAPD is on full tactical alert. As we reported earlier, all local airports, in fact, all airports across the country have been shut down right now, and that includes LAX, Ontario, Burbank, John Wayne, and Long Beach. We're going to, in just a second, go over some of those planes, flights that have been affected, the 4 that have been confirmed to have gone down. I'll have that information for you shortly, as well as hotline numbers for you. But also, ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach have been closed. Now, earlier reported the U.S. and Mexico border was shut down. They have now reopened it. However, they warn us that travel through the border is extremely slow right now. Also, if you have children in school, the LAUSD school they are on schedule. However, there is one exception, and that exception has to do with La Cañada. La Cañada High School has been closed because of its close proximity to JPL, and apparently that is a security risk. So La Cañada High School has been closed. All other LAUSD schools are open and in business right now. MTA buses and trains are on schedule. That's as of now. But as of 1 o'clock today, the MTA Red Line will close. That's 1 o'clock today. The Red Line will close. What they estimate, they'll close it for about an hour while they check the tracks and check the whole Red Line to make sure it is safe for all travelers. That's going to happen at 1 o'clock today. Also, we want to let you know that Greyhound bus lines have closed most of their ports. So if you're traveling via Greyhound, you most likely are not going to get anywhere today. We might as well get into the airlines right now that have gone down. We have confirmation that 2 American airliners and 2 United airliners have crashed in regards to this. 3 of those 4 were heading to LAX. Let's give you the first one. American Flight 11. It was heading from Boston to LAX. It crashed into the World Trade Center. It was a Boeing 767. 81 passengers and 11 crew members were on board. Another American Airlines flight, it's Flight 77 from Washington, D.C. to LAX. It crashed into the World Trade Center as well. It was a Boeing 757 with 58 passengers on board, 6 crew members. United flights. United Flight 175, Boston to LAX. It crashed. Right now, the location has not been revealed or confirmed to us, but we do know it was a Boeing 767 with 56 passengers on board, 9 crew members. And there is also United Flight 93. It was coming from Newark to San Francisco, and it crashed near Pittsburgh. It was a Boeing 757, 38 passengers and 7 crewmen. Now, we have 2 hotlines for you in case you think you have a loved one on one of these 4 flights. First of all, the American hotline is 800-245-0999. That's 800-245-0999. United's hotline is 800-932-8555. That's 800-932-8555 for United. Now, if you are only calling for information in regards to flights, do not call these hotlines. These are reserved for people who think they might have family members. Please do not tie these lines up. In regards to LAX, it is being evacuated right now. LAX is being evacuated as a precautionary measure. Also, the area around LAX is being secured, and that means if you are traveling on the 405 and the 105 right now, you're going to run into problems when it comes to the exits in and around LAX. I'll go over those right now. The Century Boulevard off-ramps for the eastbound and the westbound 105, that's a Glenn Anderson, the eastbound, westbound 105 freeway, they have been shut down. Also, the off-ramps leading to LAX from the northbound and the southbound San Diego. That's the 405. That's the off-ramps leading to LAX, northbound, southbound San Diego, have also been closed. Aviation Boulevard and Century Boulevard have been closed towards LAX, and Sepulveda Boulevard between Imperial Highway and Manchester Avenue have also been affected. Other things affected because of this tragedy, major movie studios, including Sony Pictures and 20th Century Fox, they are closed, including tours, production of television, and motion pictures. So all major studios, movie studios, have been closed. And also, the 2nd annual Latin Grammy Awards, a controversial subject in itself that was just relocated to Los Angeles, That has been postponed. It was supposed to happen tonight at Staples Center. They have postponed it indefinitely. We'll keep you posted on that. If you're planning to drop by the Beverly Center and do some shopping, you're not going to do it today. Beverly Center has been shut down. Local theme parks have been shut down. That means Disneyland, California Adventure, Knott's Berry Farm, Six Flags, and Magic Mountain. Also, we do have a little bit of good news for you, and that is, we told you earlier that there were a number of flights still up in the air and that they are trying to get them down. Now, all planes have been accounted for. The FAA has confirmed this, that all planes have been accounted for, so that is some good news. Okay, and let me also let you know about some financial information. Word from Jim Newman at the ABC Business Desk is the U.S. dollar is plunging due to this disaster. That's the U.S. dollar on the foreign market is plunging. Oil prices are soaring right now. Police Chief Bernard Parks, he talked to the media just a little while ago, and he said that his anti-terrorist division, they're being deployed to look at local places that could be potential targets of terrorism. They're making sure that they cover all their bases, making sure everything is safe for you. And I also want to clarify that I said LAUSD schools are on schedule, which is true. I also mentioned La Cañada School is canceled. High school has been canceled. That is not in the LAUSD school district, La Cañada, but we want to reiterate that La Cañada High School has been shut down because of its close proximity to JPL. Is that correct? Hang on. We don't know. Okay. And also I'm being told that the Latin Grammys are at the Forum, not at Staples. I think I've gone over, let me check my notes real quickly. If you are looking for a loved one who is flying in on any kind of a domestic flight, domestic flights that are coming into this area were rerouted to Ontario International Airport. That's in the Inland Empire. Ontario International Airport. All domestic flights were rerouted to that airport. If you have a loved one on a flight that's coming in, more than likely that person is there. If he or she was on an international flight, we have to tell you that all international flights were diverted to Canada or Mexico. So that's the information when it comes to your flights. We're going to keep monitoring the situation when it comes to specific information about the Los Angeles, Southern California area. We're going to bring it to you just as soon as we can. In the meantime, we're going to throw it back to the network and keep it right here on ABC 7.
I mean, the unspeakable, the collapsing of the Twin Towers, one after another, that while there was a high pitch to a lot of the voices and a little screaming and yelling, the rapidity with which calm was restored on the radio, and they went back to sending orders and continuing operations and acting in a logical manner, you really do revert to your training as a second nature.
As you look at this and you listen to John Miller, and I thank you, John, for that. No one is better plugged into the police and firefighting apparatus in New York City than John Miller. He not only been a reporter for most of his adult life, but he worked for the police department in New York for a while before he had the good sense to come back to journalism, and he is totally plugged in. But even and when he talks about soft numbers here, it's because as you look at this disaster scene, that's a live picture. That is a live picture 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 4.5 hours after this actually occurred, and you're looking at the smoke and the dust still emerging from the edges of these canyons in lower Manhattan, and the magnitude of trying to deal with these people, extends to moving them across the Hudson River in ferry boats, the ubiquitous ferry boat in New York harbors, not as necessary as they were in the days of greater ship travel, to the New Jersey side. And the Canadian television network, our partner, one of our partner television networks in Canada, is now reporting that American burn victims from here, I'm not sure whether it's the Pentagon or here, but I suspect it's from here, are being transported as far away as Canada to Canadian hospitals there. And there you get some sense of how difficult it is to get a real grasp of how enormous this is, other than to say, as the mayor of New York and the governor of New York State both said to us a short while ago, I just don't want to touch the casualty figures as of now. Pierre Thomas, who's been with us for much of the morning, also reports from the FBI. And we may never know much more about one of the aircraft than this, that at least one of the planes this morning, we haven't got no more details than that, was able to communicate that it had been hijacked. In some cockpits, in some of the aircraft now being in commercial service, there's a button you can hit that sends a code to your headquarters that says you've been that says you've been hijacked, so you don't have to try to tell the hijacker that you're actually talking to headquarters. But that's as much as we know about one of the several aircraft today which were involved in attacks on the United States. Now, Diane Sawyer at Times Square has been trying, I know as best she can, to get some handle on casualties vis-a-vis the people who are pouring into hospitals. Diane?
Right, Peter. Here's all I know, and it's kind of postscript to what John Miller was saying earlier. With Beekman Hospital, the closest hospital, as he said, has been relatively out of commission. But St. Vincent's Hospital, which is one of those in the next perimeter, 25 major hospitals in New York, this is one of the next closest, told us just minutes ago they had 184 hospitalized, 2 dead. Now, again, we know that these figures are going to be changing almost minute by minute, so this is very early. But at this time, and by now we're talking just minutes ago, 184 hospitalized, 2 dead. They said to us again, though, remember that where the World Trade Centers used to be, there is now a mountain of rubble. We are talking 200,000 tons of steel, 425,000 cubic yards of concrete, and 43,600 windows with all the glass in them now just lying on the ground. So the excavation has only begun, but 184 right now from St. Vincent's.
Thanks, Diane, very much. And I must tell you, I feel a little embarrassed about trying to focus on casualties in numerical terms, only because it will ultimately give us some sense of the magnitude of this attack on top of the buildings themselves being brought to the ground, and similarly true at the Pentagon. So nobody feels gruesome, or it's not about the gruesomeness of the casualty figures. It is simply trying to get some sense of the magnitude in human terms rather than the physical terms, which so much of us in the country saw just before our eyes. Before I talked to John and to Diane, I was just running there briefly through various different parts of the country where the ripple effect of these attacks were felt. In Las Vegas, for example, this is back to the Associated Press report, which they did a really good job pulling the country together. Security was increased at all of casinos on the Strip in Las Vegas, because if you think about it, for the enemies of the United States, that kind of excess is seen as a symbol of the United States as well. The only place we could find all of the federal buildings open so far was in Vermont, where the federal buildings in Montpelier and Burlington were both open. And, they have an atomic energy plant up there, and it was placed on a state of heightened security as well. Whereas in Nebraska, you'll see the first of probably many examples of this in the hours and days ahead. State employees were asked if they would give blood, because blood will be needed. There is a blood shortage in the United States, as we've heard time and again from the Red Cross. It's almost at a state of crisis in terms of blood collection in the United States at the moment. And so, and what do you need in a time like this? You need blood, and you need plasma for all the people who have been hurt and damaged. And so that's important. And in Nebraska, state employees were responding to requests for blood donations, and at the Air Force bases out there, and then the security was heightened. And at churches all over the country, they're beginning to have these services, which will become part of the national fabric in the next couple of days, as people pray for the victims and those we hope are survivors of this. Terry Moran is at the White House, which is his normal beat. He didn't go with the president to Florida today. It's often the case that the president's doing a purely political trip. We ask him to stay home to give us a broader sense of things. Well, Terry, what's the state of the White House as of now?
Well, Peter, the White House has pretty much been evacuated altogether. Just before it was evacuated, we are told that the national security team was taken to the secure situation room in there, but they are the only people in there. White House staff, most of the White House staff was told to go home. And the president, as you've heard, flew to Louisiana and is now en route, we don't know where. As he said, he is trying to make sure that the country knows that the government is still running. We've seen around town motorcades assembling outside the various cabinet departments, and we've just seen recently some traffic into the White House. So there is some government activity, but without the president at the moment.
Terry, there's a very small collection of reporters and camera team on board the President and Air Force One at the moment. I think the only reporter on board is Ann Compton. Am I correct? Or certainly the only television reporter on board?
Well, actually, Ann is in the radio seat today. The pool, as it's called, is flying with the president. Today, CBS News is the pool. It alternates every day.
Right.
This pool will travel with him wherever he goes, and he made that statement that we saw earlier to the pool. The rest of the press who is accompanying the president to Florida, we are told, is now on a bus because of the air traffic shutdown from Florida back to Washington.
Terry, I wonder if, from your perspective of our White House correspondent, whether you agree with me and certainly our political director, I think, who says that how the president now spends his time today, what he is seen to do, is absolutely vital, not just to the country, but to him.
Well, it's critical time for him. He said that the nation is being tested, the new president is being tested as well. But he has other restrictions on what he can do. That political mission he has to reassure the country and to show that he is leading it is actually secondary or even tertiary. The first thing is he has to keep himself safe. The Secret Service is going to insist that he be secured, and then second, he must remain in efficient strategic communication with United States forces around the world. That's undoubtedly why they took him to Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport. But you're absolutely right. The main thing he has to do for most Americans is communicate to them that he's in charge, that he intends to take control of this situation, and as he said, hunt down the people who are responsible for it and punish them.
Terry, I know you want to go back to your reporting. Is there anything else you want to add at the moment?
Well, Peter, it's just that this whole complex, which is usually abuzz with activity, which is really an office for hundreds of people, is now silent for the most part, and an armed camp. And that is a very striking thing for all of us who go to work there every day.
And what I notice is you're to the south of the South Lawn. You're on the southern side of the White House. We very often see you broadcasting from the other side of the White House. Why are you way down where you are?
Well, we've been cleared out of the North Lawn, which is where we normally broadcast from, and we are now, as you can see, south of the south ellipse of the White House. I can tell you that the evacuation of the White House itself, which has happened before with bomb threats and suspicious cars and packages, today did not proceed as orderly as it has. I was told by one of the White House staffers that their security official came in and said everybody should leave in an orderly fashion, and about a minute later an agent ran in and said, just run, get out.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry. We'll come back to you, but you get some sense from Terry Moran standing there, locked dramatically out of the area with which he is so familiar. We saw some pictures earlier today. I'm here we get them up again for people who have just joined us, of people leaving the White House early on. First, the White House police walking out fairly casually, and then as the tension began to build and the awareness of what was going on began to be heightened, people began to run outside of the White House. This is a place supposed to be, quite extraordinarily secure. And he was, I think, more than anything else, this concern that somehow the enemy, however one defines the enemy today, had control of airspace, and that they were able to approach these otherwise secure locations from the air, therefore making them more vulnerable. But the United States has not faced any emergency like this in the modern era. And as our political director, who's also working as hard as his unit can at the moment on this, points out, information is scarce because in situations like this, reporters like us rely on government officials to tell us what is going on with government and what sort of job government is doing. And the national government is pretty close to being on what amounts to a national war footing at the moment, and it's very difficult to reach government officials. So I see Pierre Thomas, who's just come to join us, and we'll talk to him in just a moment, that is trying desperately to reach all of his contacts in the FBI, and my guess is he's having a very hard time. At any rate, Linda Douglas is in Washington with us tonight, and she is with Joe Biden, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who will undoubtedly have something to say. Yes, Linda.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's been very difficult to get to you today because all the communications around the Capitol have really been shut down. As you know, earlier today, the entire Capitol was evacuated, the members of Congress, the staffs. There were some very frightening moments where they were shouting at us to get down. They thought something was going to happen. The leaders of the Senate were taken away early this morning to an undisclosed location by security, and security has also told other leaders of Congress to leave the area. The minority leader of the House, Richard Gephardt, was taken away in a Secret Service vehicle. And as you say, with me here is Senator Biden, who is the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee and has just been meeting with other members of Congress and getting security briefings from the police mostly. But Senator Biden, what about this fear that has been communicated to the members of Congress by the security people that they should stay away right now from the center of the Capitol?
Well, I think maybe initially that made sense, Linda, but I don't think it makes sense now. The air is secure now with military planes. I think we should get back as quick as we can, Peter, into session. Now, I don't want to second-guess the security people. They want to be able to sweep the area and make sure everything's squared away. But I think we should be meeting tomorrow morning. Let the American people understand that these thugs who have done this incredible thing to the United States have not in any fundamental way altered our ability to do business. And so I think it's very important we get back to business. I've communicated that to the Majority Leader, Tom Daschle, who I think shares my view on that. And when I spoke to Senator Daschle, by the way, he was home, he was here in town. There's a number of members of Congress. Congressman Brady from Philadelphia and a number of my colleagues are literally downstairs waiting for me now. So I think we have to show that we're up, we're ready to move. We are, in fact, nothing has fundamentally altered this government. And the tragedy that occurred to these thousands of people is one that we must, in fact, follow through and find out who's responsible for. But in the meantime, we should be calm and cool and collected about going about our business as a nation. Terrorism wins when, in fact, they alter our civil liberties or shut down our institutions. We have to demonstrate neither of those things have happened.
Senator Biden, a couple of the senators I've spoken to and members of Congress as well are saying that we are now at war. Senator Shelby, who is the ranking Republican on the Intelligence Committee, says we are now essentially at war. We have to be on a war footing. Senator Hagel has said that we've got to start securing our borders, locking down our airports, revisiting the way we protect our public institutions. What about that?
I hope that's not true. I would say it another way. I would say we've come face to face with a new reality, a reality that we knew existed and we knew was possible, a reality that has happened in varying degrees in other countries. But if, in fact, in order to respond to that reality, we have to alter our civil liberties, change the way we function, then we have truly lost the war. The war is one that allows us the way to conduct the war is to demonstrate our institutions are functioning, that your civil liberties, your civil rights, your ability to be free and walk and move around, in fact, are not fundamentally altered. Anybody who's willing to strap dynamite to their body or have a suicide kamikaze mission, you'll never fundamentally be able to stop. It doesn't matter what you do. There are a lot of things we can do, though, to diminish significantly the possibility of this happening again without changing our character as a nation.
Well, it's an amazing scene here, Peter. The skies are clear. There are usually planes in the sky. The skies are clear over the Capitol. The streets are completely empty. There is still smoke rising up from the Pentagon where the plane hit the Pentagon earlier. And as you can see, the members of Congress are all trying to grapple with what to do next. Senator Biden, of course, is going to be receiving all kinds of security briefings.
Linda, I have a question, if I may.
Yes, Peter. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Senator. I apologize via you. The Senator is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, so he is party to all of the information in the intelligence community. Was the intelligence community so taken up with the idea of chemical and biological warfare against the United States that they didn't pay enough attention to this possibility?
Well, they clearly understood this was a possibility. The problem has been we have been focusing, in my view, I don't want to second-guess anybody here. Look, the prospect of a chemical, biological, pathogen probability is real. Some of us, literally as recently as yesterday, I spoke to the National Press Club and talked about the fact that it's just as easy to fly from National Airport into the White House as it is to, do the same thing in New York. I mean, look, we know all these possibilities exist. And one of the things we have to do is we have to get our priorities straight in terms of what the real threats are that face us and use the assets we have to begin to deal with those threats. What I don't want everybody to think is this is some worldwide conspiracy where there's tens of thousands of people who are part of this army that attacked us. This is a group of people who are very well organized, obviously are relatively well funded, and we have to figure out how their network has worked, but we have to penetrate it. But we can't, Peter, just say we're going to focus only on this kind of incident and not on chemical and not on biological and not on pathogens, not on anthrax. This, in a sense, is the most god-awful wake-up call we've ever had.
Senator, let me
to
ask you
how
one.
we have to redirect our resources.
Let me ask you one more question, then. I didn't realize you could hear me. At the Pentagon and the State Department, you'll already hear people doing what they almost always do in an instance like this. This is so sophisticated it must be Osama bin Laden. Maybe so, but is the United States too focused on one man?
The tendency in these circumstances is to be too focused on one man, one idea, one prospect. I think that we should be calm. Those of us who hold high public office, just calm down a little bit, collect our thoughts, collect the information, and in a methodical way analyze what we know happened and what we can derive from that. I think it's much too early for us to make those kinds of judgments. The first thing is what the president is doing. He called for calm. He's getting in the airplane. He's coming back to Washington, D.C., and I applaud him for that. And we should be back up and running as quickly as we can. And I think we should do that. This cannot be dealt with overnight. It's an incredible tragedy. But it's the new threat of the 21st century that we are now facing. And we're going to find a way to deal with it. This nation is too big, too strong, too united, too much a power in terms of our cohesion and our values to let this break us apart. And it won't happen. It won't happen.
Many thanks, Senator. And Linda, do you want to add something? Linda Douglas?
Well, I just want to say that this is the beginning of what will clearly be an enormous, a profound debate here in the Capitol. The dynamics of the debate in this country, as I've discovered in talking to members of Congress, have been fundamentally altered now. And here you're hearing a discussion of whether we should lock down, open up, and how we tackle this, and what our priorities are, and how we protect ourselves. So I've had just astonishing conversations with members of Congress, Peter, and there's a very grave feeling here right now in the Capitol.
Linda, thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Biden, as well. We'll have Linda Douglas available to us all the time, thank goodness, and Senator Biden says one of the most profound things about all this, which we've said several times this morning, which the terrorist wins when he or she manages to alter the behavior of a people or infringes on the way of life in a country, that the country, a democratic country particularly, alters its way of life, because that's a step up for the terrorist in question, because it raises the whole question of civil liberties and access and freedom of movement. And Pierre Thomas has just come back to join us. You've had this tremendous argument covers the Justice Department for us. You had this tremendous argument in Washington as to whether or not that street out Pennsylvania Avenue outside the White House should be open again to vehicular traffic or kept closed. I mean, terrorists is already winning in that one regard.
Absolutely. Members of Congress and members of the D.C. delegation in particular have been arguing to reopen Pennsylvania Avenue. The Secret Service has been adamant. You cannot reopen it. Oklahoma City showed the nation what can happen with a car bomb. Peter, I just got off the phone with a very senior FBI official, and he talked about the feeling of people being stunned at the FBI. The FBI Director Robert Mueller, the Deputy Director Tom Picard are at the Special Operations Center. They are communicating with the various field offices. And two bits of information. One, they said that there was communication from one of the planes noting that they had been hijacked. And I had a rather interesting conversation about that. He said, the problem is that there's no system in place once the plane notifies that it has been hijacked. No system in place to stop an ongoing attack. He said, think about it. If we had time to notify the military would have had to make a decision. Do we shoot the plane out of the sky?
Well, both of you have to help me. You and John Miller have to help me on this, because they put this device in cockpits so that notably airlines would know if one of the aircraft had been hijacked. But nobody really, I mean, I'm sure people did think, but not many people thought hijacks were going to lead to using these aircraft as full-scale kamikaze flights.
Coming to you live from the Eyewitness Newsroom in Glendale, and right now as we continue to monitor the network, in fact, you could see it on your screen right there in the lower box. We want to update you on all the information that is pertinent to you in Southern California and the Los Angeles area. First of all, let's talk about the most devastating news, and that is, we'll take you to LAX live. LAX, of course, is shut down, as are all airports across the country. In fact, LAX is right now being evacuated. Now, as for the information of the 4 airlines that went down, 3 of those 4 were heading to LAX. So let's get that information to you right now. We have the 4 airlines. First of all, a list of them. These are all confirmed through American and United. 2 American airliners have gone down, 2 United airliners, and let's go through each one of these airliners individually, starting with American Flight 11. It was heading from Boston to LAX. It crashed into the World Trade Center. It was a Boeing 767, 81 passengers on board and 11 crew members. The other American flight is Flight 77 from Washington, D.C. to LAX. It crashed into the World Trade Center as well. It was a Boeing 757, 58 passengers were on board that one, and 6 crew members. As for the United flights, United Flight 175 was moving from Boston to LAX. It crashed at an undisclosed location. It was a Boeing 767, 56 passengers, and 9 crew members were on board. And the other United flight, Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, and it crashed near Pittsburgh. It was a Boeing 757, 38 passengers, and 7 crew members. We have 2 hotline numbers for you to call, and these are for family members of loved ones who may be on one of those 4 flights. And you can get some information about your loved one through these hotlines. The American hotline is 800-245-0999, 800-245-0999. The United flight is 800-932-8555, 800-932-8555. If we get any more information regarding these flights and the people that may have been on them, we're going to bring that information to you. In the meantime, there's a lot of other news to cover right now when it comes to the Los Angeles, Southern California areas. First of all, you may have noticed if you go outside right now, many businesses have been shut down, sources of transportation have been shut down, and the entire Southern California area is on full tactical alert. Major movie studios, including Sony Pictures and Warner Brothers, are closed, including tours, including productions of television and motion pictures. The second annual Latin Grammy Awards, scheduled to be broadcast live tonight from the LA Forum, that has been postponed. The Los Angeles County Fair, the nation's largest county fair, has been canceled, at least as of today. We'll let you know if any more days have been canceled. Los Angeles Unified School District, the nation's second largest, they have kept their classes open today. They're urging teachers and students to continue on with their normal routine. But we must tell you that the La Cañada School District, especially La Cañada High School, has been closed because of its dangerously close proximity to JPL. The U.S.-Mexico border was closed for a little while today, but they have reopened it. But we must warn you, it's very, very slow getting through the border because of the heightened security measures. MTA subways are scheduled to be closed. They're operating right now, but the red line is scheduled to close at 1 o'clock, and they're hoping that they can close it only for 1 hour while they check the 17-mile track system to make sure that everything is safe and secure. That's going to happen at 1 p.m., the MTA subway red line. Also, interestingly, Emmy Awards, the Emmy Awards that were scheduled to be here live Sunday night, they have been postponed. So already they're looking down at dates in the future and postponing or canceling those. Other cancellations, the Madonna concert. She has canceled her concert for tonight at Staples Center. There's no word yet if it's going to be just canceled or rescheduled, so we're going to stay on top of that and try to get that information for you. If you want to do some shopping, major shopping complexes are closing. Beverly Center is shut down. Northridge Fashion Center is shut down as well. And as for amusement parks, most of them are closed. Disneyland, Disney's California Adventure, Knott's Berry Farm, Universal Studios, Six Flags Magic Mountain, and we already mentioned the LA County Fair has been shut down as well. All downtown LA financial offices are closed. Many downtown office buildings are closed. And as we said, most major studios. Now, we anticipate Governor Gray Davis to make some kind of a statement to the media. That's going to happen somewhere between 1 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. today. We'll stay on top of that and bring that to you as soon as it happens. Also, Caltrans says that they are suspending all previously scheduled non-emergency lane closures in Los Angeles County freeways to keep traffic moving just in case of any potential terrorism or terrorist acts. And also, we want to let you know that if you're traveling through the LAX area, as I mentioned, they have closed LAX and they are evacuating LAX, and they are also shutting down any of the off-ramps and on-ramps of the 105 freeway near LAX and the 405 freeway near LAX. So if you're going through that area right now, traveling by car through that area, you're going to find it some slow going because of the problems of the exits being shut down. The LA port and the Long Beach ports, they were closed for a little while, but they said that they reopened those and they are operating right now. In the meantime, we're going to stay on top of things. MTA buses, trains, they're on schedule as of now. Any changes, any new information, we're going to bring it to you. Say that one more time to me. Oh, yeah, and we are expecting a news conference from Sheriff Lee Baca. As soon as that happens, he can give you a state of the situation across the LA community. We'll bring that to you live as well. I'm David Ono, coming to you live from the Eyewitness Newsroom. Now it's back to the network coverage.
Continuing to expect and demand the highest level of cooperation from the rest of the world in going after this kind of terrorist threat. This is not just an attack on the United States, it's an attack on the civilized world. And it ought to be seen as an attack on our European friends, on our Middle East friends, and on others. And the response here cannot simply be an American
airstrike
response.
Somewhere. In other words, you can't just mount an airstrike against somebody. It won't be satisfying, right? It may be satisfying, won't be satisfactory.
I wouldn't certainly, rule out a military component of this, but you also have to get to the root of this.
Okay, Sandy Berger, thank you very much, former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, one of the most important members of the foreign policy establishment in the Clinton administration, now an independent consultant, as people in government tend to do when they leave government. It's been hard this morning as we continue to look at the smoke and the dust drift up from a crime scene, as John Miller called it, which we cannot feel in any intimate way on television, only through our reporters and through getting closer in and talking to the cops and the firefighters and the survivors. But we will in time get in there. But in the meantime, we've been trying very hard to figure out all of these airplanes. Because we have a couple of we've got 4 significant aircraft today which have been involved in disasters. And we've asked Lynn Scher, one of our reporters, to try to nail down what we know and what we don't know. Lynn, are you there?
I am, Peter. As you point out, it was airplanes that were the weapons of destruction today, not bombs, passenger planes. We actually know very little for sure about what happened, but we do have some details. And bear with me because the information keeps changing. But I want to start with the only one that horribly we actually did see happen. And this, of course, was the plane that crashed into World Trade Center number 2. That, of course, was the South Tower. That's it on the right. Now, and there's the flame from it. What you're seeing is the North Tower. Behind it, there's a second identical tower. As you know, that plane crashed right into it. All morning, we have been told by American Airlines, among others, that flight, that airplane, was actually American Airlines Flight 77 going out of Dulles to Los Angeles. We were told 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots on that plane. It was hijacked at 9:03. I'm sorry, it was hijacked right after takeoff, crashed into the tower at 9:03 a.m.
Let me stop you right there, Lynn, because I've had different information, so I'm going to rely on you here. You now believe that American Airlines Flight 77, which took off for Dulles on its way to Los Angeles, crashed into the trade towers, not into the Pentagon.
We were told that originally. What I'm about to tell you is that the FBI is now saying that that's the one that went into the Pentagon. The FBI spokesperson is saying that the flight that went into World Trade Center Tower number 2, that South Tower, was in fact the United Airlines 175, a Boeing 767 that left Boston for LAX, departed at 7:58 a.m. this morning. 56 passengers, 2 pilots, 7 flight attendants. This is confusing. I apologize. We are getting 2 different answers to our questions. What I can tell you that appears to be accurate is that the plane that crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center at 8:45 a.m. was in fact American Airlines Flight 11, American 11, going from Boston to LAX, 7:59 a.m. departure, hijacked right after takeoff, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots. We know of 1 other aircraft involved in today's episode, Peter. United Airlines Flight number 93. This was another Boeing 757, left Newark at 8:01 this morning en route to San Francisco. 38 passengers, 2 pilots, 5 flight attendants. It went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is near Johnstown, which is just southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I believe we have some video of that crash site right there, and that's where this flight went down. We are waiting for a press conference from the airlines to try to make some of this clear to us, but right now that is all the information we have on those 4 planes.
Can I just absolutely confirm, because I'm trying to make it even clearer for people, or you did a much better job than I did. This is from the FBI spokesperson you're talking about, right?
What I'm telling you is that the FBI spokesperson has said United Airlines 175 from Boston to LAX is the one that went into the World Trade Tower number 2, the South Tower. The FBI is also telling us that it is American 77 from Dulles to LAX into Los Angeles Airport that went into the Pentagon.
Okay, thanks very much. So what we have now in terms of the trade towers, we have 1 American Airlines aircraft, 1 United Airlines aircraft, which hit the 2 trade towers, and we have a 2nd American Airlines aircraft, which goes into the Pentagon, and we have a 3rd aircraft, United Airlines, which we have no idea about either whether it was on a mission or for what reason it crashing southeast of Pittsburgh today. But 3 major aircraft today carrying considerable numbers of passengers and crew on board are all down, at least three of which appear to have been involved in a coordinated attack on the United States.
Yeah, Secretary Rumsfeld was in his office at the time the plane hit the Pentagon and proceeded down towards the impact point in the building. It actually went outside the building and was helpful in getting several people that were injured onto stretchers. And before he came back into the building, he was out there maybe 15 minutes or so helping injured, and then came back into the building and was in the National Military Command Center and has been there ever since. No, he was not evacuated. He went out. Yeah.
Now they're in an undamaged part of the building in this command center.
The National Military Command Center is very smoky right now, but it is not damaged.
Admiral, are there any defensive measures that the Pentagon has taken over the years, anti-aircraft or anything, to divert something like an incoming aircraft?
Not that I'm aware of.
Admiral, what sorts of Pentagon operations were in that part of the building that was hit?
I've been asked that several times, and I'm not familiar with that part of the building. I don't know.
What can you tell us about ships deploying out of Norfolk, aircraft carriers, and guided missile ships deploying out of Norfolk, presumably to provide defense along the east coast of the United States?
I have heard that, Chris, as well, but I do not have that information. I don't know. Go ahead. I don't know as if it was detected just prior to impact. You're talking seconds. I mean, airplanes fly in this airspace near National or Dulles or other airports all the time. So I don't think there was any warning, so to speak, of this aircraft's action. What did you ask just a second ago? You said, where's the president? I don't know.
You know if the plane was from Dulles or National?
No, I don't know any information at all on the plane.
There were reports early on of a second airplane headed toward the Pentagon, and fighters were scrambled. We saw F-16s in the air in this area. What can you tell us about that? Was that a false alarm? And
well, I don't know as if there was ever a second plane. I heard that rumor as well. I don't know if there any truth to it at all. We did have F-16s up this morning. I'm not clear what their tasking was, but I saw them in the air above the Pentagon.
But were there any accounting for the people who might be missing at this point?
Sorry, say that again?
Accounting for the people who work in the building who might be missing at this point?
Well, again, we're asking the people that can hear your broadcasts, read your broadcasts, to phone their families and loved ones immediately to let them know they're okay. And if they are among the injured, or the casualties from this, then we will work our way through to identifying them and getting their names out to their loved ones. We will find a way.
Where are the injured going? Where are the injured being taken to?
A variety of area hospitals.
How big was the penetration of the plane itself, Admiral? How many rings at the building?
I don't know.
How wide would you say that gash is? 100 feet, the one we're looking at?
I haven't been over there to see it up close. I don't know. I think that's all for now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try to be back out and give you some more information as we can.
Marine Corps only, if you wanted to do that.
That's Rear Admiral
Admiral, how many people work?
Craig Quigley, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, in our first official briefing here this morning, the first we've been able to bring to you live. One thing that you did not hear Admiral Quigley tell us, which we've gotten from other people in the Navy right now, is this important information for all Navy and Marine personnel. It's this number we're going to give you. It's 877-663-6772. Let me give it to you again. It's 877-663-6772. It is a muster line for all Navy and Marine personnel. They want all Navy and Marine personnel, if they've not been contacted or not contacted, the people they're supposed to please call in to find out where you will be deployed, where you will be used. Again, very important number for Navy personnel. Again, not a lot of information again on the number of people injured or dead here, but we have heard from a number of Pentagon people there are dead inside this building. The fire continues to burn. Where we did see flames, we no longer see flames, but there's still black smoke coming toward the courtyard area here. Also said that Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld helped out with the injured for 15 minutes immediately after the plane came into the building, and then is now currently in the National Military Command Center, which is, they say, smoky but operable now. No fire in that part of the building. Mike and Andre, have you ever heard a time when we've had to put out an alert for all Navy and Marine personnel to call in?
No, but we've never heard of anything like this either.
Only in the movies, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Clancy is out of business.
Yes.
Yeah, it's,
his book is now obsolete, the one where something like this happened as well. Again, we want to give you that number that Admiral Frank Quigley mentioned and that Dave Statter was telling us about for all Navy and Marine personnel to muster. It is 877-663-6772. We're joined by our colleague, Frank Herzog, and Frank was down by the Washington Monument. You were updating us there, and we just want to know, we've got 100 D.C. police out there at traffic intersections to help with traffic. The military D.C. National Guard can help. What's the traffic situation downtown?
The traffic situation is there is none. The only traffic moving right now are police vehicles. They've cordoned off the area downtown around the mall. They've got it under strict control. In fact, you could jaywalk with ease because there just wasn't any traffic downtown. Everybody got out.
And you came back
I came back on the metro. And I'd heard you say that the Metro was closed at Union Station. It wasn't operating there. So I walked up to Metro Center and got on the Metro there. Now, I've had a couple of people express to me some concern about riding the Metro in the wake of this. I can tell you that my experience at Metro Center was there was a lot of security there.
Yes.
I felt very comfortable, and the trains were operating on schedule.
Metro spokeswoman Cheryl Johnson said they were on heightened alert. They had security, but that their trains were operating. The only ones that weren't operating were at National Airport and Pentagon. They're just running straight through. They're not stopping there.
The scene downtown was just surreal in the fact that you have the emergency personnel responding to these crises. And you have security personnel out anticipating another attack, which it seemed at one point, could be very realistic. And on the other hand, you have tourists walking around, wanting to get into the Washington Monument, wanting to go to the Lincoln Memorial, standing in line at the White House, and not understanding what's going on. And then they're told about the World Trade Center, and they go, oh, and then you see the look on their face where they don't know what to do. We came to Washington to tour. We came downtown to look around today. Now what do I do? And how do I get out? The most surreal thing to me, too, is I was standing there holding a portable television set, watching the World Trade Center crumble. I know. It was unbelievable.
I know, and just look at this with the Pentagon, this big gash in the Pentagon. We want to take another look at the Springfield Mixing Bowl. If you want to know where the traffic is, Frank said you could jaywalk in downtown D.C. and it wouldn't happen. Here is where probably a lot of the traffic is, people heading home. I know that we haven't heard it officially, but it appears that some HOV restrictions are lifted. We know that people heading to Maryland or Virginia via the GW Parkway, especially Maryland, it's one way going north to help get traffic out of the area. Buses may be a little congested in some of the suburban areas because of the crush of people having moved from the city out, but they are still running.
Let me just tell you, many key routes into the district are now closed. from Virginia inbound routes 50, 66, 29, and the George Washington Parkway closed inbound. An Associated Press reporter was told only medical personnel are being allowed on those roads. Outbound traffic, okay, still open. Anyone who absolutely needs to get into the district is advised to use Metro Rail.
And this again from traffic. D.C. officials say the Memorial Bridge has been reopened, and officials in both Virginia and the district say congestion is clearing up because they are taking steps to make the exit out of D.C. easier. Traffic signals in the city have been reprogrammed to the PM peak commute cycle.
And this is the American Legion Bridge on the right of your screen. Everything's okay out there to the west.
There were some moments today. We talked to a White House staffer who was on his way home, who said he was meeting in the White House with a foreign trade delegation this morning, and that the television monitor was on, but the sound was not on. This explosion happened at the Pentagon. The smoke was streaming into the air. They looked up onto the monitor, and there was a picture. But the camera angle made it look as if the smoke was barreling out of the back of the White House.
Wow.
And he said the trade delegation got very nervous. Yes. And then about 2 minutes later, officials walked in and said, "Gentlemen, we're evacuating the White House," and all but a dozen essential personnel were evacuated from the White House.
There's this stubborn fire at the Pentagon. They just can't keep it down. Those flames, this is live, erupting and water being poured onto it.
You know what's sickening?
What?
Just to think, there's a jetliner buried in there.
Yeah.
Dave Staddard is there at the Pentagon. David? David, can you hear us?
Again, I'm sure Dave is trying to get the best vantage point of this. This is our camera looking in a window. I guess it looks like a 4th or 5th floor window where flames just started up again. Dave said earlier they thought they had gotten the fire under control, but there are still hot spots because, as Mike just said, there's a plane somewhere inside of there, no matter how crumbled it may be and possibly full of jet fuel that just won't be put down.
You made an interesting point earlier, Andrea. We got four jetliners were hijacked. I think all of them were bound for California.
Probably loaded with fuel.
Loaded with jet fuel.
To exact the most damage.
And as Andrea pointed out, there are American planes and they're United planes.
The disturbing thing as a traveler, Mike, is traveling as much by air as I do, especially out of Dulles. Yes. Security is very tight at Dulles.
To begin with.
I mean, to the point that I'm sometimes feel like I'm being hassled. And to think that these people were able to get aboard these planes with some kind of weapon to be able to hijack it. And we're going to have to wait to find out what it was.
But if
that's disturbing in itself.
You think airport security is tight now.
Right.
Wait till you see it.
Because again, you wonder how
tomorrow.
Do you protect yourself against something with all the security that we have. Let's go back. We have Dave Staddard on the line now.
You saw the flames erupting again, and that's the problem the firefighters have been having here. Every time that black smoke turns to white smoke, all of a sudden we see some more black smoke erupt and occasionally some flames. Most of the fire now seems to be on the opposite side from us toward the courtyard, but you just saw one of those windows, fire shooting out of it. It seems to be, again, that the fire is traveling in the bowels of the building, and any time there's been a fire, a major fire in the Pentagon, and they've had them before, it's been a very difficult fire to fight. And here, of course, when you have a jet plane that crashes into the Pentagon, it makes it even worse. We talked to people who were up close, who were even a little bit closer than we were when we first arrived, and we were pretty close, and said they saw no signs of, as gruesome as this sounds, of dead bodies out there at the heliport in that area. But the Pentagon is very clear that there are dead people inside that building. They just don't have any numbers for us. Again, you saw 20-some people went to Arlington Hospital, and others we saw medevaced out of here. At least 2 or 3 critically burned, seriously burned people, possibly critically burned people, burns over most of their body that we saw. There's a team being escorted in here now by Arlington Police, apparently to assist the firefighters here with what they're doing here. We expect that they're going to have a tough time going through the debris here, that some sort of collapse rescue team will probably be called here if they haven't already. But there's still fire in this building, as you saw by the flames that were evident and the black smoke that's coming from the other side. Most of it on the west side by Washington Boulevard. That fire is now extinguished, and most of the smoke is no longer coming out of those windows, and we just can't see what's happening on the courtyard. You heard from Admiral Quigley a little while ago that the National Military Command Center, where Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld is, they have smoke there. Now, we're going to show you some videotape that was shot I'm guessing 45 minutes or so after we first arrived. This is when the center portion collapsed. It did not collapse immediately. It appears the jet impact was there. How much of the jet was actually inside the building and how much out, we can't tell you. We never saw any large pieces of the jet on the ground. We saw some small pieces right on Washington Boulevard. But at about 45 minutes, that's when the collapse occurred. We don't know if anybody was hurt when the collapse occurred. We believe that fire personnel were aware of the possibility of the collapse and were far enough away. Again, anybody who was in those offices immediately where the crash occurred, there was a great deal of fire in the beginning. So it's unlikely, unless they got out within seconds, that they got out at all. And that's what we're waiting to hear from Pentagon officials. You've seen the number on the screen. That's for Navy and Marine personnel to report, something that we have not really much seen and have had to give out, certainly since I've been at Channel 9, the 16 years I've been there, to call in to find out what your duties are going to be. We're at the Citgo station, which is the quarters quick mart, which a lot of people have mistakenly gone in to think it's a public gas station. It's really for military personnel only, and it's been turned into a temporary press briefing area for the Pentagon. And Rear Admiral Craig Quigley is the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, and he has been forced to give his briefings here because all the press can't get up to the Pentagon. Mike and Andrea?
All right, Dave, we see some trucks with red banding moving in right behind our banner. We've just covered them up. You can see the white tops. That's the Fairfax Urban Rescue, Fairfax Fire Urban and Rescue Team.
Urban Search and Rescue
They were deployed about an hour and a half ago by FEMA, and they are going to be deployed eventually when that building cools down, looking for victims.
They call that a USARS team. You're correct. Your Urban Search and Rescue. Fairfax has one of the teams in the country. We've seen them being deployed around the world. We just didn't expect that they would be deployed this close to home, and they were just escorted in by Arlington police, and we'll go to work to see if they can get inside there at some point when it cools down. It's unlikely with the amount of fire there, and certainly remember what kills people is the smoke, and there was a great deal of smoke from the fire. It's unlikely if anybody was trapped in there that this is going to be a rescue operation. It's most likely going to be a recovery operation.
70 members of this team are being deployed to the Pentagon site.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave.
Sure.
All right. The producer just said in my ear, we've got videotape from New York of the planes crashing into the World Trade Center.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make
it's
sense.
like,
Here
what
it
are
is
you
again.
saying?
This is what happened about 9 o'clock this morning. That was the second plane going into the second tower of the World Trade Center. The first attack happened at 8:45. This happened about 9 o'clock. And about maybe 30 to 40 minutes later, we're going to see the first of the towers crumble into a heap of twisted metal. There again was that plane from another angle hitting the second tower. We're trying to make sense of this. Why on this date, September the 11th? The closest we can get is a U.S. judge had set tomorrow the 12th as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. The sentencing had been set for tomorrow at the federal courthouse in New York near the World Trade Center. That's the closest thing we can get to why maybe today. And about an hour after those towers were hit, a plane struck the Pentagon, the west side.
The United States today was attacked by terrorists. Terrorists hijacked 4 jetliners this morning. One of the jetliners crashed into the Pentagon, 2 into the World Trade Center in New York City. One went down near Pittsburgh. In that crash near Pittsburgh, there was a man who was on a cell phone at the time, and he called 911. He was locked in the restroom. He said, "We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked." That was the passenger aboard United Flight 93. He was trying to call emergency personnel on his cell phone. Westmoreland County Emergency Dispatch Supervisor Glenn Kramer says a dispatcher got a call from a man who said he was locked in a bathroom aboard a plane. The quote about the plane being hijacked came from a transcript of the call. Flight 93 was headed from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. It had 38 passengers, 2 pilots, 5 flight attendants on board.
You heard it from former CIA Director Admiral Stansfield Turner and 2 experts on international terrorism. Our lives will never be the same everything about aviation, everything we do in this country will change from this day forward.
That plane that we were just telling you about, the one that went down in Somerset County near Pittsburgh, according to Congressman Jim Moran of Northern Virginia, he had a briefing from military leaders. The speculation there is, we may never know for sure, the speculation is, well, you can see on the map, the plane went down in Jennerstown. Apparently,
about 80 miles.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Congressman Moran says after the briefing, apparently that plane was going to try to crash into Camp David.
That's what we had heard earlier. Other mobilizations, we heard from CNN and then heard additional information from Lauren Ashburn at USA Today that 5 Navy warships have left the port of Norfolk, one the USS JFK battle group, the other the USS George Washington, reportedly headed to New York City to protect the East Coast line, and one headed to the Chesapeake Bay.
Once the World Trade Center was hit, we have some videotape of the Brooklyn Bridge being evacuated.
Oh my,
Look at that.
People walking.
Oh.
You know, I told you earlier I was concerned about our daughter who's there in college, and I couldn't get through, and they were saying don't be worried that the circuits would be jammed, and a friend heard and she called, and she's around the South Pier, and she said you could feel the building rumble. Kids who had left earlier for classes came running back. Some were covered with soot, and they were nowhere close to the World Trade Center, but that's just how far it all went. Let's listen to what's going on in New York City right now.
It just, I had 40 people in there, just an explosion. Just a light flash out my window. My whole doorway to the entrance of my office blew open. My office was freaking out. I just told them to calm down and get to the center of the office. Everybody was fine on my floor, and we just started heading down the stairs. I heard people were trapped in the bathroom. I ran to the bathroom. It was just blown out. I asked if anybody was in there. People weren't in there. So I started going down the steps. I heard people shouting. I stopped at like 68, and there's a woman in a wheelchair, and I got her in the strap wheelchair and just carried her down the steps and carried her down 68 floors, man. And then we got lost on the 5th floor. It was chaos.
Oh my goodness.
There's going to be, I'm sure, some great stories of heroism. What can you do? Probably the best thing, if you really want to help, is to donate blood.
Donate blood.
Say a prayer.
Donate blood. 1-866 blood saves in our area. We've been talking about the exodus from the district. The district is under a state of emergency. Virginia is under a state of emergency. The exodus, how bad is it? How is it affecting traffic? Let's go to Sherry Elliker.
Mike and Andrea, we do have a little bit of good news, if there is such a thing on a day like today. It looks like things have started to clear out around the Beltway. You're looking live at the American Legion Bridge. I can tell you this, that on the inner loop of the Beltway, we're not seeing too many delays right now as you make your trip between Bethesda and College Park. The outer loop of the Beltway is also running nicely across the bridge span until you get to about Springfield, and that's where we're having some problems. We're looking here at Springfield right now. Now, northbound on 95, we're seeing jam traffic from Dale City up to the Beltway. The problem there is that you can go no further than the Beltway, because at that point there is a closure in effect. Northbound 395 is closed between the Beltway and the inbound 14th Street Bridge. Southbound 395 is open. So what's happening is people are taking the northbound lanes of 95, they're getting up to the Beltway, and they must get off at the inner loop or the outer loop of the Beltway. So consequently, we're seeing traffic on the outer loop of the Beltway jammed from Springfield over to the Wilson Bridge. Inner loop delays begin about at St. Barnabas Road. But that's about the worst of it on the Beltway. Around town, of course, eastbound Constitution is closed at 23rd Street. Eastbound Pennsylvania Avenue shut down at 18th Street. Inbound Teddy Roosevelt Bridge, that's just been shut down. That's new. And as you know, a lot of there are a lot of closures around town that are just popping up here and there as security requires that. So we'll keep you posted on all of that. Mike and Andrea, back to you.
All right, Sherry Elliker, thank you very much.
You don't know what to do in a situation like this, but I guess the example of the clergy is the best. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops were having some meetings here in Northeast Washington, and when they heard that Cardinal McCarrick, the Archbishop of Washington, immediately canceled and suspended the meetings, and they went to the shrine and started to pray.
The federal aviation official says all of the commercial aircraft in the United States skies have now reached their destinations. No additional takeoffs will be allowed. There were a number of international flights on their way to the United States to West Coast destinations. The FAA says no troubles reported with those flights. Some flights are landing up in Canada.
Let's go back to Dave Statter at the Pentagon. Dave?
Well, this seems to be the most we've seen the fire under control right now at the Pentagon, where the plane crashed in about an hour after the crash at the World Trade Center. That fourth plane crash you've been talking about up in Pennsylvania, our photographer Greg Geis spent a lot of time up there and has just talked to some people who were at the scene of the crash by telephone. Greg, what can you tell us you've learned about that crash?
Dave, it's about 20 miles from the area where I grew up and was born. And Brad Lawrence from WCCL FM radio, whose transmitter site is near there, tells me that the plane crash site is in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, about 15 miles northeast of Somerset. And for the Washington viewers, that would be about 25 or 30 miles northeast of the Seven Springs Ski Resort area, near the small town of Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The plane, as we understand it, crashed into a reclaimed strip mine, and there are many of them along a mountaintop of the Allegheny Mountains. This would be the main backbone mountain of the Allegheny Mountains, just north and east of Somerset. It's not far for those who travel the Pennsylvania Turnpike and go through the Allegheny Mountain Tunnel. It would be about 7 miles north of the tunnel on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Many viewers are aware of it. Now, the word from the scene is that the plane, a Boeing 767, crashed into the reclaimed strip mine, an open area near the town of Shanksville, near the development called Indian Lake, and it took, they're saying in Somerset County now, about 40 people, 40 people may have lost their lives in that crash.
In the plane or the ground, do you know?
No, it was in the plane. As we understand, there were no ground casualties. It's a very rural, remote area, a reclaimed strip mine area behind what was in the late 60s and early 70s a recreation area called Indian Lake.
All right, that's Greg Geis, photographer from Channel 9, talking to us about the plane crash and information he's been able to get a hold of in Pennsylvania. Still fire here at the Pentagon. We're seeing some smoke coming up. The fire seems to be trapped underneath the roof of the Pentagon, between the ceiling and the roof, and I think even saw a little bit of flame coming through the roof. Yep, we're starting to see some flames come through the roof toward the courtyard side. The plane crash is where the scarring is, all that black sooted area. The plane crash was on that side, and where the gaping hole is, that's where the plane crash occurred. But the fire has traveled into the building, and now coming up through the roof. It's been trapped behind walls, between the ceiling and the roof line, and following pipe chases that run through this building, I'm sure, and electrical conduits. And that's been the difficulty for firefighters, just traveling through this building, trying to get a hold of this fire. I mean, certainly not as much smoke and not as much flames as we've seen earlier, so they are making some headway.
All right, Dave, thank you. Again, we're hearing from Admiral Robert J. Natter at the Norfolk Navy base. We have been attacked like we haven't since Pearl Harbor. The ships under his command, he's commander of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. He has sent Navy ships to New York and to Washington, D.C. areas to assist with air defense and medical needs. He wouldn't disclose details about the deployment, but we have heard from our contacts that the USS JFK Battle Group and the USS George Washington going to New York and heading to the area of the Chesapeake Bay to provide air defense and support with medical needs.
The World Trade Center is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, both towers collapsed after terrorists slammed planes into the buildings.
Okay.
What's scary is we haven't heard any word of casualties from New York, although...
No, we are certain that there may be many.
Yeah.
All right, folks, stop calling on the phone. Give me a break. Today is Tuesday, September 11th. We're trying to find any significance. Wednesday, September 12th, is when the courts were supposed to hand down sentencing for the terrorist responsible for the 1998 bombings in Tanzania. Today, I know, is Tuesday, September 11th. Thank you. Now, let other calls come through to the newsroom, please. Thank you.
Hundreds of people rushed to Manhattan hospitals today to give blood, and officials called in every available surgeon and nurse to deal with the victims of the World Trade Center. The mayor has said, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani has said, the death toll, casualty toll is going to be, in his words, horrendous.
Hospitals in New Jersey and Connecticut are on alert for casualties from New York City. They say you can hear ambulances screaming down major thoroughfares across the city as victims were transported to St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center in Lower Manhattan. All non-emergency patients have been discharged from the hospital so they can have enough beds to take in the more seriously injured.
We have reaction now from United Nations General Secretary Kofi Annan.
We are all traumatized by this terrible tragedy. We do not yet know how many people have been killed or injured, but inevitably the number will be high. Our first thoughts and prayers must be for them and for their families. I wish to express my profound condolences to them and to the people and government of the United States. There can be no doubt that these attacks are deliberate acts of terrorism, carefully planned and coordinated, and as such, I condemn them utterly. Terrorism must be fought resolutely wherever it appears. In such moments, cool and reasoned judgment are more essential than ever. We do not know yet who is behind these acts or what objective they hope to achieve. What we do know is that no just cause can be advanced by terror.
That was UN Secretary General Kofi Annan speaking about the terrorist attacks today. The United Nations building is one of the buildings in New York that has been evacuated as well.
Do you get the feeling, seriously, that you're going to wake up any minute and say this was the worst nightmare I've ever had? I mean, it's just absolutely unreal, unbelievable. I feel like we're doing a B-grade movie or
As the president said, today we have a national tragedy, but he also said he and the government leaders will do whatever is necessary to protect this country and the citizens of the United States of America. Right now, we're going to turn this coverage back to CBS for a little while. Stay with 9 Eyewitness News.
It will take us years to digest. Mr. Jenkins, there's never been a similar occasion.
How widespread the impact of this is. From Suffolk County Police, the Long Island Expressway is being closed westbound at exit 61. You make that trip out that way quite regularly. Exit 61 is some 60 or 70 miles out onto Long Island, I think.
Yes, that's it's amazing that it would be closed from that far out. Obviously, we've been talking about these concentric rings around the city, stretching out from the epicenter of where the World Trade Centers were, and those rings are getting larger and larger as the reality of this disaster is setting in.
On the phone with us from the MTA to give us an idea of what is going on in terms of buses and particularly subways in the city is Tom Kelly of the MTA. Tom, are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Tom, just if you can give me the status report to begin with. What have we got as far as subway service?
Fine. We have resumed service on the A, B, C, D, E, F, J, M, L, and the number 5 and the number 7 trains. All of them are running now, and we are urging people to take them to head out of the Manhattan area. We have not resumed service yet on the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 9 train because of AC and DC problems affecting both the tracks and the power to the trains. Buses are operating in Manhattan above Houston Street, and they're running in the other 4 boroughs fine, but are experiencing, obviously, traffic backups. Penn Station is open We have limited eastbound service out of Manhattan, as well as Grand Central Terminal is open, also with limited service out of Grand Central. On the Long Island Railroad, Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn and Hunters Point in Queens are up and operational. Any trains on either the subway or the Long Island Railroad and Metro North are discharging all passengers prior to coming into Manhattan. However, anyone that is employed in the emergency area, such as police, firefighters, doctors, National Guard members, or anybody like that coming in, should identify themselves to train crews, and they will be permitted to stay on the train and into Manhattan. We have opened all bridges and tunnels outbound from Manhattan, and as well as one lane into the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel for outbound traffic only. There was a large tie-up on the Verrazano because of the bridge closings going from Staten Island to New Jersey, but my understanding now is that that has been open. And at the governor's direction, we have lifted the toll gates on our bridges and tunnels, as well as we won't be seeking tickets for either the Long Island Railroad, Metro North, or the city subway system from the area around the area affected, either Grand Central, Penn Station, or the subway stations in the area along down near the World Trade Center.
Tom, do you have any indication of the integrity of the structure on the tracks on the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 trains? I mean, the 1, 2, the 1 and the 9 particularly pass right under the World Trade Center there. Do you have any update on whether those tracks are intact down there?
At this point, I don't have any first-hand knowledge of that, but I know that we have crews that are working with the city officials and stuff, and when it's deemed safe for us to be able to go down and check on the integrity of the tracks and the stations, etc., we will do that. But our primary concern was to be able to get train service and bus service out of that area in Lower Manhattan. We have put that service, as I mentioned to you earlier, we've got service restored down there. We have bus service down there, and in the other boroughs, it hasn't been affected other than for large traffic delays.
And you had enough warning on this that you didn't have trains in that area immediately under the World Trade Center towers at the time they collapsed. So you're not dealing with a situation where there were trains with passengers trapped in the area. They all managed to clear out of the area?
That's my understanding. Again, all of that for a definitive and final answer on that would have to wait, obviously, until we get down there. But shortly after the explosion, the service was stopped. However, all trains were brought into stations and passengers were discharged there. And again, it's a tribute to our customers at how orderly the process went and how understanding everybody was about it.
Tom, we talked a lot about subway service. Again, if you can recap for me, what's the status of bus service? Are you continuing to run that?
Yes, bus service is operating in Manhattan above Houston Street.
Tom,
Yes.
Tom, I'm sorry, I got to interrupt you. Mayor Giuliani is holding a news conference, so we'll let you go. Thank you, Tom.
Obviously, one of the most difficult days in the history of the city and the country. The tragedy that we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government, from The time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, while this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude, we will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
There are large
and I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way. And we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after that.
Could you tell us, do you expect any further attacks on New York? Is there anything to indicate that there could be more bombs, more planes out there? I know originally there was a report that 8 planes had been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by...
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed. And we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from?
Coming into the port of New York?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan? What's the scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago, and the governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching They're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600, as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66 in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed. And it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handled themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this.
Mr. Mayor, there were reports of gas explosion related to this. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion?
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings.
What the mayor of New York had to say, and also the governor of New York responding to reporters' questions. Back to your calls. Lynchburg, Virginia, good afternoon.
Hello. I would just like to comment on today's tragic events. First off, I'd like to say that my heart really goes out to the family and friends of the victims of this terrible thing. And I understand if a member of my family was one of the victims, I would certainly be filled with the desire for revenge and retaliation, but having fortunately that not being the case, I would like to say that the rest of us need to keep in mind that violence will only beget violence, and that we must be cautious in our approach and make sure that we find the true culprits.
Utica, New York, you're next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Indira, and I'm calling from Utica, New York, and I've been listening to this news since this morning. And when the lady called and said that she doesn't like the president, it just didn't make any sense to me, because she was born here, and we came from Bosnia, and we still love that president, and we hope that he punished those people who ever did this.
Spring Hill, Florida, you're next on C-SPAN. Your reaction.
Hello?
Spring Hill, Florida, go ahead.
Yeah, hello.
Good afternoon.
How you doing? I've been listening to some of the comments from the American people,
and I'm appalled to listen to how they can say it's a black and white issue, or how they can turn around and say it's God that caused it, it's God that's going to make it better. It wasn't God that did it in World War II. Nobody was opposed to dropping bombs during the war with Germany, England, and definitely Hiroshima. This is a direct attack to the United States, and it should be handled as an attack against the United States and their people.
Thanks, caller. Some insight into what happened earlier this morning with the president who began his day in Sarasota, Florida. He was reading to some elementary school students from the Associated Press while in Florida as the president was reading to the children in a classroom at 9:05 a.m. His chief of staff, Andrew Card, whispered into his ear. The president briefly turned somber before he resumed reading. He addressed the tragedy about a half hour later and then addressed it again at an Air Force base, Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan also commenting on what's been happening here in Washington and in New York.
We are all traumatized by this terrible tragedy. We do not yet know how many people have been killed or injured, but inevitably the number will be high. Our first thoughts and prayers must be for them and for their families. I wish to express my profound condolences to them and to the people and government of the United States. There can be no doubt that these attacks are deliberate acts of terrorism, carefully planned and coordinated, and as such, I condemn them utterly. Terrorism must be fought resolutely wherever it appears. In such moments, cool and reasoned judgment are more essential than ever. We do not know yet who is behind these acts or what objective they hope to achieve. What we do know is that no just cause can be advanced by terror.
UN Secretary General earlier this afternoon responding to the events. And also in western Pennsylvania, from the Associated Press, United Airlines Flight 93, which was a Boeing 757 en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, crashing about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. You can see from this map just south of Pittsburgh in Somerset County. On board 45 people, as well as the pilot and crew. That United Airlines Flight 93, which was also believed to have been a terrorist attack, a hijacking incident that took place this morning. Atlanta, Georgia, good morning.
Hello, Steve. Is it morning?
I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Go ahead.
We've been here a long time, haven't we? Listen, thank you for taking my call. I want you to know I'm proud to be an American. I really am. I'm proud of our president. By the way, I'm Ray Potter in Atlanta, and I agree with the Secretary General that we are all traumatized, and this is truly a day of infamy. And as I said, I am proud of our president. He is strong and well-grounded and has some of the best and most experienced people in this country around him. And we should all pray for him and do everything we can to support him morally. And there's one more thing I'd like to say, if I may. If Terry McCullough is listening, or anyone hears this can get a message to him, please call C-SPAN and give your support to our president.
Thanks very much for the call. You're looking at the scene outside on North Capitol Street where Louisiana and North Capitol intersect, and you get a sense of the stillness in the air now with a lot of the traffic that has moved out, and a lot of the area around the Capitol has been closed off to any traffic. Capitol Police shutting down the area for security reasons. We will be staying with you during the afternoon into tonight to get your reaction and show you more of the events happening. Cincinnati, go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Neil from Cincinnati. I would like to, first of all, express my condolences for the families of the injured and the victims that are going to be found, without a doubt. I'd like to say, I seen a clip earlier of a letter from the First Lady where it said, you need to assure your children that we are safe. I find it hard to be able to tell my children that when you wake up in the morning and 4 planes have been hijacked, and all the parents, I'm sure there were many parents on these planes that are now dead and in the World Trade Centers. how we were supposed to tell our children that you are safe.
Terre Haute, Indiana. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead with your comment.
I am absolutely appalled at the lady that called earlier stating that she is for sanctions against rather than action. And it's mind-boggling that someone would hold such a weak stance in life when she has seen the utter chaos that's going on in New York and Washington.
Thanks, caller. These are live pictures from Arlington, Virginia, courtesy of Channel 9. We'll continue with your reaction and go to Corpus Christi, Texas.
Yes. I just was, first of all, I wanted to share with your other readers the sympathy for the families of those that were killed. But I was also curious. I've heard from a number of callers and from friends across the United States that they have seen pictures of people in Palestinian territories celebrating, and I haven't seen that on any of the major networks, and I was just curious why we haven't been able to see any of that.
Thanks, caller. Our next call comes to us from Israel. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Am I on the air?
Where in Israel are you phoning from?
Zechron Yaakov.
And where is that located?
Near about 20 miles south of Haifa.
And how are you watching us?
On C-SPAN.
Satellite, I assume?
Satellite, yes.
Go ahead with your comment.
The reason I'm calling is, first of all, to give my condolences to anybody that was injured or was killed in the attack, because I am an American that lives in Israel. The only other reason I called was to refute what two people had said, one from the Bronx who said something about, I think he said something about the Israelis might have planned this so that America would do its dirty work, which is totally false. And the other thing was a woman who called up and said she had met an Israeli when he was a child, that he counted Uzis. These are all false notions. I don't know where they get these things from.
Okay, thanks for...
The other thing I wanted to say is I hope America will take the action necessary. I don't care who did it. I don't know if the Arabs did it. I don't know if terrorists from Germany did it. It doesn't make a difference. I do just hope they will take the action necessary to stop this from happening.
Okay, thanks very much for the call. From Yahoo, which has been tracking the story as well, this is the story that dozens of Palestinian refugees fired into the air with joy Tuesday as news of apparent anti-U.S. terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. According to AFP correspondents, guerrillas in military fatigues from various factions fired assault rifles and rocket-propelled grenades into the air in the refugee camp at the outskirts of the southern port city of Sidon. According to one correspondent, camp residents, some still in pajamas, interrupted the afternoon rest to rush down to the streets and fire rifles into the air. Again, that this afternoon from Yahoo News. We want to show you, or let you listen in to the BBC World Service, which is also taking phone calls from radio listeners to give you a sense of how they are covering the developments today.
People would never believe the plot, but does this mean it would have to be in part an insider job just to know how it all works?
Well, there must be somebody on board the aircraft to know how to steer them or drive them into the buildings. If you were a pilot and you had a gun at your head and they said, well, take me to that building, you knew you were going to die one way or the other, you wouldn't do it. You go the other way, but they must have had people who could fly. This is an inside job right down the line, and this is the whole thing about the problem. It's an inside job. There's people on the inside who are prepared to lose their lives to create some sort of great statement, and they have.
Well, Dr. Cornish described the United States as the most open city in the world. What possible measures can they take?
The United States is the most open country in the world, not the most open city. We're an open country as well. In democracy, you can't stop this stuff from happening unless you become like a Nazi state and stop you from doing these things. It's totally free. There's nothing to stop you from putting on a bomb inside a plane in Boston and going to New York. It's outrageous. The freedom you have is killing you, and that's the essence.
So you give an impression of helpless as Dr. Cornish, as a defence man. How would you react to that?
Well, I'd only say that my reading of this so far, and how little do we all know of what really happened, and we'll know very little, I suspect, for a very long time to come. But it does seem to me to have been an extremely well coordinated operation, but at the same time, in a very disturbing way, a not terribly complex one. And I think this is going to be the issue of discussion.
Live audio from the BBC, and now back live to the Pentagon.
Navy Marine Corps civilians, active duty, that work in the building, work in the Pentagon, who have made it out, who can call this number and report their current status. I'm sorry? The number is 1-877-663-6772. And that is, again, to report your current status if you work in the building, Navy Marine Corps, civilian, active duty, whatever.
Is it just people who work in this building?
It is for people that work in the Pentagon. That's what we're trying to find out, who made it out okay, and account for the people that may not have made it out.
But you just want Navy and Marine Corps, not other?
I believe that the other services are establishing similar lines. Clearly, if we get information from someone else who's made it out of the building, we'll try to pass that on to the appropriate services.
Admiral, where were you when the explosion occurred?
I was in the Pentagon in my office, which is in the wedge that was hit.
And can you describe what happened?
Again, we're at the other end of the building. If you understand, if you're familiar with how the Pentagon is constructed, this was on the outside of the building is the E ring. My office is on the B ring on the 4th deck at the end of the 4th corridor. Clearly, it was a loud explosion, significant concussion blast. I can say that I'm thankful in the new wedge, in the new construction, they replaced the windows with blast-resistant windows. In my office, the windows shook but did not break. None of the many windows on either side of my office broke. Had there been broken glass flying, I'm sure the casualties in my office would have been significant. As it was, no one in my immediate office was injured. The evacuation was prompt, was orderly. I find it, frankly, a testament to the caliber of the people that work in that building that many people could evacuate the building without panic, without discussion, and in a very quick and effective way.
Admiral, can I ask you another question? I was up here, I watched. The thing that struck me was how quickly the military personnel responded, setting up a triage area with stretchers. Obviously, these are colleagues. It's different than in a war setting, somewhere far away. I mean, this is home. It's a testament to them, to me at least, how quickly they responded in the way they did. What about you?
In the same fashion as the evacuation, I think that the response, what I've observed personally as I evacuated the building and moved up to regroup, reconstitute with the Navy leadership, was exactly that. Clearly, this is something that every person who is a part of this tragedy will carry with them for the rest of their lives. But it was heartening to see people going about, executing their training, doing what needed to be done in the light of this horrific event. I really am not the proper person to speak on the general information. I wanted to get out primarily to the local media, this 800 number, so that the individuals who work there could get that information to us. Thank you. We don't have that line established yet. When we have better information on who's safe, we will, of course, be answering those questions as well.
So I missed the beginning. What your rank is?
Rear Admiral.
And that was a briefing just outside the Pentagon with some updated information. We'll continue with your phone calls. Portage, Wisconsin, good afternoon.
Hello?
Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the people who got hurt or killed. And I just want to say, so sorry about all those people. Hope whoever did it can get punished for what they have done.
Grants Pass, Oregon, good afternoon.
Hello. Yes, I'm calling to say that as a nation, we should all band together and not blame our president. Right now, we are feeding the terrorists the anger that is going on in our nation, and we should all get down on our hands and knees and pray for the families who have lost their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next is Phoenix, Arizona, with your reaction. Good afternoon.
Yes, I have to tell you, I am heartsick over this. We have to take a different attitude to all this. Diplomacy doesn't seem to work very well. We have to go in and hunt out. We know who these groups are. They have to be annihilated, be done with, so life can go on normally for all the people in the world. It's deplorable what's happened. They're just a bunch of cowards.
Thanks for the call. Westland, Michigan.
Yes. I just wanted to say that makes me sick that everyone keeps dogging the president and how bad the nation is. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's the greatest nation, and whoever is around, whoever did it, well, I feel that they'll get their return.
Thanks for the call. Next is Virginia Beach, Virginia. Good afternoon. Go ahead, caller.
How you doing? First off, I'm a 19-year veteran of the Navy, and I'm just sitting here with my heart stuck in my throat, and we're polarized right now. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, we're Americans. And I just, I'd been on an aircraft carrier bound to Libya in 1985. I was in the Gulf for 2 years. And it just sickens me, I got 2 boys, and what do I tell them? This is America.
Thanks. To give you a sense of perspective, for those of you who are not familiar with Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon, which the E ring, which is the exterior ring of the Pentagon near 395 and the heliport was where the plane crashed. That is just off of Route 395 here in Washington, adjacent to Arlington National Cemetery. Ronald Reagan National Airport is just below that along the Potomac River. And as you move along 395 into the heart of Washington, D.C., the Capitol is situated over here and the White House straight down Pennsylvania Avenue. This whole area, of course, is security is at a maximum right now, and as you've seen from some of the pictures, and we'll continue to show you, security here on Capitol Hill is very tight. They've shut down a number of the roads around the Capitol and also evacuated many buildings. The government has, in essence, shut down today because of what's happened. Boise, Idaho, good afternoon. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, I'm calling from Boise, Idaho, and I have to say we're all heartsick here. And just, with this tragedy that's occurred, and we want to do whatever we can to support the rest of the country and our president. I have to say I'm a Democrat, but in this time of need, I think we should all band together to support President Bush and our leadership and do whatever is necessary. And I know that we've heard comments from President Ford and from President Carter, and I'd just like to know if anybody's heard anything from President Clinton, because I think, as a country, we all need to band together to make sure that everything is done that needs to be done to protect our great nation.
Thanks, caller. Minneapolis, you're next. Live pictures of the Pentagon. Go ahead, please.
Yes. My heart goes out to the victims in this tragedy. And also my heart goes out to the victims in the other tragedies that caused this tragedy. We need to realize that America's been bombing people like this from day one. That's why you got kamikazes that's ready to come here and do stuff like this.
Thanks for the call. Martin, Tennessee. Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? This is Cindy Austin from Martin, Tennessee, and I would like to say that my heart goes out to all these people, and it's just agony what they would have to go, what they're going through right now. And I'd just like to say all my thoughts and all my prayers to all them people. Thank you.
Los Angeles, your reaction.
Yes, I just want to say we have to blame Afghanistan and the Taliban government. We told them years ago to turn over bin Laden. Now he's done this. And all those Palestinians celebrating, that's disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you. Milford, Ohio. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I, too, want to express my sympathy to the families, but I also wanted to expound on the fact that just this morning, it was broadcast yesterday, and I saw portions of Senator Biden talking about, such things as this happening. He was discussing the missile defense system, and he stressed the point that we needed more protection in the states here to eliminate such activity that happened today. And I wish people would have listened more carefully, because we need it interiorly. We don't need a national or missile defense system at some point in time, perhaps. But right now, we need to concentrate on these people flying airplanes, driving cars, trucks, ships. And I thank you so much, C-SPAN, for your coverage.
Thank you for the call. Along the U.S.-Canadian border, traffic has come to a halt as one of the security measures in place. Our next call comes to us from Cambridge in Ontario, Canada. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to say how I feel to the people of the United States. It's just deplorable what's happened in New York and Washington and the surrounding area. And my prayers and my heart goes out to all of you, and I just hope things get better and not worse.
Okay, thanks for the call. Salt Lake City, Utah, your reaction.
My reaction is that I believe that this should be a wake-up call here for the United States, that we are no longer safe because we are so far away from everyone else. and that if we know who's done these attacks, and I'm sure that the Defense Department and the powers that be that take care of these things are aware of the training camps and everything like that. So why allow them to continue to exist? We already know that they're responsible for the embassy bombings, the military barracks bombings, so let's go ahead and take care of it. But I also have a question. I was just noticing that none of the flags are at half-staff, and although it was not a military attack against military bases, except I consider the Pentagon maybe a military base, but it should be a sign of respect for those who have given their life today because of people who think that they have control over us here in the United States. And I think that we should show respect, but we should also say, hey, okay, you stepped in our yard, now it's our turn to fight you.
Thanks, caller. And again, we've tried to be very careful in all of this, and we don't want to speculate, but one could assume that there will be those types of commemorations coming up over the next couple of days. We will more than likely hear from President Bush again before the end of the day. You're looking at a live picture from the Pentagon. For those of you familiar with Washington, that is one of the heliports adjacent to the Pentagon, and in the forefront is the GW Parkway, the George Washington Memorial Parkway, part of which has been shut down because of the rescue efforts still underway. Traffic along 395 is back open now this afternoon in the Washington, D.C. area, and most, if not all, government buildings are now closed except for essential personnel. Next call from the Fiji Islands. Go ahead.
How are you doing? I think that it's just awful, the fact that that people are dancing in the street in the West Bank of Israel, and I think that needs to be taken care of. And I think that this gives us grounds to declare war on whether it be Afghanistan or anybody. I think it's just absolutely terrible.
Thanks, caller. Next is Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling from Langhorne, and I just would like to say that I feel that right now we should not be either Democratic or Republican. We're all Americans, because 1 billion people should not be brought to their knees by a few hundred terrorists who feel that God is on their side.
Thanks for the call. Des Moines, Iowa.
Yeah, hi. I just would like to express my condolences to the whole people that died or injured in this incident, and I would like to please urge Mr. Bush to take care of Mr. Bin Laden. Go over there, get him. He's the responsible. I feel like that, and all these Palestinians that dancing on the street, they should not do it.
Austin, Texas, your reaction?
Well, first of all, my heart goes out to everyone who this hurt, which means America. And more important, this type of catastrophe should pull all of us together, not apart, and that our retaliation should not solely be on the terrorist organizations, but the countries that have harbored these terrorist organizations for so long.
Thanks for the call. Next is Lexington, Tennessee. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm glad to be American.
Go ahead, caller.
And I would just like to say that, you know, as long as there's terrorist acts outside of the world that we know about and we're not doing nothing about it, that, you know, that's where we need to start, is just not let these type of things go on anywhere.
Thanks. I'm going to lose you because we're getting some interference on your cellular phone. Let's get another call from Little Orleans, Maryland. Go ahead. Call, are you with us?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I would just like to say that my heart and my prayers go out to everybody, and I truly believe what President Bush says, that the U.S. will hunt down and punish these terrorists. And I just would also like to say that I think these terrorists are jealous of our free country.
Thanks for the call. Fort Worth, Texas. Go ahead, please. Fort Worth, go ahead.
Hi, I would just like to say that, of course, I have gathered my family around and we've been praying over the victims as well as their families this morning. I think that this act of terrorism is extremely radical. It's countries who do not follow the guidelines and the rules that the United Nations as a group has come together and decided upon.
And it's people who do follow the rules and who try to bring our own countries and our people up. The folks that disagree with that or that can't seem to climb those mountains, they're the ones who do these terrorist acts.
Thanks very much for the call.
Totally with Judge Schultz, who I admire tremendously, that we need to go find out who these people are, and with respect to collateral damage, we need to not let this happen again. And I think this puts about 5 exclamation points on why we in this country need a sophisticated, dedicated, high morale team of intelligence agencies and law enforcement that work together. Not that if it was any better than it was the last 5 years, I'm not saying it wasn't good, but it needs to be the best and continue to be the best.
But you're suggesting it has not been good enough.
Well, in a free society, you know, it's virtually impossible to know everything about every bunch of cowards and crazy people that populate the world, unfortunately. But we need to get as close to that as possible without changing our way of life. And I think that exclamation point just hits home today, and we need to stop this. We need not to change our way of life. We need to find out who did this, and I'll tell you right now, that's a short list of people. And our government knows pretty much what that short list is. They're putting the final touches, I'm sure, and will over the course of the next few hours, next few days, and we need to do something about it.
Sir, thank you for your time today. Appreciate joining. We have shown you a number of times the video of this second plane that at 9:08 hit the Trade Center. We have, I believe, some still pictures of that plane as it moved. I'm seeing them for the first time with you, so bear with us. You can see that in the first shot, the plane approaching the Trade Center. And here in the second frame, you can see in the front, I believe what we saw there was the plumes of smoke and fire from the hit on the first building. The plane now visibly closer to the Trade Center building. It is just the most extraordinary and painful thing to look at because you know what's happening. Mr. Kallstrom, are you able to see these pictures, by the way? Mr. Kallstrom?
Yes, I am.
Were you able to see those?
I was able to see that, yes.
As you watch that, as you've seen that, I hear the anger builds, doesn't it?
It does. It certainly does build. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I mean, we're trained in many ways, both of us, by profession, not to use words like unbelievable, and then you confront moments like this where, in fact, unbelievable is about the only word that seems to apply.
Yeah, I just can't, having lived through the tragedy of TWA Flight 800, which, as sad as that was, I mean, this is geometrically worse. And just thinking about the personal terror of all the people involved in this, the people on those planes. I'm sure there's teenagers and babies and adults and just normal people on those airplanes that suffered tremendous terrorism.
Yes, sir, it is hard to imagine what it must have been like on those 4 airplanes, because while the attacks on the buildings themselves happened quite quickly, these people in these airplanes were aware that something horrible was happening for perhaps an hour. The flight from Boston to New York, right around an hour, a little bit less. Clearly they knew this was something horrible had come into their lives, and they knew it for a long time.
That's probably true. And think about the fact that people obviously took control of the plane and knew something about flying one of these sophisticated fly-by-wire airplanes. I don't know how much they knew. They knew enough, obviously, to crash it into the building. I can't imagine any American pilot crashing an airplane into one of these buildings.
Now, sir,
even with a gun to their head, they wouldn't do that.
I was thinking exactly the same thing, that it is unimaginable to me, at least, that any pilot, no matter the circumstance, would have followed that order, crashed that plane into this building or that building. I don't know what they would have done, how they'd have dealt with it, but it is unimaginable they would have followed that order.
So you've got people that not only are willing to give up their lives for just a horrendously, in my view, stupid, cowardly act, but are sophisticated enough to fly a modern jet plane.
It was described by Secretary of State Schultz, and I don't know if you heard it, as an act of war against the United States. Do you see this as an act of war?
I think it's clearly an act of war. I think it's, in many ways, it's a different time, but it's everything that Pearl Harbor was and more. It just puts an exclamation point next to this dangerous world we live in, and the inability to appease people that are this demented with rhetoric. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work. We can see what happened today. All peace-loving people of the world, all people that believe in democracy and freedom need to stand against this. Any country that harbors or aids this type of activity anywhere in the world needs to declare which side they're on, and we need to seriously do something about this, and I believe we will.
Mr. Kellstrom, thank you for joining us. To Washington and our colleague Judy Woodruff. Judy.
Aaron, again, listening to your conversation with James Kellstrom and the others, it's we can only begin to grasp the magnitude of what's happened here. And I keep thinking back to what your New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani said about 30 minutes ago. He looked at the camera and he said, it's safe here in New York City, everything is safe, but I would just say, without contradicting the mayor at all, that for so many people watching these pictures, it's very hard to believe or to know what is safe after 4 commercial jetliners caused the deaths that we have seen today. We have right now, we want to show you some pictures, some conversations with people on the streets of New York City this morning about the time of the airplane crashes into the World Trade Center. Let's listen.
The actual airplane hitting the building. It was surreal. As we looked at it, we thought it was something out of a movie. It just didn't seem real. The airplane just came in at a tilt. We heard the scream of the plane, then a crack, 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 boom, 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 and the plane just disappeared. You didn't see the plane anymore, and then you saw the blowout from the other side.
A lot of people equate this to something like Pearl Harbor. You were there. You saw this. Put yourself in perspective that this is nothing's ever happened like this.
Well, I now have images that will never leave my mind. As I'm walking up from, we walked down from downtown up to Grand Central here, and I just keep seeing that airplane hitting. I saw also prior to the second airplane hitting, while we were still standing there, I must have saw about 7 or 8 bodies flying through the air, coming from 80 floors up. Just they'd fall from the debris, and you just saw them cartwheeling down, bouncing off the building. It was devastating. I'm not an emotional person in the least, and I actually felt tremendous emotion at that point, because I do have a lot of friends in both buildings. And I do know that last time, as I said, it took 2.5 hours for somebody on the 70th floor to get out of that building. It's absolutely devastating. I believe, being down there, is tens of thousands of people dead. That's what I believe at this point.
You say you're not an emotional person. I see you're
I'm not emotional in the least, and now I'm very emotional about this. I have feelings of revenge, but I just sure hope that the government doesn't arbitrarily select an enemy and decide to, for political reasons, obliterate that enemy just for this. But I do hope they find the people that are responsible for this.
You shot in the back. Joe, what do you do?
And fell and just hit and just blew out the plaza we were on.
It was complete dark. There is no light. So thank God somebody with little light came up, because we couldn't even see what's happening. We all, with dust and debris and.
How'd you get out?
Well, the firefighter, somebody with little light came eventually, and we were following him.
And go to.
What did you do?
The police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed the light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5.
Did you see people bleeding, and what did you see?
Oh, everybody could see. You want blood? Here's blood. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
CNN producer Rose Arce on the streets of New York. She's joining us by telephone. Rose, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Judy.
What are you seeing? Tell us where you are.
I am about 2 blocks north of where the World Trade Center used to be standing, and I'm surrounded by firefighters who are just watching helplessly. They've had to suspend their rescue operation, and they're just watching a burning hulk of building right now. The front part of the World Trade Center has completely sheared off, as well as many of the upper floors. And every few minutes you'll hear like a small sort of a rumbling sound, almost like an explosion sound, and another chunk of it will come flying down into the street, creating a situation where rescue personnel just have not been able to get close to this building now for over an hour.
Rose, how close are they to the building?
I'd say the closest people are probably about 2 blocks north of there, just in front of where I am. I spoke to a firefighter a few minutes ago that said that he had to stand there and watch helplessly as at least a dozen people leapt from the upper floors of this building during a fire.
Rose, when the mayor was asked this question at a news conference a little while ago, he said he wasn't able to answer, but given your vantage point, can you tell how large a perimeter, how many square blocks are we talking about that's been devastated?
Well, I'd say that at least, up to 4 blocks north, really 5 blocks north of the World Trade Center, there is debris on top of buildings. There are buildings that have been pierced by debris. The streets are covered with several inches of soot and literally pieces of people's desks. There's office supplies. Where I'm standing right now, I can see there's letters on the floor. There's one woman's resume. There's some insurance papers. Things that clearly came from inside that building.
And Rose, where, again, you are how close to what's going on here?
I'm about, I'd say about 2.5 blocks north of the World Trade Center.
And are you still seeing victims injured being taken away or walking away, or is
No, right now there's absolutely nobody that's getting anywhere close to that building. There's just a huge and enormous pieces of debris just falling one right after the other. And as I said, firefighters a lot of them are just standing here helpless, wanting to go in and try to fight the fire, but just can't get any closer because of safety problems.
And Rose, is your sense that there are enough emergency personnel there once they can? I mean, give us a sense of how many emergency personnel you see.
There's an absolute small army of fire safety people. I mean, I even see immigration and naturalization service officers, federal marshals. There are trucks from all over New York. I see license plates, New Jersey, people from upstate New York. There's just a small army of people here, but there's just really not a whole lot that they can do for whoever may be left right now, because it is just such a dangerous situation.
CNN producer Rose Arce, she's talking to us right now. She's a few blocks away from the World Trade Center, describing efforts by rescue personnel who just cannot get close because it is still a very dangerous situation. You heard her say large pieces of debris still coming down. And these pictures we're showing you, all of them taken earlier in the day since the first airplane hit the World Trade Center about 8:48 this morning. And again, these are those still pictures that Aaron first referred to a few minutes ago. Still pictures of a commercial jetliner. This was the second one to come in. This was the plane, the United Airlines Flight 175 that we now know has to be the one that Boeing 767 bound from Boston to Los Angeles. Instead, it ended up inside and going through incomprehensibly one of the towers of the World Trade Center. Just about a block and a half away here in Washington, a block and a half away from the White House, CNN senior White House correspondent John King. John, you were not traveling, of course, with President Bush, who went to Florida yesterday, but you have been talking to a number of people around the president who are trying to stay on top of what's happened.
Trying to stay on top of what has happened, Judy, despite the fact that from the ground up anyway, the White House complex, which you see behind me, the building itself and the old executive office building, which is home to a number of senior administration officials, a virtual ghost town. evacuated this morning. The president, as we have reported, is now at a military installation in the Midwest. The president, first from Florida, stopped at a military installation in Louisiana. He was briefed. Then there was talk that he would come back to Washington, and administration officials saying they believe that is politically very important to send a signal to get the president back to the White House as soon as possible. But the president instead stopped at a second military installation in Nebraska. We are told he is participating in a National Security Council meeting by telephone. Vice President Dick Cheney has been in the White House, underground in the White House Operations Center, the Situation Room, which is a fortified command and control structure, throughout the day with other national security officials, receiving information from around the country and directing U.S. operations from there. We do know on Air Force One en route from Louisiana to the Midwest, the president spoke to the mayor of New York and the governor of New York. He's been in constant contact with officials back here, including members of the congressional leadership, who also have been asked by their security to go to a secure bunker area built for just such a situation, a national security emergency in the United States. The leaders of Congress taken as well to a secure location. Again, the White House grounds were evacuated when all this was taking place this morning. From this perch up here, which you are familiar with from anchoring Inside Politics, you can still see smoke wafting up from the Pentagon and National Airport across the Potomac River, usually one of the nation's busiest, of course, now completely shut down as part of the security precautions being taken here. We are told there is a priority on trying to get the president back to the White House, but priority number one is the president's security. And I've spoken to several senior administration officials as well as some security sources who say at this moment they know of no specific additional threats, but of course they were caught so completely off guard this morning, extra precautions being taken because of the scope of these devastating terrorist attacks. Judy?
All right, John King at a location on top of an office building just a few blocks from the White House, as you can see, reporting on the scene there where every federal building in the city of Washington has been evacuated. Joining us now on the telephone, former Georgia United States Senator Sam Nunn. Senator Nunn, are you in Atlanta, New York?
Judy, I'm in Wilmington, Delaware.
All right. Senator, longtime leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee, someone who has followed military affairs in this country for so long. What are you thinking right now?
First, it was certainly a day of hate in terms of what was perpetrated by whoever did this, and second, a day of sorrow for the people who are the victims and their families. And it certainly was a cruel and heartless and monstrous type attack. I think it's very important that we steadfast in this country. We always rise to the occasion and work together when we're in a crisis, and I think this qualifies for mustering the American will to remain calm and collected and determined and firm, but most of all, solidarity here at home with the president, following his lead with the governors, with mayors, with the people on the scene, the front lines, the firemen and the policemen and the medical personnel and the nurses and the doctors, people we take for granted every day, but God bless them, and we need to be with them and behind them and help them in every way we can. Certainly we need to learn lessons from this. We need to find out about the intelligence, find out why we didn't get some notification, whether we had information that we did not properly analyze, or whether Senator, all of those things come to mind.
Senator, I want to ask you about that, because there has to be many people out there watching who feel betrayed, who want to know why is it that something, how is it that something on this scale could be carried off when they thought the United States was the safest country on the earth?
Judy, I think that's a good question, and I think our intelligence people have to be asked those hard questions, and they will be. I think we also need to put it in perspective, though. We've had efforts against America for the last 20, 25 years, some of them almost of this magnitude in terms of the planning, and they've been warded off by law enforcement and intelligence. So we have to put it in somewhat perspective, and we have to also understand some of our other nations in the world have been under not exactly this kind of attack, but similar type terrorism for a long time, including Great Britain, including Israel and the Middle East, including Germany. So we have to understand that America is an open society, and we're vulnerable to this, and we need to do everything we can to tell the people of the world, that we expect them to be solid with us too, because we need world condemnation here. Certainly when we find out who did it, we need to retaliate, and we need to demand that the world stand solid with us in condemning any country that houses or supports terrorism.
All right, former United States Senator Sam Nunn, Democrat of Georgia, joining us on the telephone, longtime leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee and certainly a leader in U.S. military affairs. Speaking of military leaders, we have now joining us live from Little Rock, Arkansas, former NATO Commander General Wesley Clark. And General Clark, you and I talked a little bit earlier today about what's happened. I know you have sources. Have you learned any more about either, we've obviously been looking at pictures of the horrific evidence of what happened, but have you learned any more about suspicions, information about what might have been behind this?
Well, actually, I know that there will be a great deal of effort underway to find out who could have contributed to this, and there are various groups who could have been part of it. These groups often change their names, they have interlocking memberships, and so it will take time to run this down. But I think it's clear now, with the hindsight of a few hours, that how well coordinated this attack was, that it was launched from multiple airports, that it picked aircraft that had the largest possible fuel loads to increase their explosive capacity, that the people who were involved knew how to take over aircraft and fly them into the targets. And clearly they had some idea of the symbols of American power that they wanted to strike. And so I think we've got to allow some time for our military to work through this. I am reassured in talking to people inside the Pentagon that the command and control system in there is totally intact. All of the men and women who were part of that command and control system are at their stations and have been throughout this, and so it's very smooth and very effective. I'm thinking about all those people who were in that part of the Pentagon that was struck by the aircraft. We know there are a number of men and women who served there who aren't accounted for, and presumably there are casualties and fatalities there, but the command and control functions are totally intact.
But General Clark, what do you say to Americans, and this is the same version of the question I just put to Senator Nunn, who would say, we thought we lived in the safest country on earth, and now we find out that places that we thought were invulnerable, the Pentagon of all places, one of the most secure locations in Washington, much less in the country, the Twin Towers of the Trade Center, a building that had already come under terrorist attack and had been under increased security, to know that these kinds of places, and we've been told, at least I'm informed that Senator Orrin Hatch has said to some of my colleagues at CNN there was an indication that Camp David may have been a target of the jetliner that crashed in Pennsylvania. This is the sort of thing that makes people want to reevaluate everything.
Well, I've heard the same rumor about Camp David, but we know that for all of our unique power in the world today, the United States is also uniquely vulnerable. We've been targeted for years by a number of these groups, and many people have warned for some time that there's really no ultimate protection against terrorism, and particularly international terrorism. There's no telling how many of these efforts that are similar or perhaps lesser in scale have been broken up by the United States or by our allies, and yet this one has succeeded, and I know there'll be some hard questions asked. But Judy, one thing that comes through very clearly in this is that in an era where global communications are the way they are, and there's movement of people and ideas and communications, that it's not possible to have only one nation deal with the problem of international terrorism. Greater international cooperation and coordination is required, and certainly no state should be supporting and sponsoring the presence inside its borders or the activities out of its borders of international terrorists. And that's one very important message that comes from this terrible tragedy, and I'm sure our government will drive this home very strongly in all of the international fora. I was just on the phone with people in Europe, and as you probably know, NATO headquarters has responded by ordering the evacuation. Of course, by the North Atlantic Charter, an attack on one member of NATO is an attack on all of NATO. And how this will play itself out in coordination with our allies remains to be seen, but here's clearly an area where the United States desperately does need the support of all of our allies, and I'm sure we'll have that support as we deal with the consequences of this tragedy.
General Wesley Clark, a former NATO commander, joining us from Little Rock, Arkansas. General, thank you for joining us once again today.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you.
Aaron in New York City.
Judy, there was something absolutely chilling as General Clark walked through the planning that must have taken place. The planes that were picked, the reasons that those planes were selected is absolutely chilling. CNN's Mike Hanna in our bureau in Israel joins us now. Whenever something like this happens, I guess you look to the Middle East. Mike, what's the situation in Israel now?
Well, Aaron, in an area that has been racked by violence by nearly a year, all have been closely watching events as they've unfolded in the United States. There has been a blanket condemnation from all leaders in the region of the events that have taken place there and commiseration about the extensive loss of life that has occurred. However, when news of the events started to filter through in Palestinian areas, there were sporadic incidents of celebration in the streets in the East Jerusalem and in various parts of the West Bank. Palestinians took to the streets in small groups, celebrating what they said was an attack against the United States. The United States blamed by some Palestinians for its ongoing support, as it is seen, of Israel in this conflict, in this Middle Eastern conflict. However, while some Palestinians were taking to the streets in apparent celebration, one youth was quoted as saying, as he received a sweets handed around in celebration, "This is a sweet from Osama bin Laden," he said. However, while this was happening, the Palestinian leadership itself was very quick to condemn the events in the strongest of terms.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Condemnation and commiserations too from Israel in messages to the United States administration. Israel has banned all non-El Al flights coming into the country as a security precaution, and certainly the events in the U.S. being watched very, very closely from this region, Aaron.
Mike, just a couple of things briefly. One is it is hard, I suspect, for many of our viewers to look at the tape of the celebration that you just showed us and contrast those scenes with what we have seen from here in New York and in Washington. The utter devastation, the fear on people's faces, the death and injuries that we know have taken place. The contrasting pictures are extraordinary. Is the Israeli military on a high state of alert now?
Yes, very much so. There is a high state of alert throughout this area. The context that one must view those demonstrations in, those celebrations as we're seen in Palestinian streets, is a context of an area in which violence has been ongoing for nearly 12 months. The context, too, that some Palestinians have criticized the United States sharply for what is seen as its support of Israel in this ongoing conflict. And certainly the Palestinian leadership has been very quick to disassociate itself from those images on the ground, making quite clear that it condemns in the strongest of terms the events in the United States. All radical Palestinian groups too have disassociated themselves and denied any responsibility for the United States attacks. Aaron?
Mike, thank you. CNN's Mike Hanna, our Jerusalem bureau chief, where it's about 11:15 in Israel, about 3:45 here in New York. Hospitals here continue to be inundated with the injured, the most serious of the injured being treated first in a classic triage operation. Maria Hinojosa is at St. Vincent Hospital. She joins us on the phone. Maria, what are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Well, Aaron, since about 10 o'clock this morning, there's been a steady stream of ambulances coming into St. Vincent's, which is the central hospital for the traumatized, where they're dealing with the trauma units here. Now, what we've seen, the most recent numbers now, there's 256 patients. 25 of them are in critical condition. 3 of them have passed away. And about 30 firefighters and police have also been treated. Just to give you an idea of the numbers, this hospital handled the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. There they saw a total of only 160 patients. They are now having well surpassed that by 100 patients, more or less, 256 patients now. Mayor Giuliani arrived here about 5 minutes ago. He went straight inside. We're expecting him to come out and address the media here. And essentially there's a sea of green. Office chairs have been draped with white sheets to be used instead of stretchers. Buses have been ferrying hundreds of volunteers who have come to donate blood. They've been taken to other locations. And just about 2 minutes ago, we saw another busload carrying doctors and nurses who have come off. Lots of doctors and nurses coming to St. Vincent's wanting to volunteer. People here saying that they're asking them to come later tonight, where they're expected to be receiving patients well into the night for the next 24 hours at least. Aaron?
Maria, thank you. A snapshot of what is going on in any number of hospitals here in the city of New York and in the New York region, in the counties surrounding New York. This is all being played out in very much the same way. Another snapshot, if you will. CNN producer Alec Mirren is in a car in New Jersey trying to make his way to us here in the city. Alec, can you hear me?
I can, Aaron.
Tell me what is out there right now. How far are you from Manhattan?
Well, I've been traveling from suburban Maryland today, trying to come up, like you said, to assist in the coverage, and it's eerie how these events are impacting travel all along the Northeast Corridor. As you know, a very busy commuter area. Went to the train station in Baltimore this morning. The trains have just been canceled. People were forming carpools to get where they needed to go. As I jumped in my car and headed north on Interstate 95 and then on to the New Jersey Turnpike, lots of signs, serious problems, avoid New York. On the New Jersey Turnpike, I don't know if this is unprecedented, but it's certainly unusual. Everyone was funneled off of the Turnpike at exit 11, which is Perth Amboy. Ironically, as you get off there, you could see the cloud of smoke still billowing out of the World Trade Center. Lots of people have just pulled over to the side of the road and are sort of sitting there. Some have gotten binoculars from who knows where. I talked to a few of them. They said they didn't know where they were going to go because the Turnpike was closed. I just got here to the train station because reports had been that perhaps train service was starting up again. In fact, it is starting leaving the city, and they made that announcement, which was greeted by
watch my back.
Smiles and quiet nods of the head from people who are clearly waiting for loved ones to come out of New York City. But there's still no service into New York City, and the island remains pretty much an island. I talked to Woodbridge.
Alec, let me stop you there. Thank you for the snapshot. Keep working your way here. We could use the help. Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy, what do you got?
Aaron, joining us now, our congressional correspondent Kate Snow for an update on what some members of Congress have been doing. We know they've been evacuated from the Capitol building, but Kate, you've been learning about some of their assessment of what's happened. I'm sorry, we don't have that audio connection with Kate. I can report that sources are telling CNN's national security correspondent David Ensor that there are, quote, good indications that people with links to the Osama bin Laden organization are responsible for today's attacks. We can't do much better right now at identifying these sources, but again, they're saying good indications. And this is, again, no proof, but this is very much in line with what high-ranking people have been telling us throughout this day, all the way from former NATO Commander Wesley Clark. General Wesley Clark told us hours ago, and then again just a few moments ago, we spoke with him just a few moments ago. He said that there are very few organizations that would have the sophistication, the financial resources, the organization, the network of contacts to carry out an attack this sophisticated, this organized, where you have planes hitting these key locations in New York City and Washington, the Pentagon, within just minutes of one another. People who could take over the cockpit of an airplane and presumably push the pilot aside. We can't imagine that any pilot would knowingly fly an airplane into the Pentagon or into any place where there were people. That some of these people with connections to the terrorist organizations must have been at the cockpit. Joining us now, and I believe he is in a studio, George Terwilliger, who has had a career of following the activities of intelligence organization, has become an expert on terrorist activities. I'm sorry, we're not going to go to George Terwilliger. We're going to go to White House spokeswoman, Counselor Karen Hughes in Omaha.
And I'm here to update you all on the activities of the federal government in response to this morning's attacks on our country. As you heard from President Bush a short time ago, the federal government is acting to help local communities with search and rescue and emergency management operations, to take all appropriate precautions to protect our citizens, and to identify those responsible for these despicable attacks on the American people. While some federal buildings have been evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers, your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen, how long will the president stay in Nebraska?
Return to the White House?
Will he go back to Washington, Karen? Will he address the nation? If the Vice President can stay...
Presidential Counselor Karen Hughes in Washington, D.C. at the headquarters of the FBI talking to reporters, and very unusual, she did not take questions, which normally would be the case for someone speaking in a spokesperson's capacity. But what we heard from Ms. Hughes is that all appropriate precautions are being taken. She said the President is in a secure location, the Vice President, and is in continuous contact, she said, with Vice President Cheney. She mentioned again that Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld is at the Pentagon. Secretary of State Powell, she said, at an undisclosed location. She said she went through, ticked off a list of measures that have been taken to assure that the federal government of this country continues to operate. She said a plan was put in place after the first attack on the World Trade Center this morning, and she said it has been in operation ever since. In an effort to be reassuring, she said on high alert, the United States forces were put on high alert. American embassies abroad, the same thing. She said not just the President and the Vice President, but also when you think about the succession to the presidency, the Speaker of the House would be third in line or second in line after the Vice President. She said the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, has also been put in a safe or taken to a safe but undisclosed location. CNN senior White House correspondent John King at a location since the White House was mainly evacuated about a block away. John.
Well, Judy, Karen Hughes working throughout the day in the White House Situation Room in the basement of the White House at a fortified structure.
A great deal during the day. It's going to last for a number of days. We told the President that we thought that the whole rescue effort would take a week or so or more. But the main focus right now, obviously, is on saving as many lives as possible. I think it's still possible for us to save a lot of the people that are there.
You said that we're in a state of alert, but I'm wondering, what you say, well, how come you're in a state of alert with all of our police and firefighters?
They're not all there. All of our police and firefighters are not there. We have a lot of police and firefighters. Bernie, do you want to explain where the police and firefighters are?
Do we have a death toll there?
No, we do not, and we're not going to put one out until much later, after we get a better sense of the numbers we're talking about.
The police and the police deployment is, primary focus is down in southern Manhattan in the rescue effort, but we're tending to our policing needs all over the city. We, as the mayor said earlier, we're getting assistance from the governor and the National Guard. About 200 National Guardsmen about 2 hours ago, about an hour ago, I guess. There'll be another about 1,500 sometime this evening to come in to help us. And we're going to continue on the rescue efforts, but policing will go on in the rest of the city as usual.
state of alert for other possible actions. How is that going?
Obviously, we're in a high state of alert. We're looking at other government buildings, securing those buildings, securing other areas in the city. Right now, our primary focus and our efforts are in southern Manhattan.
One more, please.
I don't think anybody. The mayor and I were there this morning. I was there when the second plane hit the building. I was right underneath the building. I don't think anybody would have imagined that one of those airliners would have hit the building like that. Nobody in their right mind would have thought that would happen. So, and in this circumstance, it was something we couldn't avoid. We couldn't have stopped, even if we tried.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come in.
We've been listening to Mayor Rudy Giuliani, obviously fairly close to the site where the rescue operations are underway in New York City, reassuring that every effort's being made to get as many people out and to hospitals as they possibly can. Now, back here in Washington, let's return to our senior White House correspondent, John King. John, and let's talk about what the White House is doing, and some of which we heard about from Karen Hughes, who's a counselor to the president just a minute ago.
Well, Judy, some of this involves security precautions, which is one of the reasons the president is not yet back in Washington. He is now in Nebraska at a military air base conducting a National Security Council meeting, although at the White House they are putting a priority to getting him back as soon as possible. They believe that picture of the president returning to the White House would send a powerful signal. You heard both Karen Hughes here in Washington, Mayor Giuliani just again in New York, trying to reassure the citizens that the government is at work despite these atrocities today. They very much want to get the president back. Now, from an operational standpoint, the vice president and the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in the Situation Room in the basement of the White House. That is the command and control system used for natural disasters, used for terrorist attacks like this one, used in the case of major military operations. That has been up and running throughout the day. The senior staff at the White House operating out of that. Ms. Hughes, on the one hand, trying to send reassuring signals, saying the government was up and running, the financial systems were up and running. Yet on the other hand, she too noted the remarkable paralysis this event, these terrorist attacks, have caused in the United States. Commercial air systems shut down nationwide at least through noon tomorrow. Security officials still not confident enough to bring the president back to Washington. So Karen Hughes delivering a statement, bringing us up to date on the activities and the movements of the president and the vice president, at the same time saying the United States government still looking into who is responsible for this. And I know David Ensor is standing by with more information. White House officials saying their early indications are that they believe, and David may have more information, that these attacks are linked to the suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. Judy?
All right, John, you are right. David Ensor, our national security correspondent here in the studio in Washington. David, I know you've been on the telephone. What have you been able to learn?
U.S. officials are saying that they now have new and specific information, and they say this information is good indications that people with links to Osama bin Laden may have been responsible for these attacks. I asked, is this new information that's come in since the attacks? Yes, it is. Is it specific in nature? Yes, it is. Now, they're not completely eliminating the possibility that the attacks could have come from somewhere else, not ruling out a Saddam Hussein-inspired attack or some kind of combination of Palestinian groups or some other combination, but good indications that people with links to bin Laden may have been behind the attack, and this is new and specific information, the officials say. They are also expressing a certain amount of what I think is best described as anger at the comments by the Afghan government, by the Taliban government, by Wakil Ahmed Mutawakel and Mullah Omar, the leaders over there who have commented today, in which they deny that Osama bin Laden has ever organized terrorism out of Afghan territory. One official calling that lies. Lies, lies, lies. And there's a certain amount of black humor also now setting in as, like other Americans, national security officials, intelligence officials, the first thing they felt when they saw what's happening and what we're looking at on our screen here was shock. But that is turning now to anger. And when I asked whether there were considerations being given to some sort of retaliation against targets in Afghanistan, one official said, "I wouldn't be planning your vacation there if I were you."
David Ensor, just quickly, when they describe this new and specific information, do you know enough about the kinds of sources or the kinds of the methods here that you could characterize where this information might be coming from or in what form?
Well, they are not saying anything specific about exactly what the nature of this information is, as you can expect, Judy. However, when I talk to officials about the kinds of information that they would be gathering now, they confirm that that information includes passenger lists of the aircraft that were downed, videotape at airports from cameras, from security cameras in the airports. In a few days, they will have cockpit recordings. And there's also a limited number of people who are suspected of belonging to terrorist groups who are known to be able to fly aircraft. And it looks as if at least some of the personnel involved in this plot must have been able to do that in order to carry off this set of attacks, Judy.
Absolutely chilling to hear you say that, David, that there are people in these organizations, and we now know it, who could fly commercial jetliners to do these horrible, unspeakable acts that have been committed today in the United States.
Very near the World Trade Center building itself, I was maybe 60 yards away, and we were able to see the World Trade Center building, what was left of it. I can only describe it to you, Dan, as about 15 stories tall, with a broken top, completely shot through, a burning hulk. All around it in that neighborhood, the buildings were burning. The smoke that you see behind me is coming primarily from a 50 or 60-story tall building that was about half a block from the World Trade Center. That building is deeply involved in flame. There is flame shooting out of the windows. When we were below it just about 30 minutes ago, big panes of glass were popping out of the building and crashing below. Rescue workers really can't get into that area right now because it's much too dangerous. In the streets around the World Trade Center, Manhattan traffic stopped and was incinerated right where it stood. We saw a number of New York City police cars, obviously some of the first responders to the scene. The police cars were blown to pieces and completely burned. Some U.S. postal vehicles were actually melted onto the street just a few yards from the World Trade Center itself. I spoke to some firemen, Dan, from the Bronx, who were some of the first responders in. And they told us that after the first tower collapsed, they went in to try to save some people in the area around the second tower. And then the second tower began to come down. And these men looked over their shoulders and found an entrance to a subway and dived down the stairs into the subway as the World Trade Center tower came down around them. They told us that a police lieutenant was trying to warn them away at the time that the building was coming down. He had his arms high in the air, trying to get them to run, and they said that that lieutenant was hit by falling debris and, as best they could tell, was severely wounded. We've talked to a number of firefighters and paramedics who have been at the center of this hell and have come out covered in soot and dust and have told us amazing stories of heroism. One fireman told us that when the second tower came down, they were completely covered in black smoke and swirling dust, and the firefighters held each other's hands in kind of a human chain in order to get out of that area. Another firefighter, actually a retired firefighter who ran to the scene as soon as he knew what was happening, came out and told us that he didn't see any wounded people around the World Trade Centers. He just saw what he described as parts of bodies. I tried to get him to tell me how many he thought he saw in terms of the number of people killed, and he said it's much, much too many to be counted. Dan?
Scott Pelley in Lower Manhattan. Thomas Paine, 1894. Quote, "These are the times that try men's souls." And so is this a time that try men's souls. Also, there are times that test the mettle, that test the very character of a nation. Each generation, in one way or the other, faces some kind of maximum test. Who is to say that this is not ours? Timeline: plane crashes into tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan shortly before 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Just after 9 a.m., second plane crashes into the second tower of the World Trade Center. It's believed that a American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew, was the first of the two planes that struck the World Trade Center just before 9 o'clock. The second plane that hit the second World Trade Center is believed to have been now United Flight 175, also Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767, 56 passengers and 9 crew aboard. Then President Bush in Sarasota, Florida, shortly after 9 o'clock, calls the crisis, quote, an apparent terrorist attack and, quote, a national tragedy. He takes off, says he's going to Washington. He does not. An aircraft crashes near the Pentagon, just outside of Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia, about an hour after the attacks in New York. Now, it's believed that the plane at the Pentagon was American Flight 77, Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles. That was a Boeing 757, 58 passengers and 6 crew. That American Flight 77 believed to be the plane that hit near the Pentagon. Continuing our timeline, just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time this morning now, that would be, of course, 7 o'clock on the Pacific Coast, government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, are evacuated, with officials citing a credible threat of a terrorist attack. Vice President Richard Cheney, for intents and purposes, has minute-by-minute command inside the White House itself, said to be in a very secure position down below ground. The Federal Aviation Administration shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. That was around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The FAA says that it does not expect to have any air traffic in the country authorized again until about noon tomorrow. Shortly after 10 a.m. Eastern Time, one World Trade Center tower in New York collapses. That was about an hour after being hit by the first plane, American Flight 11. Then senior law enforcement officials said a car bomb exploded outside the State Department in Washington, D.C. Then Federal Protective Services later denied any car bomb attack had occurred. Financial markets suspended trading in the wake of the attacks. That was sometime between 10 and 11 this morning. Then officials at Somerset County Airport, that's near Pittsburgh, said a large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. That happened at about 10 a.m. That would have been the fourth aircraft. That is believed to have been United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, with 38 passengers and 7 crew. That plane, United 93, is believed to be the one that went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, not far from Pittsburgh. Then 10:38 a.m., a fourth explosion rocked what remains of the World Trade Center. This was after the second tower collapsed at 10:28 a.m. So you had one tower go down, and within about a half hour, the second tower went down. Then authorities all across the country were in the process of going on alert, tightening security at strategic facilities, evacuating high-profile buildings. U.S. monuments and museums in Washington, D.C. and in Philadelphia were closed. Tall buildings and some other places in Chicago were shut down. The Securities and Exchange Commission said all financial markets would be closed for the day. Whether the financial markets will be open tomorrow or not remains an open question. They will have some kind of conference call tonight to decide that. We go now to Washington and Bob Schieffer with information on what President Bush has and has not been doing. Bob?
Dan, I'm with Senator Chuck Hagel. He, of course, is a senator from Nebraska and is on the Foreign Relations Committee. He can give us a little information about why it is, Senator, that the president went to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska.
Well, Bob, as you know, that's a very secure base, Strategic Command. It's the former SAC Command headquarters, and we have as secure facilities below ground as any in the world. So there's no surprise why he went there. I just spoke a half hour ago to some people from Omaha saying that there were a couple of small U.S. Air Force jets that just landed behind the president. We don't know who's on those. I suspect some rather high-ranking officials of the government to confer with the president.
Well, I had heard earlier from sources on Capitol Hill that the president was going to get some extensive face-to-face briefings. It may well be that some officials from Washington have flown out there.
That's probably right, and as I said, that's a very secure location, Strategic Command headquarters in Omaha.
Senator, what do you make of this situation?
Bob, how can one adequately express the horror, the outrage, the terror? What's happened in this country today will forever change America. I said early this morning, it is, as Dan Rather just remarked, each generation faces a challenge. This is the Pearl Harbor of our day, far worse in many respects. But I suspect whoever did this, and we will find whoever did it, has awakened a sleeping giant, to paraphrase another time 50 years ago.
You know, I was just thinking this morning as I was listening to all this unfold, we've been expecting this big partisan scrap in Washington as the president came back from his vacation. Everybody was in disagreement on every issue. Suddenly, all of that has gone by the by. It seems like it was 10 years ago. The Congress has come together. I described it earlier as kind of a mild sense of rage on Capitol Hill, because I noticed that Trent Lott, Tom Daschle have put out a joint statement saying just what you have said, that the two parties, the country, will come together to find these people and to punish whoever did it.
Well, we must. This is a great nation because we're a great people. America will not tolerate this, nor should we, nor can we. And we will come back together and we will build back and we'll be stronger for this. And it is testing us in terrible, horrible ways.
How much do we know right now, Senator?
Well, Bob, I don't claim to know very much, quite frankly. I don't know how much we really know. We are focusing where we must focus first. Secure this nation, secure its leadership, then at the same time take care of those who need our help, the wounded, the injured. And in the process, we are starting to gather information. We will start to unravel that and get the facts. And there will be a very high price to pay, Bob, to whoever did this.
Dan?
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Jim Ogonowski is the brother of an American Airlines pilot, John Ogonowski, who apparently died this morning in the crash of the American Airlines Flight 11. Mr. Ogonowski, first of all, thank you for being with us. Our condolences. And I'm told this is actually on videotape. That'll happen in live television. So in answer to that question, here's what the brother of the dead American Airlines pilot, John Ogonowski, Jim Ogonowski, had to say.
I'm Jim Ogonowski, and as you all are aware of the tragedy that's impacted our country today, it's been reported that my brother John was the captain of American Airlines Flight 11, which was hijacked out of Logan Airport this morning en route to Los Angeles, California. John leaves behind a loving family, his wife, 3 lovely daughters, his parents, brothers and sisters, numerous aunts and uncles, friends, loving community. Our family is obviously grieving, as is the whole nation, for what has happened today. I personally, I think I'm in shock. I'm in some type of denial. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out. This tragedy has not only impacted us as a family, but our whole community, and as a nation, our whole country. On a personal side, I ask that I'll come out for this last time, but please respect my parents and the rest of the family's wishes to be alone at this time. I'll give you a little personal on John. He was 52. He was born in Lowell at St. Joe's Hospital. My other brother Joe was born at St. John's Hospital. He went to St. Stanislaus School on High Street in Lowell, and then he attended Keith Academy. And after that he attended what is now University of Lowell. It was Lowell Tech at the time. He joined ROTC in the late 60s when it was not cool to be in the military. He joined the military right after being commissioned as second lieutenant in the Air Force. He flew in the Air Force on T-37s and T-38s, and he capped his career off on C-141 transports right at the close of the Vietnam era. He then pursued his lifelong dream and left the military to become an airline pilot. In 1979, he was hired by American Airlines. He's flown for them for 22 years. The most recent years as a captain on a 767.
Jim Ogonowski, speaking of his brother John, who was the pilot of American Airlines 11, which was the first plane to hit the first World Trade Center building this morning. Poignant moment when he said, "I keep looking at the cornfield behind me and hoping my brother will walk out of it." Now on videotape, there are most recent remarks of New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani just a few moments ago.
I have to commend not only the people that I was with, but all of the people of the city. We literally escaped with them from the debris, and they handled themselves with bravery, they handled themselves with dignity, they handled themselves in a way that reduced the loss of life. We didn't have panic, we didn't have people running and hurting other people, and people of New York City really distinguished themselves. And I just want to say this once again, New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
New York City Mayor Giuliani just a few months ago. And by the way, the mayor says that so far there are confirmed 2,100 wounded in New York so far. Now, that's an early count, and one does not want to fuel any unjustified optimism. But there are many people who would believe that the early count might be higher than that. And as we piece together eyewitness information, it's clear that a lot of people got out of the World Trade Center in a hurry when they realized that something was wrong. Many of them came down the stairwells. We've had report after report of people without panic, understanding that a bad situation was developing, got out of the World Trade Center. Now, while some 50,000 people on your average day work in the World Trade Center and thousands more come there as tourists, and while throughout the day there have been, the belief has run strong that many, many people must have died, we want to pause and caution. Nobody knows how many lives have been lost. What we do know is that a lot of lives have been saved, and they were saved by people knowing what they needed to do under an emergency situation and carrying it out with some calm. We go now to Bill Plant at our Washington Bureau. Bill Plant, one of the most experienced White House correspondents anywhere in broadcast journalism. And Bill, you can give us some perspective on what the Secret Service advised the President and why.
I can indeed, Dan, but first let me show you something. We've just received this extra edition of the Washington Times, and this one-word headline, perhaps as well as anything else, sums up what has happened today. This is just the beginning of the reaction that we'll be seeing for days and weeks to come. We were told by the Secret Service that the President wants to come back to the White House. Sources tell us that they're very anxious to reestablish a presence for Mr. Bush at the White House, the seat of the nation's power. It's very symbolic, and the President and his advisors want to do it. But the Secret Service is understandably concerned. They want to be sure, before they say yes to that there is no further danger. So that decision is pending. We're also told by sources that there really was no intelligence whatsoever, no warning of what was to come. No arm of the U.S. government, either military or civilian or National Reconnaissance Agency, none of them apparently picked up any warning about what was about to happen. A short while ago, the President's counselor, Karen Hughes, conducted a briefing at the FBI. She said that she had been in the secure underground room at the White House, the Situation Room, with other White House staffers during the day. And that, by the way, is now linked, we presume, to the President at Offutt Air Force Base for a secret teleconference on the security situation. But Ms. Hughes told reporters at the FBI that the activities of the federal government continue, and this is obviously a point that the administration is very anxious to make, to say that the federal government continues to function despite what happened today. She described in great detail how the Defense Department was being run from inside the damaged DoD building, the Pentagon, and how various other government agencies were under the control of the people who are supposed to be running them. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has 8 teams of people on the ground in New York for search and rescue, 4 teams here in Washington at the Pentagon. The whole idea of this briefing was to reassure the nation that the federal government continues to function. And that, of course, as we said, Dan, is why They want to get the president back to the White House as soon as they can.
Bill Plant in our Washington bureau. You may want to note that the president was visiting Florida today, where his brother is the governor and up for re-election. Those two things may or may not be connected, but the fact is that President Bush was in Florida this morning. When he first heard about what had happened at the World Trade Center, he said that he was breaking off his trip and would be flying back to Washington. I believe that's correct. But obviously, as events developed, the decision was made that the president would not return to Washington, and he still has not returned to Washington, so far as anybody can figure out, and as far as we can determine, that he went instead to Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana. There he videotaped another statement to the American people, somewhat longer, among other things calling for the prayers of those families most directly affected. And then, unannounced, he took off and went to destination unknown, but it became known that that was off at Air Force Base in Nebraska. Now, as Senator Chuck Hagel explained to Bob Schieffer not long ago, while these pictures were being shown on American television, the decision was being made to take President Bush to that air base in Nebraska because, said Senator Hagel, it is among the most secure U.S. military bases in the world. It was formerly the headquarters for SAC, the Strategic Air Command, which featured B-52s in the air at all times as part of our defense in the Cold War. So the president was taken there for a briefing. Obviously, there have been some discussions about the symbolism of the President of the United States being kept out of the White House, and was it a good idea for him to return immediately? The decision obviously was made no, and now a decision in progress, if indeed it has not already been made, of where the president is to spend this night. I want to go to Bob Orr in our Washington bureau as well, as you look at videotape of what happened here in Manhattan earlier this morning. Bob?
Federal authorities have to figure out over the coming days is how did this attack take place? I mean, how was it that hijackers managed to penetrate the nation's aviation system all at the same time at three of the busiest airports? Now, it's very important to know, as we watch the pictures, what exactly happened today in terms of a timeline. Just before 7 o'clock at Boston and at Newark and at Washington's Dulles, some number of hijackers, it's not clear yet how many, made their way through the normal checkpoints, boarded planes like everybody else, and then we know what happened from there. The timing is important. These are probably among the busiest times for any of the nation's airports. That is among the most vulnerable points during the day. The other thing to remember here is that all of these attacks apparently were suicide attacks. And it's always been a fear of the U.S. aviation experts that this is the very kind of attack that we are most vulnerable for. Very, very hard to stop. I mean, a lot of the system is built on the belief that most people want to remain alive. If you have somebody who is perfectly willing to die in the attack, then you mean you have to catch them at that magnetometer, that screening place where they look for guns. We don't know how the hijackers commandeered these airplanes. Perhaps the cockpit voice tapes, if they can be found, will shed some light on that. But they may have used guns, maybe they didn't use guns. But if there were enough of them, it's a conceivable theory that these pilots may have been overpowered, and you don't need a gun to do that. And once somebody has control of that airplane, it's going to go where whoever has their hands on the control puts it. It's a real dilemma, but whoever planned this attack chose some of the busiest airports at one of the busiest times of the day, and also I think it's worth noting, chose two of the largest symbols of the U.S. aviation system. United Airlines, the biggest airline in America, and American Airlines, the second biggest. And I think that all of this came together at a point in time where the system just could not handle it. Dan?
Bob Orr, true or untrue that major airlines are supposed to keep the cockpit door locked during flight? Frankly, I fly a fair amount, and it's been a long time since I've seen one of those locked doors.
Yes,
but is that supposed to be the rule?
It is the rule, and it's a weakness in the system. Oftentimes, there are things in the system where the rule is not followed to the letter. We don't know, and I think it's worth reminding people that we don't know, Dan, how these hijackers made their way into the cockpit. But perhaps the door was unlocked, perhaps there were enough hijackers on the plane that simply force was used. But it is something that I assure you the FAA is already going back to look at. There have been a number of GAO investigations, a number of oversight hearings on Capitol Hill, looking at these very issues. What do we do at the screening points to make sure that we have maximum security? And then what do we do in the air to give the pilots the best chance to save the plane and the people on board? Obviously today, something went very, very wrong. It was a very deliberate attack and one that was obviously well planned. Dan?
Bob Orr, as we...
This is a CBS 2 News special report.
And once again, this is Ann Martin with Jonathan Elias here in Los Angeles to give you an update on the local situation in Southern California. Once again, we have not been made aware of any terrorist threats or any big security problems here in the Southland, except for one little incident that's still going on out at Los Angeles International Airport, and we've got a camera out there. I believe we can take it and show you some of the activity. There were reports, according to our Helen Kumari, who's out at LAX, of a suspicious package of some kind in one of the parking structures down by the Tom Bradley International Terminal. And the airport had been shut down since earlier this morning, but at the point that they found this suspicious package, they asked even all of the news people to evacuate that end of the airport and get back down by Terminal 6. And at that point, we talked with Helen. That was the status quo. We were about to go back to Helen and get an update from her, but now we learn that the reporters have been evacuated out once again. So we're standing by waiting for the latest at LAX, and when we hear back from Helen on what's going on out there at this point, we'll let you know.
And do remember, 3 of the 4 planes that were commandeered or hijacked this morning were bound for Los Angeles, so grieving family members are still showing up to parts of the terminal, and they're being met there by counselors, grief counselors from the Red Cross and also from the Salvation Army. A couple of things we do need to pass along to you. While again, Ann had already said there has been no terrorist activity here in Los Angeles. A couple of things, though, as a precaution that are taking place in our city. Lots of closures to tell you about. Always call ahead today before you go anywhere. You may be asked for ID before when you weren't, so don't hold that against anybody. They're just doing their job. The 2nd annual Latin Grammys, for instance, that now has been postponed. The Los Angeles County Fair, which just got underway, all events for today have been canceled. Baseball, the Major League Baseball, all games today have been canceled. Also, the U.S.-Mexico border, that does remain open, but we are at a heightened state of alert out there, so it's not going to be a come-as-you-go or just pass through the border like it has been in the past. The other thing, too, is the ports, both Los Angeles and Long Beach. Ships are not allowed to come in anymore. They're staying out past the breakwater. Our Randy Page, though, live out in the port of Long Beach with the very latest on that situation at the port. Randy?
Jonathan, we've seen a lot of activity at LAX for obvious reasons, but it is not the only port of entry into Southern California. The ports here pose a tremendous security risk. After all, the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles represent among the largest ports in the world. Every day, cargo ships come into these ports bringing hundreds of thousands of pounds of cargo. Well, today, the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Customs Service announces it will inspect each and every ship coming into port. Here's how it will work. The ships are now required to drop anchor outside of the breakwater. They are inspected, then escorted into port. When they conclude their business, they are then escorted outside of the breakwater. As far as fishing boats, recreational boats, and barge traffic, all of those will be subjected to random searches. It is clear authorities are very concerned and are well aware of the security risk posed here. Live in Long Beach, Randy Page, CBS 2 News.
Randy, thanks for that.
Thank you very much, Randy. We now have on the phone with us from Washington, D.C., Congressman Adam Schiff, who represents the Pasadena area. Congressman Schiff, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What can you tell us about the situation in Washington right now? And I'm assuming that you're in a secure spot, Congressman.
We have all dispersed throughout the city. Most of us are operating in government buildings or from private residences. We just finished a conference call with the House leadership. Many of us wanted to reconvene this evening. Looks like the plan is to convene again tomorrow morning. They're still doing security sweeps of the Capitol building. We don't believe that there is a continuing threat to the Capitol, but the security forces want to be sure. So we're in the process now of organizing ourselves. We're going to have a session tomorrow at 10 a.m., but all of the members have remained very much at their posts, dislodged from our buildings today, but we were determined that these cowards were not going to shut the government down.
Congressman Schiff, a quick question for you. We have heard that partisan politics has basically flown out the window as a result of what we have seen this morning with the events that have taken place. What do you do at this particular point?
Well, I think there are several things we have to do immediately. First, we need to figure out what additional assistance we can give and provide to those in the Pentagon and those in New York City to make sure that those relief efforts go forward as fast as possible with any necessary assistance. Next, we have to assess what our intelligence has to say about this. What did we know in advance, if anything? Where are the intelligence shortfalls? What changes do we have to make in intelligence gathering for the future? And, of course, we want to pursue with the greatest swiftness assessing who's responsible for these cowardly attacks so that we can bring about the most vigorous, forceful, and immediate response possible.
Congressman, we're just learning that Los Angeles International Airport is now being shut down completely. Everybody who is out at the airport is being asked to get out ASAP. Your mood, sir, being as close as you have been to what's happening, how are you feeling? We're all traumatized, I think probably not too strong a word to use, and in shock, clear out here on the West Coast. How are you dealing with this personally?
Well, there's a real mixture of emotion. We're all at one level stunned, and at the same time we all recognize that we've been fortunate up till now not to have suffered this kind of a terrorist calamity before. There's, I think, a sense, too, that when we do determine who's responsible, that we are prepared for most vigorous military response possible and appropriate. We are all committed to preserving our democracy the way it has operated. We don't intend to let these cowards change our way of life, but we do intend to make sure they understand that there are the severest repercussions for this kind of cowardice.
All right, Congressman Schiff, we do appreciate your time. We're sorry about the connection. Obviously, it's a satellite phone or a cellular phone where we're fading. A couple things also to tell you about. The Red Cross is taking blood. They do have a need for that on the East Coast. That is something you can do to help in this particular situation. You can contact the Red Cross shelters and donate some blood. There will be special flights, made arrangements being flown from Los Angeles to the East Coast for that. A couple things also to tell you about on the political front. We had two county supervisors in Washington, D.C. talking about local business, Mike Antonovich, Zev Yaroslavsky. Both of them are fine. Both of them are brought up to speed on everything that's going on here in Los Angeles. And also our mayor, James Hahn, was also in D.C. And a little while ago, we heard from Mayor Hahn on videotape, and here's what he had to say.
I'm Jim Hahn, mayor of Los Angeles. As you know, these two, maybe three of the planes that were hijacked and crashed were destined to arrive in Los Angeles. And so this tragedy is touching people all over the country, as we know. My heart certainly goes out to the victims and the victims' families in New York City and those injured here in Washington, D.C., but also families who were touched all over America by this tragedy. We certainly hope that as Americans that we come together at this time and stand united in our resolve to overcome these terrible acts and also to reaffirm our commitment to our freedom. In Los Angeles this morning, early on, city emergency operations center was activated. Los Angeles Police Department went on full tactical alert. As you heard a while ago, the Los Angeles International Airport was evacuated. The City Hall of Los Angeles has been closed to ordinary business. It's being occupied only by essential personnel now who are needed at City Hall for today. I've been in contact this morning with LA Police Chief Bernard Parks, our City Council President Alex Padilla, and I'm actively monitoring the situation. I was able to listen in on the Emergency Operations Board meeting. It sounds like we are taking all necessary precautions in Los Angeles, all public buildings. A number of the buildings in downtown Los Angeles, the taller buildings, have voluntarily decided to close for the day. Certainly those of us who are from Los Angeles, I know there's a lot of families who were expecting to meet their loved ones at LA International Airport. I certainly am offering my assistance and the city to all of those families and anything that we can do for them.
I think it goes without saying, our thoughts and prayers also going out to the families of those on board those planes bound for LA.
Mayor Hahn undoubtedly going to be stuck in D.C. for another day or so because LAX has been closed until at least noon tomorrow, closed down completely today. Even reporters have been asked to get out of there. We're waiting to hear from California Governor Gray Davis, who has been scheduled to speak now at 1:45.
Some other things going around Los Angeles as well that you need to know about. The Madonna concert canceled. Latin Grammys not postponed, but canceled. and also all 23 campuses of the California State University system. That's 370,000 students affected. All of them have been closed. Lots of information to gather. We have a team of people working on that, both not only here, but with the network across the country. Please stay with CBS for the very latest information, and we'll check back with a local edition twice hourly.
You've been watching a CBS 2 News special report.
Could be the real threat. And so the U.S. for months now has been reacting to intelligence that it has picked up about the possibility of an attack here or an attack there. There was, according to the intelligence officials that we've talked to so far, no intelligence that indicated anybody was planning anything like a coordinated air attack against sites like the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. That does not mean, however, that when people go back over all the intelligence that's been collected for the past several months, they won't find little clues here and there, which if they had put them in the proper perspective at the time, might have been a tip-off to this attack. And I am sure one of the things that's going to happen as a result of today's attacks is a major increase in intelligence spending because, of course, everybody will want to know why the U.S. spends $25 billion a year on intelligence, yet cannot pick up what was obviously a well-coordinated and very large conspiracy to attack these installations.
Well, David Martin, no doubt a lot of viewers will be saying that's a pretty good question. Dateline New York City, from where we're broadcasting, there are reports now that 2 more buildings at the World Trade Center complex, 2 more buildings of the World Trade Center complex are burning and are in danger of collapsing now.
Tell them to come back.
The fire is said to be in buildings 7 and 5. Buildings 7 and 5 of the World Trade Center. This morning, Trade Center towers 1 and 2 were hit by airplanes and then collapsed. For those of you familiar with Lower Manhattan and the World Trade Center complex, a huge complex, there are a total, well, I should say there were a total of 7 buildings at the World Trade Center. 2 of those, the 2 towers, are gone, obliterated. Now, buildings 7 and 5 are said to be burning and in danger of collapsing. Mayor Giuliani referred to this a little earlier, in fact, quite a bit earlier in the day, but he did not identify the buildings. Now, for those of you who just may be joining us in progress, 2,100 people are known to have been injured in the collapse of the World Trade Center building. There are no figures available on how many people have been killed and other people wounded. The mayor of the city, Mayor Giuliani, has said that the loss of life will be, quote, in his words, tremendous, but we do not know. We don't really have any idea the extent of loss of life, and it may be quite a while. Some people are still said to be trapped in the debris, and efforts have been made to find those people still alive and wounded in the debris of the World Trade Center. No figures available on the number of people killed and or wounded in the hijacked plane attack on the Pentagon. Now, Barbara Olson, wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, Ted Olson, is reported to have been on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. You may recall Ted Olson was prominent in the news as he helped President Bush in his secure the election effort in Florida, and is now Ted Olson was named Solicitor General of the United States as President Bush came into office. His wife, an attorney and a very well-known Washington personage, was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, we're told. She is said to have called her husband to say the plane was being hijacked. This is according to CBS News in Washington. No further information available on the fate, of course, of Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. David Martin has more at the Pentagon. David?
Dan, there has been one persistent rumor throughout the day that that 4th airliner which crashed in Pennsylvania was actually shot down by a U.S. military jet. And about a half an hour ago, a Pentagon spokesman categorically denied that, said it did not happen. So that's perhaps one rumor that we can put to rest.
David Martin at the Pentagon. Let me show you a view of the New York City skyline from just across the river, the Hudson River. This is the view from New Jersey. You know, many people go to New Jersey for a look at what was the magnificent skyline of New York City.
Yeah, well, not really.
And if you're over there today, this is what you see. This is on videotape, but this is a favorite view of Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, which had the tallest buildings in the World Trade Center, the Empire State Building being at more mid-Manhattan, if you will. One wants to pause, take a breath. What a day. What a time. Another day that will no doubt live in infamy, in history, and the story is still developing. Now, if you're at home saying, well, I'm hearing a lot, but I'm not getting a lot of facts, let me say to you that the facts are few. We don't know how many people have been killed in New York, or for that matter in Washington. Many more in New York than in Washington, and the nature of things being what they were. We don't know how many people have been injured. 2,100 was the last actual injury figure, and everybody said, you know, that's just the early figure. What we do know, we have reporters on the scene. New York hospitals in and out of the area around the World Trade Center have been inundated with casualties. Doctors, hour after hour, have been doing triage work. Triage meaning deciding who should be treated and who can afford to wait later. This is the live picture of Air Force One leaving off at Air Force Base in Nebraska. President Bush reportedly headed back to Washington. We've noted before, we note to you again that he was headed back to Washington earlier today when he left Florida, but we are told on advice of the Secret Service, among others, the decision was made to take him to Louisiana instead. From Louisiana went to Nebraska. Now, as you see, as Air Force One heads east, the president is said to be headed back to the White House, as had been mentioned several times. In terms of symbolism, obviously it would be desirable to have the President of the United States in the White House and spend this night in the White House. But of course, national security and the President's security comes first. Bill Plant is at the White House. Bill?
Dan, actually, they won't let us near the White House just yet. We hope to get back there soon. There are a couple of ways the President could get back. He may be on that plane, and we think he is coming to Washington. He could also take one of the other many planes in the fleet. At this point, you can be certain that the Secret Service is doing all that it can to maintain maximum, if you will, flexibility so that nobody can be certain where the President is. You know, I was reminded earlier today, there is a couple of times a year an exercise at the White House which all White House staff members have to take part in. And it is an emergency evacuation exercise timed for a crisis, such as the one that happened today. And in the past, and I've watched this over the years, some people take it lightly. And yet, when it happened, when something like today happens, the people were evacuated, the grounds were evacuated, and apparently the people who needed to go to the command bunker, the Situation Room beneath the White House, went there successfully. And now we expect that the President will want to spend, as you said, the night in the White House because he doesn't want to look like he's in hiding. That's probably the last thing this administration or any other wants after an attack such as the one which happened today. And Dan, in the category of putting rumors to rest, let's just repeat that there was a rumor earlier today that there had been an aircraft which struck near the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland's mountains. That is categorically not true, we are told, and it may have been confusion with the airliner that went down in Pennsylvania. So we await the arrival of the President. We hope to get back to the White House ourselves so that we can watch the process of government and the process of getting to manage, getting their arms around this enormous tragedy. Let me just show you, if you would like, another late newspaper extra. This one from the Washington Post. The headline says, "Terror hits Pentagon and World Trade Center." Dan?
Bill Plant in our Washington bureau, not at the White House. Bill is one of the most experienced White House correspondents anywhere, but he's confined to the bureau for the moment. Now, to clear up this business about Camp David, and yes, we mentioned earlier in the morning what had been passed along to Jim Stewart from a high-ranking FBI official that was believed that a hijacked plane had crashed somewhere near the presidential retreat in Camp David, Maryland. If you look on your map, we're talking about a rather confined area of the Northeast when we talk about Washington, Maryland, Camp David, Pennsylvania. Now, to sort of straighten this out as best we can, apparently United Airlines Flight 93, bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco with 38 passengers and 7 crew. This plane was hijacked. And while it was in the process of being hijacked, the FBI, operating on evidence from the FAA, believed that the plane had gone down somewhere near Camp David. Instead, it apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. That's about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. So here's the deal on the aircraft. About 7:45 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles takes off. United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, takes off at 7:58. United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, all these West Coast bound flights. In fact, all of these West Coast bound flights, that took off about 8:01 a.m. American Flight 77 took off about 8:10 a.m. Dulles to Los Angeles was its schedule. Now, apparently American Flight 11 was the first to hit the World Trade Center. Then United Flight 175 was the second to hit the World Trade Center. And then that American Flight 77, this is a scene of that plane, the United Flight 175, hitting the World Trade Tower, the second to hit it. Then American Flight 77, the one from Dulles to Los Angeles, that plane hit near the Pentagon, and then the United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. And as Bill Plant just said, that this clears up the business about Camp David. Scratch Camp David off the list, that while it was widely believed and it was reported that a plane had crashed near Camp David, apparently that hijacked plane went down in western Pennsylvania. It's understandable under the circumstances, as sort of the geography got a little bit off on that report. Now, we have more pictures coming in from more places about what happened in lower Manhattan today. I want to show you a montage of pictures. In the backdrop of this, there are at least 2,100 people wounded. That was just the early count, 1,500 walking wounded. The wounded figure is bound to go up considerably as you look at the effects of the collapse of the World Trade Center. How many people are dead? No one knows. Both the mayor of New York and various police spokesmen have said we should brace for the possibility that many, many people are dead as a result of this. And frankly, it's hard to imagine that they aren't. Although, as we pointed out earlier, people inside the World Trade Center towers, many people kept their heads, and as soon as they realized something was wrong, began to get out. Heroic New York firemen and policemen and many other workaday heroic New Yorkers helped in getting people out of the building, leading people out of the building. And so many lives were saved, but unquestionably many were lost. You look at this debris. Mind you, heavy steel beams, heavy concrete, marble, as well as steel and iron crashing down from 110 stories up in a ball of fire and explosion. It will be a long time, many, many hours, if not indeed days, before any reasonable assessment of how many people were actually killed and wounded here in New York. Now, in the Pentagon, where there was one plane crashed into one section of the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., as we reported earlier, the Defense Department said there's some fatalities there. We know not how many, and some wounded, but nothing on the scale of the World Trade Center here. Let's go back to Bob Orr in our Washington Bureau. Bob?
Dan, there's one very interesting thing that we have just learned, and it's about the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. This may turn out to give investigators their best information as to who was behind these attacks and what their motive really was. This is very interesting. This plane took off, as we watch the pictures in New York, this plane took off at 8 o'clock, 8:01 to be precise, from Newark to San Francisco. But it didn't crash until 10:20. Now, this is a horrifying thing to think about if you know that airplane was in the air more than 2 hours. The other thing is, just a short time ago, I got to take a look at the radar track of this particular airplane. And it's quite striking. As it takes off from Newark, it does exactly what you would think it would do. It heads west across Pennsylvania. It goes across northeastern Ohio, gets all the way to Lake Erie up off of Cleveland, when it suddenly does a U-turn and heads back towards the East Coast. Now, we don't know what led to the crash. We did hear from the Pentagon that there were rumors that the plane may have been shot down. Pentagon says that those are not true. There was no military intervention to bring any of the planes down. But the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field. Very important point here. That means the cockpit voice recorder on that plane should be readily recoverable. And that's important because the cockpit voice recorder will record the last 30 minutes of whatever was going on in the cockpit. So if the plane was commandeered, as we believe, if there were things like gunshots or screams or any kind of threats being made. That will tell investigators exactly what was going on. And I've been told by sources that it is a top priority tonight for U.S. investigators to retrieve that cockpit voice tape and try to unravel part of what happened today. Dan?
Bob Orr, in our Washington Bureau, President Bush is said to be flying from Nebraska back to Washington, D.C. Whether or not he intends to actually spend the night in the White House is undetermined, unannounced. We'll keep you posted as time goes along. Sandra Hughes, our CBS News correspondent, is and has been for some time at Los Angeles International Airport at LAX. Sandra Hughes. Sandra?
Dan, we can't get back inside Los Angeles International Airport. It is being evacuated, and they've cordoned off an area, a pretty wide area around the airport. What we understand right now is that the FBI is inside right now, making sure everyone adheres to that evacuation order. Fire trucks, police cars, emergency vehicles have been flying by us with their sirens and their lights on heading into the airport. What we understand is a suspicious package was found near the international terminal, but officials say that it has been dealt with. A little while before that, another suspicious package found at a nearby power plant. It turned out to be nothing. But I think what this is saying, Dan, is that there's a heightened sense of alert here in Los Angeles. People are suspicious of things they see, and that's to be expected. Oddly enough, when I was inside the airport, some of the passengers I talked to who were not able to board their flight said that this was not going to have an impact on whether they fly again, that this was not going to give them a heightened sense of anxiety when they fly. But Dan, even though we were not directly hit by these horrendous acts of terrorism here in California, with 4 of those flights en route to California, there are going to be many, many victims here, and the folks in this state are going to be dealing with it for a long time. Dan?
Sandra Hughes at LAX in Los Angeles. Our CBS News coverage is originating at our World News headquarters here in New York, but we have correspondents worldwide, and we've concentrated our coverage on Lower Manhattan, where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. I want to turn to Fuad Ajami. Before I do that, Fuad, Dateline Berlin, the United States put its forces on alert as governments worldwide held crisis meetings. Security has been tightened at embassies, airports, and public buildings and braced for more possible attacks. That a Dateline by Reuters out of Berlin. But Fuad Ajami, Johns Hopkins University, we've talked, look, nobody knows, we will say another time, we can't say it too often, nobody knows who's responsible for these attacks. There have been accusations once again about Osama bin Laden. Nobody knows. But in terms of those states, which is by their deeds, not their words, the deeds, have demonstrated that they are capable of aiding and abetting and hiding terrorists. Let's tick them off.
Okay.
We're talking about state, actual states.
I think the states, I mean, you know, the famous remark, round up the usual suspects. The usual suspects, we've tended to look at Iran. Iran was involved in a trail of terror, but the Iranians have exited out of that industry a while ago. The Iraqis, I mean, we are always talking about Iraq, and the Bush administration came in talking even about unseating Saddam Hussein, that they didn't really want to live with Saddam Hussein like the Clinton administration, but they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. So is this again, is Iraq a state to worry about? I think in this case, if we really, the Taliban regime in Afghanistan must be really the one to worry about, and must be the one to, in many ways, focus on, because they are the ones who harbor Osama bin Laden and give him shelter and sanctuary. And the last time that we accused them of harboring bin Laden, they didn't really pay a terrible price for it. So obviously this is a very different question. But the states we're talking about, I mean, would the Syrians do it? Unlikely.
Libyans?
Well, the Libyans, you know, the last time we talked about the Libyans, you may recall, was like something like 15 years ago, that the Libyans were active in the world, and then they took time out after the attack on them by the Reagan administration in 1986. And after that, Gaddafi somehow dropped off the radar screen. So I'm not sure states would involve themselves in
North Korea?
That's an interesting question, and I think, again, I mean, I actually personally, just if I were to make a wild guess, and just, I don't think we're really dealing with states. We're dealing with something beneath the level of states.
This is a CBS 2 News special report.
Good afternoon again. I'm Jonathan Elias, joined by Ian Martin. We're giving you a local update here in Los Angeles. We'll be doing it twice every hour. What we want to tell you, of the 4 planes that took off on the East Coast, originating the East Coast, all of them heading toward the west, 3 of those were bound for Los Angeles. We know that more than 250 people perished in those planes. It was a coordinated terrorist attack is what it appears to be now. The first, so far, casualty that we're hearing about of somebody on board that plane, one of them that flew into the World Trade Center, would be with MRV Communications. It was an executive with Chatsworth-based company, Los Angeles-bound American Airlines Flight 11. It crashed into the World Trade Center. The company reports that Edmund Glazer, the firm's 41-year-old chief financial officer and vice president of finance and administration, he is survived by his wife, Candy, and a son, Nathan. This is just one of what will be many for the reports for people from and around Southern California on board those planes who were killed this morning.
Right. We are waiting for an update from our Helen Kumari out at LAX on the suspicious-looking package that was found in one of the parking structures down near the Bradley International Terminal. She has been moved out. All the news people have been moved well away from the airport. Waiting for an update on that. The last planes bound into LAX, when the FAA said everybody land, the last planes bound into LAX were put down at Ontario. Linda Breakstone is out at Ontario to tell us how things are looking out there right now. Linda.
Aviation security level 3. That's the highest since Desert Storm. The entire airport is shut. They took 2 of those diverted aircraft from LAX, and that was all.
As of this morning, Ontario Airport is now closed. The airport is closed to all vehicles and to all aircraft except for employees, essential employees working at the airport here.
Ontario accepted 2 regularly scheduled flights at 6:30 this morning and then took 2 other flights which were diverted from LAX. After that, security personnel guarded all doors. The empty terminal and cargo areas all are undergoing round-the-clock searches.
The parking lots and all of the areas of the airport are constantly being swept by security. Most other aircraft, wherever they were in the United States, were encouraged to land at the nearest commercial airport.
Now, Mr. Watson does not know the flight numbers of the 2 that were diverted here. One was United, one was Southwest. He does not know the flight numbers. He suggests that anybody that had anyone on flights coming in, if they are still missing those people, to please check the airline websites. That's the best he could do right now. Reporting live from Ontario, Linda Breakstone, CBS 2 News.
Linda, thanks very much for that. And this news just coming into CBS 2 at this particular time. U.S. officials, now 2 of them, have come out and said that Osama bin Laden is the suspect in this bombing. They highly suspect that Osama bin Laden is behind this. He is a man who has financed terrorism in the past. He was behind the 2 bombings in East Africa for the embassies that killed over 200 people there. There has been a $5 to $10 million bounty on his head, and he is on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list, has been prior to today. He is a man that has been harbored in Afghanistan and used to fight with the Taliban when they fought against the Russians, back against the Russian and Afghanistan conflict.
Well, we have Mark Coogan, who is standing by right now in downtown, or imagine there's probably fewer people by far than on a normal day. Mark, how's it looking here at almost 2 o'clock?
And it looks like a weekend downtown because so many people got to work and left. Public buildings were closed down and evacuated, and many private employers also sent their workers home on a very, very nervous and ghastly morning in downtown Los Angeles. Let us show you some videotape of what it was like earlier. This is the Arco Towers. The evacuation was voluntary, but everybody left.
I don't know. I want to go home too also, but I'm going to stick around until at least I find out if they're going to close this other building down.
Terrified, scared, you know, and plus we work in all these high-rise buildings, you know, just scared to even be in there.
Getting out of downtown meant gridlock like this. This is Temple Street, and on the way out, people drove by sites like this. A police truck parked on the sidewalk, blocking the doors to the closed federal courthouse. And over at the criminal courts building, jurors were turned away. The building was closed, civilians sent home, and inmates sent back to jail.
This is like having the rug pulled out from under us. That I think we all feel our safety net has got a big hole in it.
That woman spoke for many, many people downtown who also were kind of burning with anger towards the end, trying to find out where to direct that anger. At around 3 o'clock, we're going to have a briefing from city officials, that's the schedule anyway, to see when some of the public buildings will be reopened. Live in downtown Los Angeles, Mark Coogan, CBS 2 News.
Mark, thanks very much. And it is important to note that nothing has taken place here in Los Angeles, no terrorist activity at all. But everybody is on a heightened state of alert and readiness, not only in Southern California, but across the country. We'll see you again at 2:25 with a special local update for you. And if you are heading out and about, remember, lots of things have been canceled, lots of things have been closed. Do please call ahead before you head out.
We'll also be back at 3 o'clock with a special half-hour newscast. As you heard, Mark is telling us that there's going to be some announcements from downtown at that point. We may have something to tell you from the governor. The latest at 2:25 and then again at 3 o'clock from Jonathan Elias and Ann Martin. We'll see you soon.
See you then.
For LAX slam into the World Trade Center in New York in the nation's most devastating terrorist attack ever. The hijacked airplanes destroying New York's Twin Towers. They are gone and badly damaging the Pentagon. A day of terror, death, and fear unlike this nation has ever known. Good afternoon, all. This is a special edition of the Channel 4 News, and I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams.
All 4 of today's doomed airplanes were heading to the state of California, 3 of them bound for LAX, 1 to San Francisco. Channel 4's Patrick Healy is live now at LAX with more on the security measures now in place there. Patrick?
Paul, Colleen, we're expecting another briefing here at LAX within the next hour. We're in the maintenance area, which is just west of the main terminal area that now is in a state of unprecedented shutdown in the history of LAX. We may be able to have, yes, this live camera from the hotels just east of the airport. Look at this scene. All visitors, including media, everyone who was in the airport except for law enforcement and security personnel, they have been evacuated from the horseshoe area that services the 7 main terminals. No visitors being allowed inside the airport. LAX, of course, the destination of 3 of the aircraft that were apparently hijacked before their crash landings. Now, there have been some special security concerns as well this morning at LAX. Items that were left behind during the evacuation, accidentally or on purpose, are being examined by explosives experts. Nothing out of the ordinary has been found so far.
International is one of the airports that we've asked to be evacuated early on and work directly with security here to maintain safety and security. These actions were taken and at many different stages, many different levels at security to provide safety all the way down to basic levels of checking vehicles that may not normally have been suspicious, but in this heightened state of emergency here, we're taking exception.
We're not allowing any commercial or private vehicles into any of our airports. If there is a potential of some international arrivals, we are going to move those meters and greeters out to our Lot B, which is east of the airport, and we will provide transportation to that location so that people can meet if those flights are and do arrive at Los Angeles. We don't have any information at this time that they are, but because they're such long flights and they can possibly divert to other cities. But we're prepared to handle that. But it's very fluid. We're very interested in protecting the public.
None. Relatives of only a few of the passengers on the flights that went down had reached LAX before it was shut down. We spoke with the captain and first officer of an American Airlines jetliner that was preparing to take off when word of the tragedy arrived.
When we fly airplanes, we have a moral integrity that it is our responsibility to get these people safely from point A to point B. And to see someone not do that in such a horrendous and horrific and damnable way, I can't even begin to comprehend that sort of thinking.
There had been concern earlier in the day about other aircraft that were still in flight. We were told by the FAA and also by American Airlines that they have accounted for all the aircraft. They have been brought down safely, but for the 4 that were lost earlier in the day. Right now at LAX, the FAA, the FBI, LAPD, and airport police are all on scene handling security. Officials now pondering whether it will be necessary to search every single aircraft now parked here before operations are able to resume. Again, we're expecting an updated briefing within the hour. For now, reporting live from LAX, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
All right, Patrick. In the meantime, there are several emergency phone hotlines set up for information. This is info about the LA area, and it's being updated throughout the day, we can tell you that. The phone number you see at the top of your screen is 888-356-5555. 4661 if you have any questions or concerns about the city of LA. And there are 2 hotlines set up for the relatives of the passengers seeking information about those flights. The American Airlines number is 800-245-0999. The United Airlines number is 800-932-8555. Again, if you missed those numbers, log on to our website at nbc4.tv. The city and the county of Los Angeles have been on tactical alert since very early this morning. The LAPD has deployed anti-terrorist units citywide, but at this point, the Southland does not appear to be the target of an attack. Channel 4's Fernell Chapman is live at the Emergency Operations Center at LA City Hall with more on that part of the story. Chat?
Well, Colleen, we're expecting another briefing within the hour here outside the LA City Hall South. And I must tell you that if you were in downtown Los Angeles right now, you wouldn't believe where you are. It's like something of a ghost town right now. Let's take a look at what it's like. Many of the streets are cordoned off at this hour. In fact, some streets are actually barricaded. You are limited in where you can go. Most public buildings were ordered evacuated, and a lot of people got the day off unexpectedly. In fact, some were stranded for a while in terms of getting a ride home. City Hall, the courts, the federal buildings have all been ordered evacuated and are closed. The Emergency Operations Center has been activated here in downtown Los Angeles. Officials are now assessing things locally, and they say that everything that has been done so far in Greater Los Angeles has been strictly precautionary. In fact, a city official talked with us earlier today saying there is no trouble in Los Angeles at this time.
I want to underscore, we have not received any credible threats, have not confirmed any threats against the city of Los Angeles at this time.
We've talked with the FBI, the LA sheriffs, in our department, and we've not been able to identify any credible threat directed to the city of Los Angeles.
Now, as I mentioned, we will get yet another update on the assessment locally in Greater Los Angeles at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Let's now move on to Ted Chen at yet another location. Ted?
For now, this is what terrorism has done here. The biggest symbol of the federal government in Los Angeles in virtual lockdown, in literal lockdown. As you can see across the street, the west entrance to the federal building, FBI agents have positioned themselves at the entrance. They've also positioned their vehicles at the entrance to make sure no unauthorized person gets in.
So can I exit that way?
You can go out either way.
Okay.
All right, we're apparently missing the sound from that piece, but these are FBI agents surrounding the federal building armed with M4 machine guns, a couple of dozen surrounding each entrance, and it's very eerie to be driving around this building, which is usually very accessible to the public, and see all of these agents along with the FBI, along with federal police. No one is being allowed in. We've seen a few postal workers. There is a postal station here right next to the federal building. That seems to be at least in semi-operation today. But other than that, the only federal personnel we have seen go into the building are a limited number of FBI agents. At this point, the FBI is being very hush-hush about their deployment strategy. There are some 600 agents based here, the LA regional office of the FBI. You can see the 17-story Westwood Federal Building behind me. And you'll remember after the 1994 attack on Oklahoma City, there was extra security added to this building, barriers placed around the perimeter, but nothing like we're seeing today. We're supposed to get a briefing ourselves in just a little while by the FBI here in Westwood. Reporting live from Westwood, Ted Chen, Channel 4 News. Colleen and Paul, back to you.
All right, Ted, we're going to go now to Governor Gray Davis, who is speaking right now live, or will be speaking in just a moment. We were told he was going to have some comments. State office buildings.
I want to thank everyone for coming here this afternoon. I have with me, as you know, Mike Elmick, who is the head of the Highway Patrol, the Lieutenant Governor, Sheriff Blanis, who is the sheriff in the county in which we reside, and Karen, who is the head of who represents the Office of Emergency Services and participates in our terrorism task force, which has had 2 meetings by phone today already. I want to just brief people on the steps we are taking to keep people safe in California and protect their property. First of all emergency services operations are up and running throughout California. Secondly, all law enforcement and firefighting personnel at the state level are fully deployed. Thirdly, we've taken measures to protect vital assets on the ground and in the air in California, including the electrical grid, the state water project, and a number of our bridges. Next, the Department of Health Services has been in touch with the Red Cross, LAX, and San Francisco Airport to prepare to offer assistance to the relatives of victims on the 3 or 4 flights that were headed to Los Angeles. Next, I had a fairly lengthy conversation with all the regional aid coordinators, which consist of 9 sheriffs, the sheriffs of Alameda, Los Angeles, Orange, Sacramento, San Bernardino, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Shasta, and Stanislaus counties, to coordinate efforts around the state to protect important properties, particularly those properties that are on the FBI's target list, to ensure that there are resources to protect them and to minimize any potential threat. I have, as you know, lowered the state flag, and I want to urge all Californians to be calm, if they can, to spend this day with their family, and above all else, to say a prayer for the many victims of this dastardly act committed in New York and Washington. This may well prove to be the largest terrorist act ever on American soil. As you know, 3 and maybe 4 of the planes were headed to California and presumably include some California passengers. Our hearts and prayers go out to all the victims, no matter where they reside. And I have advised the federal government, and I'm trying to advise Governor Pataki directly, that we are authorizing the release of some urban search and rescue teams. These are highly skilled rescue workers, particularly adept at dealing with structural collapses and the rescue operations entailed therein. We're releasing them to assist people on the East Coast, given the calamity that they've faced. I know they'll appreciate the additional resources that these urban rescue teams provide. These people did remarkable work in the Oklahoma City tragedy. I've talked to the governor of Oklahoma on more than one occasion when he expressed his gratitude to their heroism and dedication, and even flew to California to participate in a ceremony honoring their service. 2 of those 2 delegations of urban search and rescue teams have already taken off. Another one will take off at 4 o'clock to assist our fellow Americans on the East Coast. With that, I'd like Lieutenant Governor to make some remarks in Spanish to share with all of our Spanish brethren some of the comments I just expressed, and then I'd like to call on Sheriff Blandis, who has other commitments, and then the Commissioner of the Highway Patrol, and then we'll answer your questions.
Thank you, Governor. Quiero asegurar a todos los californianos que estamos tomando todas las medidas necesarias para proteger la seguridad de nuestro pueblo. Todos los centros de emergencia están funcionando. Los equipos de policías y bomberos están en alerta. Estamos tomando medidas de precaución para...
All right, we've lost the signal there from Sacramento. Lieutenant Governor Bustamante, you heard from Governor Gray Davis. Okay, we've got it back. Here we go.
Nuestros equipos expertos en búsqueda y rescate para asistir en Nueva York y Washington. Las oficinas de Estado están en contacto con 58 condados. Hemos estado en contacto con todos los alcaldes de nuestras ciudades principales y hemos ofreciendo cualquier asistencia que necesiten. Al igual hemos ofreciendo asistencia a la Casa Blanca y al gobernador Pataki de Nueva York. Nuestro Departamento de Salud está ofreciendo asistencia para las víctimas de las familias de Los Ángeles y San Francisco. Para la información, miembros de la familia pueden comunicarse con American Airlines al 800-2 450999 o con United Airlines al 800-932-8555. He ordenado las banderas del Capitolio sean puestas a media asta. Pido a todos los californianos que mantengan la calma y que oren por las víctimas y sus seres queridos. Que Dios los bendiga.
And now, Sheriff Landis.
Thank you, Governor. First of all, my prayers and thoughts go out to all Americans. This is a tragic day for our country. Today, Governor Davis called upon the sheriffs statewide to make sure that we were all coordinated in our effort to protect the citizens of this great state. We had a conference call with 9 sheriffs to see what each and every one of us were doing on a local basis. We all have operations centers set up. We all are working closely with the federal government. We have teams set up and working out of various FBI headquarters in the different jurisdictions throughout the state. We're also at the airport, Sacramento. I control the airport security-wise. We have that airport closed down. And the other sheriffs are coordinated with their airport directors and commissions. Also coordinate very closely with local chiefs of police here in Sacramento. We have a coordinated effort between the Sacramento Police Department, Sacramento Sheriff's Department, and California Highway Patrol, which is a key element, as you know, with the state. We haven't had any verified threats yet. We're working with all those agencies. I'd just like to thank the governor for his coordinated effort and his program to make sure all citizens in the state are safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. I think it's important to first mention, as Lou did, that we have received threats here in the state of California, but none of them have been verified. We're not aware of any real threat to our people. Certainly this is a time when all of our people need to reflect and to be calm. Clearly the governor has put all of the operational procedures in place that are provided for by him. All of the local law enforcement as well as state law enforcement and fire and other emergency services are in place. I think it's important to note again, as the governor did, that the major thoroughfares in this state, specifically the larger buildings, our roadway system, our bridges, all of those things are being closely monitored. And at this point, we're not aware of any concern that our citizens should have. I think it is a time for being calm and reflective. And again, thank the governor for all of his efforts in bringing this to bear. Thank you.
Let me mention one other thing. I want to commend the heroic efforts of firefighters and police officers in New York City who are working against tremendous odds to try and save lives. This is a calamity of unprecedented proportions, and by all accounts, those emergency services personnel did extraordinarily well. You know, I have high regard for our emergency service system in California. It seems that fire and police officers are all cut from the same cloth. They go above and beyond the call of duty to save lives and protect property. And certainly no one could imagine a catastrophe on this scale, but by all accounts, the rescue efforts in New York were nothing less than heroic. We hope in a small way to provide some additional assistance to the urban search and rescue teams that should be arriving late tonight or early tomorrow morning in New York. One final thing. On the call with the sheriffs, there were repeated concerns about taking precautions to protect any reprisals against Americans. We are one country. We may be of different faiths and come from different nations, but we're all Americans. And we need to let the federal government determine who the culprits are that caused this unspeakable act and let them develop a plan for decisive and coordinated action. We do not want Americans turning on Americans. We do not want reprisals within our borders or within the American borders. So individual sheriffs are meeting with community leaders from various different communities, urging calm, urging discussion, letting people air their concerns and grievances, but doing everything they can to keep it in the discussion stage and prevent any unwanted violence. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
How much consideration has been given, if any, to closing schools? And secondly, how long will the Capitol itself be closed?
If there are no further events today, we intend to have state government fully back in business by tomorrow. All essential functions are being conducted today. As to schools, we think that's a decision best left to local school boards. Many people would say that children cannot be in a safer place than in school, and so individual school districts will make that decision. I believe most of them are keeping the schools open today.
When the airports might reopen?
That's a decision that the FAA will make relative to flights. As I understand it, all air traffic is grounded in this country until further notice. I believe on top of that, LAX closed down, and I believe Sacramento airport is closed down as well. So first the FAA has to give permission for commercial flights to resume, and then the individual airports governed by local authorities have to decide to go back into operation. The simple answer is I don't know the answer to your specific question. I would assume that additional resources will be necessary to help local governments and law enforcement protect people and property within their jurisdiction. That subject did come up on the call with the sheriffs, and I said we would make available additional highway patrol officers to assist them in their security efforts, and if it required additional resources, I would go to the legislature to seek them. Beyond that, in terms of financial losses and business transactions, I have to believe there will be some consequences, but it's way too early to determine what they are. But I think you were next. I would prefer not to. There have been some threats. They have been checked out, and they were determined to be unverified. But clearly, given an emergency of this proportions, the prudent thing to do is to err on the side of caution. That is what we're doing. We did have, for whatever reason, 4 planes headed to California, and we have to do everything we can to protect Californians, to pray for the victims who have already been lost, and to offer comfort to the families who've lost people in this terrible tragedy. We've asked for the manifold list. We've not yet received them. As soon as they're made available to us, we will release them. The individual airlines may choose to do so before then. I have to believe there were some Californians on those flights because they were headed to Los Angeles and San Francisco. And my heart goes out to everyone who was on those planes, to the families of anyone who lost a victim, no matter where they resided. This is a time for prayer and for coming together as a country.
All right, Governor Gray Davis talking to us from Sacramento, and I'm not going to repeat everything he said because I assume most of you heard it. However, it's important to note that the state government, he says, will be back running full force, he hopes, by tomorrow. There have been threats in California, none verified, and they are doing all they can to take care of the infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, and including the power grid. All right, we're going back to Network. Another building apparently in New York has collapsed. Here's Network.
Pat Dawson. Pat, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Dan Abrams is on the telephone, apparently at the scene. Dan, what can you tell us?
Well, hi there, Katie. I'm standing about 5 or 6 blocks away from where that building just collapsed. The one piece of good news is...
Okay, obviously we have lost contact with Dan Abrams, who is nearby the building, as he said, that just collapsed. We'll try to maintain contact with him in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Osama bin Laden is a name that we have been hearing all day long as an individual who may, and we emphasize may, be responsible for these terrorist acts. It is a name we have heard before as well. Hoda Khatbi has this report.
The early focus is on guerrilla leader Osama bin Laden because of the level of logistics necessary to carry out today's series of attacks. Bin Laden is a millionaire Saudi businessman believed to be living in exile in Afghanistan. U.S. officials link bin Laden to numerous terrorist attacks, including last year's bombing of the USS Cole in Yemen. He was blamed for the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in which 224 people died. And one of his top lieutenants was convicted this year of plotting to bomb the Los Angeles International Airport at the turn of the millennium. An Arab journalist with access to bin Laden told Reuters that the guerrilla leader had warned just 3 weeks ago of a, quote, unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. Since 1998, he has declared all U.S. citizens legitimate targets of attack. The tall, thin bin Laden's goal, in his own words, is to unite all Muslims and establish a government which follows Islamic law. His network supports terrorists in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, Somalia, Yemen, and Kosovo. We should note, though, that just hours after the attacks, Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers condemned them, rejecting suggestions that bin Laden is behind them.
Meanwhile, NBC's Andrea Mitchell is at the State Department this afternoon. Andrea, what are State Department officials saying about the possibility that this is the man responsible for these attacks?
Usually they are very cautious about drawing these conclusions. Since the State Department was evacuated, Katie, I'm here in our newsroom and talking to national security officials, intelligence officials, and others in the government. They now believe that bin Laden was responsible. They have seen some evidence since the attack this morning pinning this on those involved with bin Laden's organization. A global organization that George Tenet has been warning Congress is the one organization capable of multiple attacks with no warning. This is his MO. This is the way he, according to the indictment and the arrest warrant, was able to attack both the embassy in Tanzania and in Nairobi, Kenya, almost simultaneously. It is a requirement of a great deal of coordination, of money, of expertise, a global terror network, if you will, which has been almost unique to bin Laden. So while he was immediately under suspicion, we are now told from top U.S. officials that they have seen evidence, which we can presume is some sort of electronic eavesdropping evidence, that in fact bin Laden was in some way responsible for this. That is certainly their operational theory. And regarding Hoda's report, the Taliban leaders of Afghanistan would be well advised to deny any complicity because they've been harboring him within weeks, only weeks ago. U.S. They would hold the
All right, we're going to break in again. As we reported just a few minutes ago, apparently another building at the World Trade Center has collapsed. This is a building that's been burning all day. Let's go to Ashley Banfield, who's on the scene.
Responding to this tragedy from not only New York City, but also all of the boroughs, all of the different, just read it and see if I can't read that, I'm sorry, but all of the different counties and different states as well. A lot of New Jersey respondents as well. Federal police as well. We've had New York State Police. You can see them walking over there. I don't know if you can pan over to see New York State Police who are on the scene as well. Most of them are patrolling as well. Are you able to see that? Those New York State Police over there. It's really just everyone is trying their best to get some sort of a plan, but as you can imagine, the communication systems are so difficult. We've had trouble just getting cell phone calls out. It took me 40 minutes just to get a cell phone call out this morning. It's down to about 10 or 15 now, but clearly this is a very tenuous situation with emergency vehicles going in towards that second, or that now. It's hard to keep count of the number of buildings that have come down. 1 world, 2 world, 6 world, 7 world. And there have been other reports of other buildings in the near vicinity going down as well. We were told one on Trinity Street went down as well. Trinity Street, it's just remarkable. At this point, we're not aware of any other buildings that are in jeopardy Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I was just going to say, what's cruel about this, especially for all of those of us who were around in '93 for the First World Trade, is that this is the attack that just keeps on playing out during the day. It is part of the challenge facing the American president tonight as he takes to the airwaves and tells a jittery public that the government is up and running and just fine, and that the people who did this today to the United States, carried out these coordinated attacks on New York and Washington, will be found, and there will be retaliation. It will be, if we can go by the statements of the president already today and by those of his surrogates, it will be swift and it will be sure, and there will be no mistaking it. But the scene over the city of New York is very disconcerting tonight. Let's play a little bit of videotape for those people tuning in right now. 5:30, by the way, in the East, and we've been at this all day. For those who weren't watching a few minutes ago, our own Ashley Banfield was about to begin an interview with a woman who was with her young child, and we'll let the tape play from there.
Starting to see people moving north. In fact, you were just told by police that you should move out of your apartment, Fabiana. Yes. You've got Carolina here?
Yes. They advised us to leave because we have...
Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. No. Listen.
We're okay.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're okay. Ashley? I think we're okay. Ashley, I think we're okay.
All right. We're going to have to move this way. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to move. That cloud is coming this way.
Yeah. Ashley, get out of there. Leave the camera unmanned if you need to, and get out of there. What we've been fearing all afternoon has apparently happened. We were watching number 7 World Trade, which was part of the ancillary damage of the explosion and collapse of the other two. And that was all day about a few moments ago in Lower Manhattan. The building has since come down. We're still joined by military and security analyst Dan Garay. Dan, you know, as we continue, as I said, this story keeps playing out, and in a way, it's the terrorist damage keeps going on these hours after the initial attack. What does this do? You were talking about the American psyche earlier.
Well, you know, we know a lot from at least past experience, not only American, but worldwide and in history, that people do react with shock and even panic at the beginning of these kind of attacks. The bombing of Britain, or even the Allied bombing of Germany, and then they essentially not get used to it, but learn to cope, and if anything, become more defiant. This kind of terror action, globally, historically, produces the exact opposite reaction that its perpetrators want. It produces anger, defiance, and a determination to win.
Now, Dan, let's take this a couple days in the future. The United States has a pretty good idea of who carried this out. Who decides what the threshold is? How much evidence is enough evidence? How much evidence is enough to act?
Well, at this point, quite literally, it's going to be the President of the United States who makes the final decision. If you recall, the Clinton administration struck at Iraq allegedly because they had plotted to kill President Bush's father, the other President Bush, when he was in Kuwait. We never got the public evidence. There was no trial. There was no public hearing. The President said that there was evidence. It had to be kept secret, and we struck. It could be no different this time. Or, in fact, if he wishes to, he can make a public case and turn around and retaliate or act right there.
All right, Dan Garay, thank you. Bob Kerr is with us at FBI headquarters in Washington. Bob, here we are looking at this smoke and dust plume several thousand feet above New York City. I know Washington's had a state of emergency declared there all day, and we are waiting to hear what the FBI has to say about all this.
Well, Brian, it's actually an interesting situation. We're here at FBI headquarters because, as you know, the White House, with the exception of a few essential people, was evacuated early today. So the White House set up a sort of press briefing area for a very small group of us right here at the FBI building. They told us just a few minutes ago that President Bush is on his way back to the city and will address the nation, presumably from the Oval Office tonight. There's no time set yet. Then a small group of us, again, will be escorted, I think, back into the White House. But nonetheless, Brian, you mentioned that this city is in a state of emergency. It is surreal. It is like a ghost town. I was at the White House earlier this morning when the first plane went into the tower in New York City. We rushed over to the press office. In the press office, the press workers at the White House were watching aghast, but at that point it was only one incident. There was really nothing unusual to detect in the way of activity at the White House. Then the second plane in the second tower. At that point, went out on the White House lawn. Again, nothing unusual right away. The White House tours were still underway. People were still lined up along Pennsylvania Avenue just looking in at the gate. There were no visible signs of guards with their guns drawn, that sort of thing. Then word filtered a few minutes later when the Pentagon was hit by a plane. As soon as that happened, people started rushing out of the White House. The order was given to evacuate. What I first noticed as I was standing on the White House lawn, people in chef's uniforms and staffers in the 50s, 100 or so, running out of the building, out of the front door, out of the side door, making their way across the White House lawn, out of the White House, and across the street into Lafayette Park. Subsequently, of course, we were moved even from Lafayette Park. Police tape was brought out, and they secured eventually a 3-block perimeter. No one was allowed anywhere near the White House. All that time, though, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and also Vice President Cheney stayed in the White House, we presume in the Situation Room, in a secure location in the White House, presumably with some others, and did their work. And as you know, President Bush was in Florida at that time, left Florida rather quickly, went to a military installation in Louisiana, and then after that went to another military installation, an Air Force base in Omaha, Nebraska. And we were told here not that long ago by Karen Hughes, the president's counselor, that from that location in Nebraska, the president held a national security meeting, presumably, obviously, by secure telephone line. That was at about 3:30, 3:45 Eastern Time this afternoon. So, Brian, this has played out in such a way in Washington as to leave the city a ghost town, and we do know now that President Bush is en route back and expects to make a statement from the Oval Office at some point tonight.
Bob, that scene you describe at the White House with people like household staff members, people in chefs' outfits coming out, how much, when the command came, when it was made very clear to you that people were leaving the building, how much was anyone told? Did you think there was anything else going on you didn't know about?
Well, I must say, Brian, that when those of us even in the press room were watching the breaking news this morning as it happened, okay, one plane hits the World Trade Center, and you think, well, hopefully, it's horrible as an aircraft accident, as anything. It's horrible. But you're thinking in the back of your mind, well, hopefully, it's not an attack. Then, a few minutes later, the second one, I know that I stood there. I was alone in our White House booth, and I looked up at that screen and I said, this country is under attack. I mean, that was my reaction. At that point, still, there was confusion in the White House. What they normally do first in a time of stress, such as when there's a danger lurking on Pennsylvania Avenue, perhaps, is they clear the lawn. They make us go back into the White House. That was the first step they took, and we were sort of on our way back into the White House. Then they changed their minds. They said, well, it's okay. You don't, oh, I'm sorry, I missed a step there. We went back in, nothing much happened, and they said, there's an order to evacuate. As we prepared to evacuate and leave the lawn, I mean evacuate the White House grounds and get out, all of a sudden there was some confusion. We didn't have to evacuate, we stayed. Then we heard about the Pentagon explosion. People were seeing smoke in the direction of the Pentagon. It was at that point that the uniformed and non-uniformed divisions of the Secret Service took out their weapons. You saw the weapons raised. People were running around the lawn, and we were fairly forcibly told to get out. Well, and then it was sort of step by step after that, a block away, 2 blocks away, and eventually 3 blocks away, which is quite a distance from the White House. All we could see at that point, Brian, as we look back at the White House, you could then see a very visible presence of security on the roof. You know, of course, that you occasionally see that, but we saw it in some number at that point.
Bob, we also had then that run of stories that turned out to be false, some of which we broadcast unknowing. Car bomb, State Department, and an aircraft crash landing at Camp David.
Well, I can't give you any more information. I must say, Brian, we were wrestling with our own incidents, which turned out to be false alarms. I can give you an example. I was standing on Connecticut Avenue and I Street, essentially between 16th Street, the Hay Adams Hotel, and Connecticut Avenue, the regular downtown. At one point, someone started shouting, and the uniformed Secret Service people ran after this person who had dropped an apparently overloaded backpack in the street and was making all sorts of shouts. We couldn't tell exactly what he was saying. At that point, they blocked off another street, brought in the dogs, searched that bag, gave a thumbs up, there was nothing wrong. But it was a day filled with incidents like that. And another image that will sit with me, Brian, is, you know, there was gridlock in terms of traffic on all the main arteries going outside the city. And you can imagine hundreds, thousands really, of people parked in these underground garages who were just inching along out of the garage and down the street, hearing things on the radio, and actually a look of fear on many of their faces, concern. Another image, of course, cell phones, and not just casual cell phone conversations. I was close enough to hear some of them and see, and obviously parents calling, wondering about kids in school. A lot of schools let out early here. So this was a very, very tense morning overall in Washington, D.C., and you've seen what happened, and how could it not have been?
Absolutely. And Bob Kerr, we thank you for giving us that rundown on what happened today. I think it probably can safely be said that for the first time really since about the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a palpable sense of fear in many quarters in this country today. For the next few minutes and to update us on where we stand with all of this, over to Lester Holt. Lester?
Brian, I want to give folks a picture for the area we're talking about. The World Trade Center is actually a large complex of several buildings in lower Manhattan. The ones you're familiar with are the two towers. This is the first one that was hit. Tower 1 was hit by an American Airlines 767 initially. That was a little bit before 9 o'clock. Tower 2 was hit by the United Airlines plane a short time later. Tower 2, though, was the first one to actually go down. That was the first collapse. All right,
we want to give you an example. We've got some tape to show you. That tower number 7, see the circle going around there? That's the building you're going to see go down right now.
This is it. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! No! No! Listen. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're okay. Ashley! I think we're okay. Ashley, I think we're okay.
All right, we're going to have to move this way. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to move. That cloud is coming this way.
Yeah. Ashley, get out of there. Leave the camera unmanned if you need to, and get out of there. What we've been fearing all afternoon has apparently happened. We were watching number 7 World Trade, which was...
That was obviously a building that had been on fire for quite some time. The two twin towers, the tall ones, are 1 and 2. That was number 7. That is north of the other complex.
That picture you just saw, the plane hitting, that was the second plane to hit the towers. That hit at 9:03 this morning, just 21 minutes after the other. Again, the reporter on the scene was Ashley Banfield for MSNBC. We're going to turn it back over to the network and NBC right now.
Had a plan for this that worked as far as we can tell, very well. They set up triage centers in 2 locations at least, maybe more, in the downtown region, and they sent people off to various hospitals so that no one hospital was swamped. And in fact, a large number of people were taken on the Staten Island ferry across the Hudson River to hospitals both on Staten Island, and even a much larger number to hospitals in New Jersey. And so as a result, the hospitals have managed to be able to deal with the load that they've had, and they're starting to get ready for the long haul. Everybody who was on the staff of every hospital showed up volunteering. At one point, in St. Vincent's Hospital, which is in Greenwich Village, they put out a call for blood donors, and so many showed up, hundreds and hundreds of people within minutes showed up, that they had to take them in buses to other hospitals where there was still a great need for blood. But nobody thinks this story, in terms of caring for the survivors, is anywhere near its end.
All right, Bob Bazell. Bob, thank you so much for that report and for talking with us this afternoon. We appreciate it. Incidentally, 2 makeshift morgues have been set up here in Manhattan, one in the borough of Manhattan Community College, the second at Greenwich Street and the corner of Northmore, and a third makeshift morgue may be set up a little bit later on. Matt?
And as Bob may have mentioned, New Yorkers have been lining up at some hospitals looking to donate blood for survivors who may be in need. Ashley Banfield has been down in the area near the World Trade Center reporting all day. She joins us now. Ashley?
Hi, Matt. I'm having a tough time hearing you, but there are a number of emergency vehicles that are now coming out of the vicinity of number 7 World Trade Center that has just gone down. And I just wanted to let you know very quickly, before that, number 6 World Trade Center went down, and housed in those 2 buildings, offices of OSHA, U.S. Customs, ATF, and a number of other retail spaces as well. Not only that, but financial offices too. Those buildings had all been cleared out after the first plane hit the World Trade Center this morning. So there was some speculation that there's not a soul in those buildings at the time. Certainly, number 7 that just went down as we were live on the air earlier on with MSNBC was cleared out. Most people, they said earlier that they were just waiting for that building to go down. So they were expecting this to happen. Not only that, it is still an awesome sight when this happens. I just wanted to introduce you very quickly to Mel and his son Max, who have basically evacuated their own house. You live just down this way, just past this red building, is that right?
Yeah, Duane Street, just by Chambers Street.
You just picked up your animals and one overnight bag and gotten out of there. Were you told by anybody that you needed to get out of there quickly?
No, actually, we had a hard time getting back there because the whole area's been cut off. But we'd already left, but we didn't have any of our stuff. So now we're trying to get back because the water, the electricity's all been cut off. And, we basically have to move out of the area.
Where are you going to spend the night?
Friend's house. We have, our children, our other children in Brooklyn. We can't even figure out how to get there. So,
Max, you were in school, you were in high school, not far away. You could see the actual plane crash and the fireball that ensued after that?
Well, I was in class and my friend said, oh my God, someone bombed the World Trade Center. And we all said, that's not funny. And we looked out the window and there was an explosion. Then we turned on the news and we saw on the TV the smoke and the coverage. We saw another plane going. I said, well, is this a replay of some sort? And we looked out the window and we saw the explosion carry through the other side of the building.
And they just kept you in the school at that point?
They kept us in the school, and I think it was a smart idea because if they kept us in the school, like that way kids wouldn't run down there and see what was happening. And then later they evacuated the school.
All right, thanks very much and good luck to you. I hope you are all safe. Matt, I just wanted to tell you really quickly what happened earlier. We have been moved about 5 different times. My producer and I, early this morning, right after the first World Trade Center came down, were caught in the debris of the collapsing second World Trade Center. In fact, our clothes are still covered with all of this gray ash, and that's what you see when you see a lot of the people who are coming out of that epicenter. They're covered from head to toe in gray. Some of the emergency vehicles that have been coming through here as well, windows blown out. We saw an ambulance that was completely burned out on one side. The windows were blown out. The ambulance driver just told us as he was rolling by, this was a brand new ambulance this morning. Not only that, but we can tell you that we've been moved 5 times because there is the concern that more buildings will collapse. We are not being told now that any more buildings are in peril of collapsing, but we have heard other buildings potentially nearby are unstable. They are keeping us at this particular perimeter because there's not too much concern that the wind is going to blow northward. The wind has been blowing eastward off of the island of Manhattan and into the other boroughs east in Brooklyn. But at this point, we seem to be okay at this vantage point, and we are about, I'd say about 7 blocks from where 7 World Trade Center stood just within the half hour.
All right, Ashley Banfield reporting from downtown. Ashley, thanks very much. Just a reminder that airports across the country are closed. There's a ground hold in effect until about noon, at least noon tomorrow. For a while, the borders between the U.S. and Canada and the U.S. and Mexico were closed. We're not sure whether those have been reopened. There was a high state of alert issued for nuclear power plants across the country. Obviously, some fear that if planes had been hijacked, that one might target a nuclear facility. Again, so much of life in America as we know it has been disrupted, and that, of course, is one of the targets of terrorism.
That's right. We want to remind people also, once again, Matt, that President Bush will address the nation at some point tonight. When we find out specifically when, we will let you know. Meanwhile, there is a sports facility, a massive sports facility called Chelsea Piers here in Manhattan, which is about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center, from the Twin Towers, which we've been watching first burn and then totally collapse all day today. Apparently a triage unit
All right, we're going to cut into NBC here. We've been watching the World Trade Center area, a third building, go down just a few minutes ago. Reporter Ashley Banfield was at the scene. That's a building that's been burning since early this morning when the other two collapsed. Our Doug Kriegel actually heard the collapse. He's in Manhattan right now. There he is right there. Doug?
That's right, Colleen. About 15 minutes ago, the latest thing that happened is that another structure at the World Trade Center collapsed, came crashing to the ground. This was Building 7, a 10-story structure that housed the CIA, other federal offices, and the New York equivalent of the Department of Emergency Services. Now, the building that just collapsed had been compromised earlier by the destruction at the Twin Towers. Again, the CIA would have been in there normally, but they had, of course, abandoned the building when the the catastrophe occurred. By way of explanation, the World Trade Center is made up of about 10 buildings. Two of them, known as the Twin Towers, are the most famous, but there are 7 or 8 other smaller buildings, and one of the other smaller buildings has just collapsed. Now, New York City now in a state of controlled chaos. The city has been virtually shut down by this catastrophe. It's still unclear how many people have been killed at the World Trade Center when the planes hit those buildings, but thousands of relatives are now waiting for word that may not be able to come to them at some point. Witnesses are still talking about what it looked like when people actually jumped. People who were on fire actually jumped more than 100 stories out of the building. That was their only hope. The floor was on fire. Their only hope was to jump out of a building. There they were on fire, coming down, hitting the ground. That must have been an incredible sight. People were blown out of the building, and in lower Manhattan, of course, everyone was showered with ashes, debris, cinders. Of course, New Yorkers have a strong sense of pride that they've got the strength to deal with virtually anything, including this, which may be the most serious event to ever hit this city. And New Yorkers are responding. As you've been hearing, thousands of people are going to hospitals to donate blood to the victims of this tragedy. But we would be remiss if we didn't say there is tremendous anger cutting across the city. People want revenge. They want payback. They are furious. They are saying this city has been violated. We want to know who, and we want to know why. We want answers. Live in New York City, Doug Kriegel. Back to you in Burbank.
All right, Doug, I just want to reinforce that you are live in New York City, which is something of a feat on a day like this. You got in there. Don't know how you did it, but you did. One loses track of time during coverage like this, Doug. I think it was about 2 hours ago that we talked to you last. Have you had a chance to go down into the streets since then?
I have. And, you know, New York is now in a sense of sort of controlled chaos. People are calm, but underneath they're furious. People are trying to behave. The traffic is not getting out of hand. Police, of course, all the emergency service personnel are down in lower Manhattan. There are virtually no cops uptown. But there's sort of a sense of controlled chaos, calm. Underneath there is fury. People really are angry at this event. The city has been violated. Everybody knows it. It's something that happened to everybody here. And there is fury, Paul.
Doug, we heard Karen Hughes at the White House a little while ago mention that 8 urban rescue teams were about to go on scene and begin to search. With the latest collapse of this third building, are they even able to get close to the scene to look for survivors yet?
There are ways to get to the 2 big twin towers without going around this Building 7 that just collapsed. But it's going to be very difficult to approach that structure because everything is very tenuous. Everything there, all of the structures have been compromised by the fire and the crash. And so it is going to be very difficult for emergency service personnel to actually get into that structure and get at some of the victims. And maybe there are people who are still alive in there. Did you see those pictures of the firefighters who went in to save people? They were collapsing from smoke inhalation. I mean, it's a tremendously terrible scene inside those structures. And so as you point out, it's going to be very difficult to get up and at those people.
Doug, we're learning a lot more about the World Trade Center. I must confess that I, like probably a good many other Southern Californians, associated the two twin towers with the World Trade Center. But indeed, there are a lot more buildings than that, as we pointed out with building number 7. Having said that, how was that building compromised early on? Do we know, was it one of the planes that hit the twin towers, or perhaps was that another bomb that was put inside building 7, or do you know?
We've been told that that some of the fire that hit the Twin Towers actually spread to some of the other buildings, and that's how Building 7 was compromised. Fire in that structure was unable to be got at, and so that was compromised that way. But of course, you raise an interesting question. The Central Intelligence Agency had offices in Building 7. Is it possible at this point, of course it's speculation, that perhaps the CIA was also targeted? There are also other federal offices in Building 7. In addition, the Department of Emergency Services in New York is in Building 7. It's quite possible that perhaps among the other smaller buildings of the World Trade Center, that Building 7 was targeted. It is interesting, that's the one of the other smaller buildings, the only one that went down. So that's going to be an interesting question.
All right, Doug Kriegel reporting live from Manhattan. Doug, we'll get back to you shortly. We keep looking at that picture over and over again of that I believe that was a United Airlines flight that hit this particular building.
That was the second plane to hit,
second one that hit
building number 2, we're calling it, yeah.
904. And this one, witnesses say this plane couldn't have been more than 1,500 feet off the ground.
Let me mention something very quickly. I don't know how many children or young people are watching this, but I know I had to get with my wife this morning and talk about how we were going to tell our 11 and 9-year-old just a word, and certainly not being presumptuous enough to tell anybody how to be a parent. But it might be a good idea if your kids have watched or are watching this to talk with them honestly about it and explain to them exactly what is going on.
It's really hard to explain to adults what's going on here, Paul. They still can't account for hundreds of firefighters who went into the Twin Towers this morning. As many as, 10,000 people in each of the 2 tall towers. So at 9 o'clock in the morning, there could have been 20,000 people in here.
My point being that if the child is old enough, it might be better to, in a simple way, a simple honesty might be better in this case than trying to skirt the issue. That was my point. Okay. We're going to wrap it up for this hour. We are going to be right back with more of our special coverage, our local angle of attack on America in just a moment.
This has been a Channel 4 News special report. Now back to regular programming.
September 11th, 2001. A day that will forever change the United States. A day of terror, shaking Americans to their core. 2 hijacked airliners bound for LAX, slamming into the World Trade Center in New York, collapsing the Twin Towers in the heart of Wall Street. A third plane crashing into the Pentagon. An unprecedented all-out assault on key symbols of American military and financial power. The nation brought to a standstill. Good afternoon again, everybody. I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams.
The nation, quite simply, is in shock today after an unthinkable attack on thousands of innocent people, innocent civilians. Authorities on alert, obviously, tonight from coast to coast right now, tightening security just about everywhere in this country and elsewhere. The chaos actually began just before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock our time in Los Angeles, and apparently it is not over yet. About 30 minutes ago, as Colleen and I were talking, another building in Lower Manhattan collapsed. This is a look at the flying debris from the number 7 tower. You're going to see that almost coming down the street toward the camera. Number 7 tower at the World Trade Center. Rescue crews were concerned about its safety because it was damaged in the earlier collapse. It was compromised by fire, and about a half an hour ago it went. The 47-story building collapsed about a half an hour ago. Channel 4's Chris Schabel is here with us now with a chronology, the timeline of all the events and all this destruction. Chris?
Paul, the first attack in New York was baffling at first, with people not even knowing what was going on. Was it a bomb or even an air traffic control error? Then the second plane targeted the World Trade Center, as word of similar hijackings came from both Washington, D.C. and Pittsburgh. America began to understand it was under attack. The terror begins at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, as a hijacked commercial jetliner crashes into the first of 2 World Trade Center towers. It's American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 from Boston on its way to Los Angeles International Airport. On board, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots.
All I know, I got up this morning, come to work to do my job. And I didn't hear anything about these terrorists, nothing.
Roughly 18 minutes after the first crash, disbelief as a second commercial plane slams into the other tower. It's United Airlines Flight 175, a Boeing 767 from Boston on its way to LAX. On board, 56 passengers, 2 pilots, and 7 flight attendants. As the towers burn, emergency crews scramble to attend to the victims. There are reports that victims trapped in the World Trade Center towers are forced to leap from high floors or burn. President Bush speaks for the first time from a school in Sarasota, Florida.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
About an hour after the attacks in New York, another plane crashes at the Pentagon in Northern Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. This one is American Airlines Flight 77. It's a Boeing 757 from Dulles Airport near Washington, also heading to LAX. On board, 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. As the rescue efforts continue in Manhattan, the Federal Aviation Administration shuts down all air travel nationwide to help prevent further hijacking attacks. Just after 10 o'clock, the horrific sight of the first World Trade Center tower collapsing in a cloud of dust and debris. Untold numbers more people killed.
Yeah, we ran and fell into the thing, and then we came back and we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then.
Soon after, word comes that a 4th jetliner has crashed at Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles east of Pittsburgh. This one is United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757 heading from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. The plane was carrying 38 passengers, 2 pilots, and 5 flight attendants. Then, at 10:28 Eastern Time, the second World Trade Center tower collapses, tumbling down on emergency personnel below. Authorities say from the plane crashes alone, 266 people are believed dead. There are hundreds, perhaps thousands more people believed killed in the buildings and surrounding area targeted by the terrorists.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
A high-ranking federal official has told NBC News early evidence suggests terrorist fugitive Osama bin Laden masterminded today's attacks, but there's no other confirmation of that claim. It is worth noting that this day marks the 23rd anniversary of the Camp David peace accord, which ended disputes between Egypt and Israel, but angered much of the Arab world. Paul, Colleen.
Chris, thank you very much. On a day when it's very difficult to get around into New York, and certainly to get into New York from outside, we have managed to get one of our own in New York. He is reporting for us all day long and has been. Doug Kriegel, bring it down, bring it down. Okay, Doug Kriegel is in New York. He was there when the attack happened. Coming up in about, I think about 10 minutes, we'll have a chance to talk live with Doug about how he got in there, what he saw when he first got there, and what he's seen in the last couple of hours since we talked to him last. Actually, we talked to him about 5 minutes ago, but we'll update that in just a couple of seconds for you.
In the meantime, across the U.S. today, every single commercial flight is being grounded. As we've been telling you, at LAX, extra security measures are in place because 3 of the 4 planes today were bound for LAX, one, of course, going to San Francisco. Channel 4's Patrick Healy is live at LAX right now with the latest on all of what's happening there. Patrick?
Colleen, Paul, we have new stats from the LA Department of Airports. 125 aircraft are currently parked at LAX, and it appears that all of them will have to be searched before the operations can continue. We're expecting an update shortly from Lydia Kennard, who is the executive director of LA World Airports. They right now are waiting for new information to come from LA City Hall, where a briefing is supposedly going to start in the next few minutes. This much we can tell you for certain, though. As you say, not only have airport operations been canceled, but the airport is in a complete state of lockdown and probably will remain so at least until tomorrow morning. This is a live camera looking at the airport, and this is unprecedented. This is a scene we have not seen in more than 50 years of operations at LA International Airport. Literally an entire lockdown. All visitors to the airport have been evacuated. The only personnel remaining on scene are federal and local law enforcement and those few necessary personnel in facilities and the various airlines. But other than that, everyone has been evacuated from the airport. And in fact, an area has been set up outside the airport for those travelers who are going to meet somebody here today or who would have visitors who were arriving that had previously scheduled a visit. They're going to be at Lot B at 111th Street and La Cienega Boulevard. The video now you're watching was taken earlier in the day. This was at the point when even the news media was evacuated from the terminal area because a number of suspicious items had been identified and explosives experts were brought in to examine them. So far as we know, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but still the lockdown of the airport remains in effect. We'll bring you more when it becomes available. For now, reporting live from LAX, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
All right, Patrick, thank you very much. We are going to update you now, and I may have pictures when I'm telling you this. We may not. We do have some video from Afghanistan. Apparently, military attacks are underway. We don't have the video? All right, I'll tell you anyway. Underway in Afghanistan. Okay, we do have the video. Thank you in my ear. These are military attacks going on in Afghanistan. As you probably know, Osama bin Laden is certainly a suspect in all of this, and his headquarters, for the most part, are in Afghanistan. And President Bush promised swift and thorough retaliation, and I say apparently because we haven't confirmed this, but apparently that is what's going on. Let's listen into MSNBC right now on this.
That we would retaliate. This warning has been communicated to the Taliban leaders directly and indirectly over the course of many weeks. They denied today any involvement by bin Laden, but we have been told by top officials in the United States government that they are 90% sure that bin Laden was responsible. I don't think we would have been told that if they didn't have enough evidence to retaliate. So what you may be watching, and I should stress, Brian, that we don't know the source of this video, but what you may be watching is tracer attacks, signs of missile attacks on Kabul, and if that is the case, it could well be a U.S. retaliation for what happened today.
Andrea, the missiles were earlier visible in midair, and the trails behind them were consistent with what we've seen to be cruise missile attacks in the past. Now we see the flames flaring up in the center of the lens. We're going to pause just a minute. We'll dip into the audio of their coverage. We'll come back and talk further about what is underway tonight.
First, we're seeing the flash, and then we hear the detonation some several seconds afterwards, and they appear to be coming from that airport area, in some cases several miles away from us. There is still a lot of flashing we can see in the air reflected off clouds. That could be thunder and lightning. However, there's a possibility that those reflections are missiles landing elsewhere. The flashes as they explode and reflecting off the clouds. But it's not a good indication. We certainly don't hear any detonations coming from that particular direction at this time. The anti-aircraft fire that we were seeing a little while ago is not coming up from the city. The city, apart from the detonations we were hearing a few minutes ago, appears very, very calm. The visibility here is excellent. We can see all the way across the city. It lies on a plain that's surrounded by the mountains here in Kabul. We have high mountains to the right. These mountains were used by the Mujahideen as vantage points for shelling the city several years ago during the Mujahideen infighting in Kabul. The last 5 years, the Taliban have been in control of this city, have been trying to extend their control over and across Afghanistan. And the foreign minister this evening telling journalists and CNN that he didn't believe that Afghanistan would be attacked. He said if Afghanistan was attacked, then they would call it, the Taliban would call it an act of state-sponsored terrorism, Joey.
All right, that is CNN's Nick Robertson. Again, please keep the line open to us. Nick Robertson there.
Andrea Mitchell back in the Washington Bureau on this day when, if nothing else, we have learned to expect anything and not to trust anything. We've had false reports of a car bomb at the U.S. State Department and a plane landing at Camp David. If, Andrea, this was indeed an American cruise missile attack, retaliation, what footprints would the attack on the U.S. have to have left behind?
Skip Brandt, former counterterrorism director for the FBI.
We've apparently lost touch with Andrea Mitchell in Washington. John Palmer is at the Pentagon for us tonight. John, perhaps you can handle that question. And the question is, what footprints would the attack on the U.S. have to have left behind for retaliation to come so swiftly, it being just past 6 p.m. here in the East now?
Brian, they would have to have certainly hard evidence to trace this back to bin Laden to carry out this particular attack. It's been unusual today because officials have been rather outspoken, pointing fingers. And as Andrea Mitchell reported a short time ago, that's a little bit unusual this early. Just a short time ago, a number of reporters were picked up. We're about
okay, as we continue to look at the pictures from the capital city of Kabul, Afghanistan, we understand the city council president, Alex Padilla, is speaking. Let's listen in.
All activities throughout the city of Los Angeles. We announced this morning the closure to the public of City Hall and our other city buildings in the Civic Center, namely City Hall East and City Hall South. That continues to be the case. I'd like to announce and ask you to convey to the public, to all city employees, that given what we've seen so far, we will expect city employees to return to work in their entirety tomorrow morning, although we reserve clearly the determination, if there are to be any incidents later today, to change the status of that as well. The airport, Los Angeles International Airport, continues to be closed per FAA order, and we will continue to work with federal agencies on the timing of when Los Angeles International Airport will and can be reopened. But for the time being, for people traveling to LAX, expecting loved ones, for people traveling to LAX, expecting a departing flight, we're doing everything we can, working with Los Angeles World Airports to provide any kind of assistance there in the vicinity of the airport. Also working in conjunction with local car rental companies, local hotels, and other entities to make any necessary accommodations to passengers and their families.